Highball and Chain, a mafia romantic comedy. Bourbon Street Bad Boys Club, Book 2. Written by Kathryn M. Hearst. Narrated by Virginia Rose and Aaron Shedlock.
Chapter 1. Shanna. Cinderella never doubted her social skills. A new dress and glass shoes gave her all the self-confidence she needed to walk in and dance with the prince. Too bad I didn't have a fairy godmother or a pumpkin carriage to get me through my best friend's engagement party. Who am I kidding? It's going to take a lot more than pixie dust to survive tonight. I'd rather have a root canal than spend a night hobnobbing with New Orleans' rich and infamous. Then again, high society events and dentistry had a lot in common. Both were agony made barely tolerable by copious amounts of numbing agents. Don't get me wrong, I was happy for the newly engaged couple. They'd managed to do the impossible. Find love. Me? I'd long since stopped believing in knights in shining armor riding in on white horses to save the day. Heck, if my prince ever did arrive, he'd be a misogynist pig. Nope. I didn't believe in love and romance any more than I believed in fairy tales. I'd learned to doubt men when my father left. My doubt had solidified into a cynical distrust when I started working for a private investigator. I loved my job. Most of the time. Tonight? Not so much. 2 hours hiding behind a planter in a hallway of the Bourbon Orleans Hotel could do that to a girl. If I didn't shoot some video of the mayor and his flavor of the week soon, I'd never make it to Maggie and Gabe's party on time. Over the previous few days, I'd photographed the elected official with a blonde, a brunette, and a redhead. Variety was the spice of life, after all. Tonight's spice was an Amazonian woman with dark hair and legs that belonged in the WNBA. Most of the good citizens of New Orleans knew their mayor was a cheating piece of crap, but I needed proof. So far, I'd filmed them exchanging documents, and what I assumed were envelopes of cash. However, Mrs. Carter wasn't interested in her husband's dirty politics. Pictures might be worth 1,000 words, but for me, an incriminating video was a month's rent, and the difference between pasta at Antoine's and ramen noodles. The mayor and the brunette exited their room without as much as a boob graze, but I took a couple of photos to document the time. I hiked my bag higher and strolled down the hall. My boss had taught me the key to maintaining one's cover was to blend in, act like you belonged, and deny. Alex was a top-notch private investigator, but he knew squat about being a female in a male profession. As such, I took a slightly different approach. I stood out and acted like I didn't give a flying fig. The couple stepped into the elevator. I picked up my pace and jammed a size 8 Doc Marten in the closing doors. Once inside, I ignored their frowns and swiped right to activate my smartwatch spy camera. Aiming the lens at the couple, I pretended to scroll through my phone and prayed for him to break his freaking vows. Jefferson Carter, father of 3 and husband of 26 years, did not disappoint. He kissed the Amazon like he was trying to eat her face off. Seriously, I'd seen cows chewing cud with more finesse. The recording rolled the entire time. Gotcha, asshole. The elevator stopped, and we stepped out. The mayor and the woman turned right, while I faked a left and ducked back once they were out of sight. Peeking around the corner, I eased my watch into position and continued to record them. After all, when proving infidelity, quantity often trumped quality. The brunette's eyes went wide. "Hey, stop!" Busted. Carter didn't scare me, but his playmate looked like she could pick me up and toss me out the window without chipping her nail polish. I made a break for the exit and didn't stop until I reached Royal Street. Heart pumping, thigh muscles screaming, I bent at the waist to catch my breath. The bells of St. Louis Cathedral chimed 7 times, reminding me I was late for Maggie and Gabe's party. The Marchionni-Guthrie nuptials would take place in Sicily, but the couple's mothers had strong-armed them into holding a pre-wedding event, a black tie event. My jeans and t-shirt weren't going to cut it. Lucky for me, I'd been a Boy Scout in a former life. Always be prepared. I headed down Royal and ducked into Landry & Sons Antiques. The owner, and one of my oldest friends, glanced up from his paperwork. "Shanna, what a surprise." Sarcasm doesn't become you, Jack. I pointed to the back room without slowing my pace. He might or might not have groaned, not that I cared. I had places and people and all that jazz. 5 minutes later, I emerged from the stockroom in a vintage dress that would make Jackie Kennedy drool, and a pair of second-hand Jimmy Choo knockoffs. "How do I look?" He quirked a single brow and motioned for me to turn. Wrinkled. I smoothed the fabric over my hips. It was in my bag all day. Jack, bless his heart, walked to a jewelry case and pulled out a necklace. "Here, put this on, and no one will notice the dress." The thing looked like it cost more than my car. "I can't. What if I lose it?" "It's insured." He motioned me closer. "A girl has to look the part, even if the girl lives on a dental floss budget." I turned my back to him. The term is shoestring. Honey, in your case, it's more like thread. Jack fastened the necklace and spun me around. "Gorgeous. But you're late." I know. I was working." I zipped my backpack and hoisted it to my shoulder. "Leave the bag." He pointed at my wrist. "And the watch." "I can't. I don't have a purse, and this dress doesn't have pockets." I batted my lashes. "And without my watch, how will I know how many steps I've taken?" This time, Jack did groan. "One of these days, I'll make a girl out of you." Laughing, I handed over my backpack and spy watch. "It's woman, and no thanks." "Well, you're all woman tonight." His voice came out somewhere between strangled and breathy. I turned and caught him checking out my ass. That's new. "Thanks, Jack. I have a gold brocade bag in back that will match the embroidery on your dress." I'd wasted another 10 minutes, but Jack had hooked me up with an antique clutch and earrings. "Thanks, you're the best." I planted a kiss on his cheek. "So you keep saying." He looked me over as if I were one of his antiques. "Remember, be polite, smile a lot, and for God's sake, don't talk about religion or politics." "Not a problem. I don't plan on talking to anyone except Maggie and Dahlia, and all we gab about is sex." I checked my reflection one last time. Thanks to the ball cap I'd worn on the stakeout, my hair stuck out at odd angles. I smoothed the short pieces in hopes of achieving an Audrey Hepburn vibe. "Live a little. Branch out. Cozy up to one of the Marchionni brothers before they're all married off." He sounded like he'd swallowed something foul. "No freaking thank you. If you're so interested in the Marchionnis, you should come to the party as my +1. Jack lowered his brows. "Unless you're proposing a threesome, I'll have to pass." Now there's a mental picture I'll never be able to unsee. In all honesty, Jackson Landry had it going on in the looks department, but he was like a brother to me. The thought of him getting busy with anyone, male or female or anything in between, gave me the heebie-jeebies. As for the Marchionnis, they could bump uglies with whoever they wanted as long as it wasn't me. He wrapped his hands around my upper arms and waited until I met his gaze. "Seriously, Shoshana, isn't it time you let someone in besides your cat?" "Hey, don't you dare besmirch Mr. Bougere. He's soft, round, and is happy as long as I feed him. He's the perfect man." "Stop deflecting." Jack folded his arms. "There are men in this world who would never hurt you if you'd only give them a chance." "I know, but if I set the bar any lower, I'll have to bury it." Best guy friend or not, I didn't have time for this conversation. I have dated, and I've learned battery-operated boyfriends are a better bet. Less disappointment. You're deflecting again. Bye, Jack. I shook my head and exited the shop. I didn't hate men or anything. I just didn't have much luck playing the dating lottery. I'd shared a few magical hours with Enzo Marchionni, a card-carrying member of the Bourbon Street Bad Boys Club. After which, I'd spent my nights on the phone and my days texting with him. For a brief, shining moment, I'd thought we had a connection. Enzo asked me to dinner, but he'd canceled and ghosted me like a bad Tinder hookup. A few days later, I'd caught him with an Italian supermodel type. Fool me once, and I'll never give you the chance to do it again. Heels clicking on the uneven sidewalk, I hurried toward Enzo's, as in Lorenzo Marchionni, a.k.a. The Ghoster. It made sense he'd host his older brother's engagement extravaganza, but I'd rather have eaten out of trash cans than set foot in his restaurant. The things we do for our friends. I'd agreed to be Maggie's maid of honor the second she'd asked. A few moments later, I'd realized my duties would entail seeing a lot of Enzo and rubbing elbows with NOLA society. Not that my friends and I belonged to the upper crest, or lower for that matter. We lived in the middle of the pie between the chunks of chicken and peas. I rounded the corner and groaned. It looked like a luxury car dealership had exploded in front of the restaurant. As I'd predicted, the engagement party was the social event of the season. Squaring my shoulders, I weaved my way through the cars and guests. Maggie, the bride-to-be, climbed out of a limo. "Shanna! Perfect timing!" I gave her a quick hug and found myself one breath away from a wardrobe malfunction. Strapless dresses weren't invented for women with B- cup sizes. "You look gorgeous." She looped her arm with mine. I took in her flowy pale blue dress and matching heels. "Thanks. So do you. Where's Gabe?" "Something came up at work. He's meeting me here." Maggie squared her shoulders and raised her chin. She might have tried for calm, cool, and collected, but I knew better. The woman was as nervous as a cat in a dog yard. I squeezed her hand. "You got this. I'll feel better once I'm inside." "Morning sickness?" "More like morning, noon, and night sickness." "Are you going to survive a transatlantic flight tomorrow?" I hated to think of her spending the trip from New Orleans to Sicily in an airplane bathroom, even if said bathroom was on a private jet. "Or flying at night. I plan to sleep unless this little one has other ideas." She rubbed her slightly bulging belly. After 2 months of listening to Maggie describe the early stages of her pregnancy, I had absolutely no desire to experience motherhood. "You had to know this baby would be a pain in your butt. Look at its father." "Be nice." Laughing, Maggie slapped my arm. "And relax. You might actually enjoy yourself tonight." "I doubt it. I'm not comfortable around these people. All of this wealth makes me break out in hives." She lowered her voice to a conspirator's whisper. "They aren't all bad. So you keep telling me." Maggie was right. They weren't all bad. I'd changed my mind about her fiancé, Gabe, after he'd proven himself to be a stand-up kind of guy. Though he'd broken her heart years before, he'd proved that some bad boys can morph into good men. I mean, seriously, it took a spine of steel to raise 5 kids, 3 of whom were not his. Too bad his younger brother hasn't emerged from his cocoon as a hot, successful butterfly with a heart of gold. The moment we walked inside, people swarmed the bride-to-be. I took the opportunity to slink away and find the bar. No way could I get through the night without alcohol. "Shanna." The man's voice made my toes curl and my hands ball into fists. I turned, ready to give Enzo Marchionni the brush-off of his lifetime, but stopped short. Enzo hadn't said my name. Gabe had. Great. Not only did the brothers all look alike, evidently they sounded alike too. The groom-to-be took a step back and raised his hands. "Easy, Tiger." "Sorry, thought you were someone else. Aren't you supposed to be at work?" "I've been dealing with a situation." I turned my attention to the bartender. "I'll have a Sazerac. Make it 2. "Should you be drinking absinthe?" I noted the tension in his jaw and his rigid posture. "Don't tell me you're nervous." "About the wedding? No. Gabe dragged his hand over his mouth and chin. I need a favor. A big one. But you can't say anything to Maggie until after the party. Unless it has something to do with a gift or the super-secret honeymoon plans, it's far more serious than that. He lowered his voice. Possibly life and death. I gave him a yeah right look. Did he really expect me to keep secrets from my best friend since high school? Go on. He glanced over the crowd as if he'd changed his mind, sucked in a breath and whispered, Someone poisoned the minestrone. Before I could make sense of what he'd said, I spotted the Amazonian I'd photographed with Mayor Carter. The woman met my gaze. You. I grabbed Gabe's arm and pulled him toward the kitchen. Let's go investigate your poisoned soup.
Chapter 2. Enzo. This is madness. I stood in the center of the kitchen surrounded by absolute chaos, and I loved every second of it. While I could do without the contaminated soup, there was no place I'd rather be than in my restaurant in complete control. I was the sorcerer's apprentice waving a baton to command floodwaters of his own making. Head bowed, I listened to my assistant manager run through the revised menu for the evening. Not only had someone sabotaged the soup, the incident had sent the kitchen staff into panic mode. I stopped her before she launched into alternative soup options. Substitutions will take too long. We go with what we have. Her eyes widened and the color drained from her face. But, sir, what am I missing? I'd hired Hazel before the restaurant opened its doors. I trusted her implicitly. If she was worried, I had a problem. We planned for soup or salad. We don't have enough greens and fruit prepped to serve all 250 guests. Son of a bitch. I had too much riding on this party to let something as inconsequential as pears and gorgonzola screw it up. I drew a deep breath and forced myself to speak at a normal volume. Tell the prep crew I'll pay bonuses if they get it done in the next 15 minutes. Yes, sir. Hazel spun around and ran directly into an enormous rack of pre-plated salads. I witnessed the catastrophe in slow motion. Pears, field greens, and heavy stoneware dishes crashed onto the tile, along with Hazel. She clutched her arm to her chest and went as white as my chef's coat. Are you all right? I knelt before her and picked chunks of cheese from her hair. My wrist. She looked down and swayed to the side. I caught her before she managed to do any additional harm to herself. A quick glance at the unnatural angle of her hand told me she'd broken something. My vision went blurry, but I refused to pass out in front of my staff. Instead, I averted my gaze, pulled her closer, and shouted, Someone call 911? I don't need an ambulance. Her voice shook. I disagreed. No way in hell would I allow her to suffer. What's one more screw-up in my family's eyes? I'll drive you. Can you make it to my car? What about the party? Hazel shook her head. It killed me to imagine my father's disapproval if the dinner went sideways, but Hazel's health had to take priority. Your well-being is more important. I appreciate the offer, but someone else should drive me. I'll take her. Tara, one of my longtime servers, stepped forward. Helping Hazel to her feet, I said, Thank you. Please, stay with her and keep me informed. She has my personal cell number. I'll pay you double time for the entire night, but please, stay with her. You don't have to do that. Tara dipped her chin and stared at me through her lashes. Should I expect you at the hospital later? My brain short-circuited. She'd worked for me for years without a hint of flirting. I made a mental note to keep an eye on the situation. If it continued, I'd have to fire her. What the hell else can go wrong tonight? I'll be tied up here for hours. Just call me when she's out. I'll be fine, Enzo. Stop worrying and focus on the food. Hazel shambled toward the service exit. Her slow, unsteady gait concerned me. Normally, my assistant manager had 2 speeds, fast and Mach 5. I waited until the back door closed and frowned at the ruined salads. Everyone, listen up. We're skipping the antipasti and going straight to the first course. The sous chef called out. You heard the boss? Serve the pasta with pesto and pecorino romano. I walked into the cooler to check the desserts. The cold, sugar-tinged air felt good against my face and reminded me of Shanna. I should never have canceled our date. Better yet, I should have manned up and told her the truth. Right, because every woman dreams of a man telling her he's enamored with her, but the relationship can go nowhere. Grinning like a kid at a candy buffet, a busboy poked his head inside the cooler. Enzo, someone's asking for you at the service door. I figured his goofy expression meant the person asking for me was female, likely a hot female. It wasn't unusual for patrons to ask to see the chef. Maybe Shanna had decided to leave the party and check in. The mere thought made my pulse race. I hadn't been so ass over tea kettle for a woman since high school. Another reason I should put her out of my mind. If it was only that simple. It's the second woman I've let in tonight. The kid shook his head. Must be good to be the king. I ignored his comment. The last thing I needed were my employees thinking I had a revolving bedroom door. In the future, don't let anyone in the kitchen unaccompanied. In case you missed it, someone poisoned the soup. His eyes widened. I didn't think about that. She was tall with long dark hair, Italian accent. I figured you knew her. Regardless, we don't allow guests in the kitchen. I nodded to the service door. Tell whoever's waiting, I will be right up. The kid hung his head and turned to leave. Before he reached the exit, the door swung open and the last person I expected, or wanted, to see strode in. Enzo! Nicolina air-kissed both cheeks and wrinkled her nose. You are so sweaty. What the hell is she doing here? The last time I'd laid eyes on her, she'd given me the finger and a nice view of her ass before slamming the door. I work in a kitchen, Nico. What do you expect? I expect you to smile when you see me. She flipped her long dark hair over her shoulder. I would smile, but I was certain it'd come across as a snarl. Why are you here? I'm in the middle of work. I came to surprise you. I've missed you. She ran her hand over my cheek. Missed me? I'd all but packed her bags and put her on a plane back to Paris when she'd shown up unannounced after the gala. Nothing's changed. Nico pushed her lower lip out. None of that matters. It's your brother's engagement party. You shouldn't be working. Come, join me. I can't. We're short-staffed. I need tonight to be perfect. Or as perfect as it could be after the rocky start. She folded her arms. Still trying to please your father? I ignored the jab. I have to get back to work. I came all the way from Paris and you can't find time for me? You should have called. So you've said, but I'm here now. Her tone grated my ears. I'll join you for a drink after dessert is served. I ducked into the prep area before she could argue. Why here? Why tonight? We'd known each other since we were kids. At my mother's urging, we'd gone out on a few dates years before. The time we'd spent together had sucked to the point I'd told her I didn't want to see her anymore. Nico, being Nico, disagreed. She followed me. Don't be ridiculous. We should be seen together. I don't see why. I had to get rid of her so I could focus. Stinking of onions and garlic and sweat, I threw my arm around her designer-clad shoulder. We're friends, nothing more. Which of us is being ridiculous? She pushed me away. You're filthy. Get cleaned up before we see your parents. There is no we, and I've already seen my folks tonight. In case you missed it, Gabe just got engaged. I'm not getting sucked into that conversation with my mother. Again. Nicolina grabbed my chef's coat and yanked me closer. You're not getting any younger. Maybe it's time you started thinking about settling down. Here we go again. I hated to hurt her, but I'd already made myself clear on the matter. We've had this conversation. I am settled down. I'm happily married to my restaurant. Nico lowered her voice to a purr. You need someone to take care of you, to remind you what it is to laugh and enjoy life. I laugh. Her words puzzled me. She'd never shown any desire to take care of anyone except herself. Honestly, Enzo, why do you work so hard? It's not like it's your restaurant. It belongs to your father. Why doesn't he hire someone to run it? My name is on the sign. I jerked free of her. It's mine in every way that matters. When will you learn? Nothing you do will make your father proud. She had the audacity to bat her lashes after she'd verbally kicked me in the balls. Nico might have known me well enough to play me like a keyboard, but she'd forgotten familiarity went both ways. When will you learn to stop causing drama to get your father's attention? I have learned. I've grown up since we dated. I'm living my own life. Isn't it about time you did the same? I'd heard enough. Time to cut to the chase. Why are you here? Is it so hard to believe that I missed you? Yeah, it is. She threw her hands up. Your mother called and told me about Gabe's engagement. It got me thinking about you, about us. I nodded. This I could understand. Women tended to freak out when someone got married, pregnant, engaged. It started their clocks ticking or some shit. What I didn't understand was why my mother had called her, of all people, Nico. She slid her arms around me and pressed her face to my chest. I've loved you since I was 10 years old. Listen, I kept my hands at my sides. We've tried. I was little more than a child. And you're still acting like one. I don't mean to hurt you, but I'm not interested. I don't believe you. She narrowed her eyes. Unless there's someone else. Shanna danced across my mind. I should have called her. Had I reached out, I suspected I'd have a different answer to Nicolina's question. There's no one else. I'll stay for a week, spend time with you, see how things go. I scanned the ceiling. God, if you're listening, I could use some divine intervention. You think we can stand each other for a week straight? Likely sensing she'd won the argument, Nicolina grabbed my face. We can, if we spend most of it in bed. A sharp intake of breath caught my attention. I turned to find Shanna and Gabe staring. Neither seemed amused. Certain I looked as guilty as I felt, I took a step back. I couldn't stop staring. Shanna's unassuming beauty stole my breath. With very little makeup, a pixie cut, and an embroidered dress, she reminded me of a heroine from one of the old black and white movies my mother loved so much. Nico, good to see you. When did you get into town? My brother stepped forward and kissed her cheeks. If she responded, I didn't hear her over the whoosh of blood rushing behind my ears. Shanna swallowed hard and shifted her weight from one foot to the other. I searched for something to say to her, something that wouldn't set Nico off. Gabe said someone poisoned the soup? She scanned the busy kitchen. Have you called the police? Nico whipped her head toward Shanna like a shark scenting blood in the water. I'd rather not involve the cops tonight and ruin the party. I motioned for her to follow me. Thank Christ, Gabe used his common sense and distracted Nico with wedding talk. Was anyone injured? Shanna glanced from me to the bowl of minestrone I'd set aside. No, it smells horrendous. I doubt anyone would have put it in their mouths. I couldn't stop staring. Why the fuck didn't I call her? Because she scared the ever-loving shit out of me. I'd never connected with a woman so deeply in such a short amount of time. I didn't need a crystal ball to tell me it'd end with both of us in pain. She didn't strike me as the kind of woman who'd settle for a fling, and I couldn't give her more. She smirked. If no one was injured, there's not really a problem. I panicked and babbled like an idiot to keep her with me for a few more minutes. The assistant manager slipped and fell. I sent her to the emergency room to get checked out. She's fine. Probably a broken wrist, but fine. Unrelated to the soup, of course. She tripped over the salads. Did someone poison the vinaigrette, too? Shanna smiled and my world tilted. No. I pressed my lips together to force myself into silence. She sniffed the container of soup and jerked back. It smells like nail polish remover, which makes zero sense. How so? If the culprit wanted to make people sick, they would have used something odorless. This seems more like sabotage. You have no idea who did this. No. One of my bussers mentioned a woman stopped in to see me earlier. He let her in the kitchen, but she didn't stick around to speak to me. I see. She glanced back to Gabe and Nico. There's nothing else I can do. You should file a police report. The last thing I needed was cops poking around. Scratch that. The last thing I needed was cops alerting the health department about my acetone soup. I shook my head and focused on the bigger problem, Shanna, and what she'd overheard. Can we talk? Alone? Did you lose my number? I tilted my head. No. She patted my cheek. You should.
Chapter 3. Shanna. The plane neared the ground and my stomach knotted, but it had nothing to do with the change in altitude. I hadn't heard from Enzo Marchionni since the case of the tainted soup at the engagement party. Soon, I'd come face to face with the ghoster. 2 months of maid of honor duty hadn't lessened the sting of my epic walk of shame. The fact that he hadn't bothered to return my call or texts pissed me off, though I supposed I deserved it. What kind of woman has an almost one-night stand with her best friend's fiancé's brother? The plane bounced a couple of times as the wheels made contact with the runway. Before I could catch my breath, the pilot hit the brakes. I tightened every muscle in my body to resist the forward pull. Dahlia patted my hand. Relax. That was the last landing until it's time to go home. The thought of repeating the trip in reverse made my already aching head worse. After 2 connections and a total of 20 hours traveling, I wanted a hot meal, a shower, and a warm bed. Thanks for the reminder. She ignored my comment. Peering out the window, I said, I thought the airport was bigger. You're probably thinking Palermo. Comiso is tiny, but closer to the villa. Right. I ground my teeth. Despite the fact the plane had stopped, no one stood. Dahlia rummaged through her bag. I still don't understand why Maggie insisted on having the ceremony in Sicily. So what if the press covered the wedding? One of us should be married in St. Louis Cathedral. You can, when you marry Leo. My knee bounced. Why weren't these people standing? We're just friends. Dahlia scrolled through her messages. Uh-huh. Dahlia and Leo had danced around each other for the previous 10 years, but never officially dated. Though they denied it, I assumed they had sex since Leo was the only man in Dahlia's life besides her 1-year-old son. Maggie said the guys are picking us up. Dahlia typed a text message, smiled, and sat back. Which guys? I stood and pulled my carry-on from the overhead bin. Probably Gabe and Leo. Standing hunched over, I waited for the people to start moving. Seriously, how long does it take to open a freaking door? Dahlia twisted her long dark hair into a messy bun. Shanna, relax. They'll open it soon. They need to hurry the hell up. I'm claustrophobic. I drummed my fingers until the man in the seat in front of me glared. Since when? Since I'm halfway around the world, trapped on an island with Enzo Marchionni? The door opened and the passengers filled the aisle. About time. We picked up our luggage and exited the terminal building into paradise. A steady breeze blew from the Mediterranean, warming my face and lifting my spirits. That is, until masculine laughter filled the air, and someone pulled my carry-on from my shoulder. I turn and locked gazes with the ghoster. Here, let me help you. Enzo smiled, his teeth bright against his tanned face. Thanks, but I can manage. I tugged, but he held firm. I insist. For crying out loud, let the man help you. Dahlia handed her bag to Gabe. She's been cranky since we left New Orleans. I'm not cranky. I'm exhausted. I don't know how Maggie made this flight 4 months pregnant. I left Enzo with my luggage. If he wanted to carry it, he could carry it all. In a private jet, Dahlia smirked. Hey, we offered to bring you 2 with us. Gabe swung the bags into the back of the SUV. Some of us had to work. I hustled into the front seat. Since Gabe had the keys, I assumed he'd drive. Dahlia and Enzo could share the back. Shanna, do you mind if I sit up front? I get carsick. Dahlia smiled a smile that told me she suffered from motion sickness about as often as I suffered claustrophobia. Enzo chuckled. Best to let her ride shotgun. Gabe's had enough vomit from Maggie to last 2 lifetimes. Is she okay? Will she be able to get through the wedding? I relinquished my seat and climbed in the back. It's mostly in the morning now. She should be fine. Gabe pulled out of the parking lot. The roads back home were bad, but they had nothing on the bumpy, narrow streets of Comiso. I rested my head against the seat as the shadowed scenery passed outside the window. Where's Leo? Dahlia might have tried for casual, but I detected a hint of worry in her voice. He had some business in Palermo. He's coming in later tonight. Gabe tightened his grip on the wheel. She sighed. What's the plan for the rest of the evening? Ma's making dinner at the villa. We figured you 2 would be hungry and ready for bed. Gabe turned onto a winding gravel road. Sounds good to me. I caught his eye in the rearview mirror and smiled. Nervous about the wedding? Hell no. Enzo leaned closer than was necessary. If he had his way, they'd already be married. My pulse raced, but I ignored it, and him. Or tried to, anyway. Pretending I couldn't smell his spicy cologne, or feel the warmth of his leg pressed against mine, proved impossible. However, I would not, and could not, allow myself to be the kind of woman who put up with a guy ghosting her because he happened to be sexy as homemade sin. The car bounced hard enough to break an axle, and Enzo took the opportunity to slip his arm around my shoulder. We hit another bump, and I jabbed my elbow into his ribs. Dahlia laughed. "How many people are staying at your parents' house?" "Just the wedding party. Everyone else is in hotels." Gabe stopped before an iron gate and entered a code into the keypad. Lights illuminated the whitewashed walls of Villa dei Fiori, otherwise known as the Marchionni compound. Even in the dark, I understood how the house got its name. Villa of Flowers. Bougainvillea covered the walls, and plumbago filled large beds along the drive. A handful of palms glowed in the exterior lighting, giving the home a tropical feel. 2 Italian men stepped out of the front doors. I'd met all the brothers back in New Orleans, but couldn't remember which was Marco and which was Dante. Unfortunately, the Marchionni I wanted to forget cornered me beside the trunk. Enzo leaned close enough his soft curls brushed my cheek. "Shanna, we need to talk." Oh boy, here comes the sorry I didn't call speech. I yanked my suitcase out and set it on the ground. "Sure, but we're fine. I mean, we're adults. There's nothing—" "Enzo!" The willowy Italian goddess from the restaurant rushed to him and planted a kiss on his mouth. "You were gone for so long." Just when I thought things couldn't be more awkward. I scooted past the couple and grabbed my remaining bag. Prying her off him, Enzo stared at me like a man on the verge of drowning. I turned and walked toward the house. A younger Marchionni, with the same green eyes and dark hair as Enzo, approached me. I'd met all 6 of the Marchionni boys when Maggie's sister had married the eldest brother, Joe. The next time I'd seen them all in one place had been 13 years later at Joe and Rebecca's funeral. Joe had been the oldest, followed by Maggie's fiancé, Gabe. Leo came next, then Enzo, aka the Ghoster. The youngest of the brood were Marco and Dante. The resemblance between the brothers amazed me. If it weren't for differences in age, they could have been sextuplets. This one looked to be in his mid-20s and was built like an Olympic swimmer. Is he Marco or Dante? He reached for my bags. "Let me take those." "Thanks, I got them." "I can't let you do that." He blocked my path. "I'll never hear the end of it if my mother sees you carrying those inside." Evelyn Marchionni could make an entire motorcycle club cower with one glance. "I've met her. You have a point." He extended his hand. "I'm Marco." "Shanna." "Ah, I remember now. You're the maid of honor. Nice to see you again. I'll take your things upstairs. Go get some food. You look hungry." "Thanks, I think." I dared a glance over my shoulder at the obnoxious couple. Enzo scowled and the woman pouted. Not exactly the picture of a healthy relationship. As far as I was concerned, they deserved each other. Inside, the house was as impressive as the exterior. The foyer opened into a large family room with 2 seating areas and 2 fireplaces. The kitchen sat on the other end of the room, separated by a wraparound bar. Beyond a wall of sliders lay a huge patio, pool, and a breathtaking view of the sea. "Shanna!" Maggie called from the stairs. "I didn't hear the car. How was the flight? Are you tired? Isn't it beautiful here?" "Long. I'm exhausted, and it's like a postcard." I drew her into a tight embrace. "I'm so glad you're here. I've missed you." "You've only been gone a couple of days." I'd never admit it, but I'd missed her too. "Seems like forever." "Wait until you see the church. It's the same place Evelyn and Papa Joe were married. It's gorgeous, and the locals are so nice. Gabe and I are taking the wedding party sightseeing the day after tomorrow. And to the Aeolian Islands on Thursday. With the wedding on Saturday, we're going to be busy. Take a breath, Mags. You're making me dizzy. Sorry, I'm just excited and hormonal. Something smells amazing in here. Dahlia hugged Maggie. You look beautiful. Cicely agrees with you. Come, sit, eat, Evelyn Marchionni called from the kitchen. The mother of 6 boys, she knew how to motivate people with the arch of her brow and the tone of her voice. Where are the kids? I took a seat at a massive table. Zach, Chloe, and Ryan were Maggie's sister's children, but she'd stepped up to raise them when Rebecca died. A year later, Gabe had shown up with Ella, his newborn daughter. My best friend was a better woman than me. I doubted I could handle one of my own, let alone 3 orphans, the product of my ex's fling, and one on the way. Maggie pressed her hand to her belly in the universal gesture of, I'm pregnant. Chloe, Ryan, and Ella are sleeping. Zach's playing video games with Dante and Papa Joe. Dante, the youngest Marchionni brother, was still in college. I could see him playing with the kids, but I had a hard time picturing the Marchionni patriarch shooting zombies on the Xbox. Evelyn set bowls of steaming shellfish and pasta on the table. Video games, she shook her head. They should be outside in the pool or visiting with us. It's nice that they're spending time together. With Dante away at school, Zach doesn't get to see him very often. Maggie filled her plate. I followed her lead, but avoided the urchin-like critters in the mixture. The scent of garlic made my stomach growl over the chatter in the room, but I waited to eat. Kissing his fiancée on the way, Gabe took a seat at the table. Enzo and Marco joined us, but the other woman had disappeared. Thank heaven for small miracles. Nothing like a couple arguing over dinner to give the rest of us indigestion. The bowls went around the table, but no one ate. I waited, hoping someone would put something in their mouths before I lost my willpower and fell on my plate like a rabid dog. The Marchionnis, including the soon-to-be one, held hands, bowed their heads, and said, Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we are about to receive. Dahlia and I exchanged glances and followed their lead. I cracked one eye to find Enzo staring. The corner of his lips curled, and his expression darkened. Through Christ our Lord we pray. Amen. Other than what I'd witnessed at Maggie's house when we were kids, I knew next to nothing about Catholics. Even still, I had a feeling it was a sin to look at someone the way he'd looked at me while praying. Manja, manja, Evelyn motioned to us. Eat. Busying myself with my food, I did my best to ignore the ghoster. When I came up for air, all 3 men stared at me with appreciative smiles. Marco laughed. You must have been starving. Sorry. I took a sip of wine and slowed my pace. Don't apologize. It's refreshing to have a woman at the table who actually eats. Hey, I eat. Maggie tossed her napkin at him. Marco wiggled his brows. Yes, but you're engaged to my brother. In my eyes, you are a Madonna, not a woman. Gabe choked on his wine. You might want to take that back before the Madonna kicks your... Lorenzo, where's Nicolina? Evelyn brought another bowl to the table, this one filled with broccoli rabe. Changing into her swimsuit. He kept his head down, but couldn't hide his frown. She needs to eat. She's too skinny. Evelyn shook her head. Marco snorted. Ma's onto something. Maybe Nico's hangry. Evelyn pinched the back of his arm. Ouch! I was joking. There's cannoli in the fridge. Help yourselves. I'm going upstairs. She gave Marco what my booby called the evil eye and turned to go. Good night, Ma. Gabe stood and kissed his mother's cheek. She smiled and pressed her hand to his chest. Sleep well. In your own bed. Even if the mystery is gone, you can save the sex until the honeymoon. Ma? Gabe glanced at his brothers as if expecting backup. The Marconi men laughed, while the rest of us focused on our food. The same goes for all of you. She glared at me. What the heck? Good night, Mrs. Marchionni, and thank you for dinner. This is delicious. Dahlia smiled. Evelyn narrowed her eyes, nodded, and went to her room. Enzo waited until she disappeared and lowered his voice. Don't let her get to you. She doesn't think any female is good enough for us. Except you, Maggie. She seems to have changed her mind about you. Only because she has to. Maggie leaned against Gabe. We should all hit the pool after dinner. Marco winked at me. Not freaking likely with Nico-Zilla changing into her bikini. I stood and reached for my plate. I'm beat. Maybe tomorrow. Leave it, Shanna. I'll clean up when everyone is finished, Maggie said. Marco shot to his feet. Let me show you to your room. I'll take her. Enzo tossed his napkin on his plate and practically vaulted over the table to beat his brother to my side. I should go up too. Dahlia pushed away from the table. Easy, boys. I'll take my friends to their room. Maggie glanced between the men, pointed 2 fingers at her eyes, and then pointed at them. I'm watching you. Marco plopped into his chair. I guess it's true what they say. Men do marry their mothers. Huh, Gabe?
Chapter 4. Enzo. Moonbeams and boat lights danced on the Mediterranean Sea. Normally, the villa gave me a sense of peace. In the few days since I'd arrived, Nicolina's constant complaining and arguing had me debating purchasing a Kevlar vest. Enzo? Are you listening to me? Nicolina stood with her hands on her hips. Gabe and Maggie glanced my way, and Marco chuckled from the other side of the pool. Of course, Nico makes a scene. Once again, the woman had shown up without warning. When I told her my plans to visit Sicily, she'd called my mother and wrangled a seat on the company jet with the family. Yes, I'm listening. If you are so unhappy with your job, you should look for another or stop working. I'm sure your father would support you. She threw up her hands. I can't quit my job. I'm working for one of the largest fashion houses in the world. Forget it. You don't understand anything that isn't food. I understand that you are unhappy and your boss is trying to get into your pants. I was wrong. You understand food and sex. Beyond that, you're clueless. So feed me or fuck me, but this conversation is over. I cast a quick glance around the patio, praying my mother hadn't heard her. Then again, if Evelyn got a look at the real Nico, maybe she'd get off my back about proposing. There's food in the fridge. Help yourself. I'm not hungry. I'm going to bed. I'll be in the room I'm being forced to share with your cousin. She tapped her foot, as if expecting me to save her. I shrugged. There are rooms at the hotel. Nico stormed inside the house. A moment's peace. Is that too damned much to ask? I needed to speak with Shanna alone, but in a house full of people, a few moments' privacy were hard to come by. I laid back and closed my eyes. Marco dropped into the lounger beside me. What's the deal with Shanna? I opened one eye. You mean Nicolina? No, I mean Shanna. Are you hitting that? No, I'm not hitting that. I ran my hand over my face. Gabe and Maggie were within earshot, but appeared too wrapped up in each other to overhear the conversation. Cool. I thought I picked something up between the two of you. I didn't want to poach on your territory. She's not your type. First, the incessant flirting, and now this. It had taken every ounce of my willpower not to reach across the table and throttle him at dinner. I stood and grabbed my towel. If I couldn't get a moment alone with my thoughts here, I'd walk to the beach. Since when do I have a type? Marco smirked. Maggie, is Shanna single? Yes, why? Enzo thinks she's not my type. He laughed and shoved my shoulder. See? She's single and attractive. She's my type, old man. Marco might have been 2 years younger than me, but time and maturity were very different things. I didn't have the patience to deal with an overgrown adolescent. Hey, watch the old man stuff, Gabe shouted. Marco tapped his chin. Unless she's a lesbian. Maggie, is Shanna into guys? Screw maturity. He didn't see me move until it was too late. I put my shoulder to his gut and used my body weight to throw him off balance. Marco hit the water hard and surfaced, laughing. Yes, she's straight, but don't ruin my wedding by chasing after the maid of honor. Maggie stepped out of the pool. You guys have some brother bonding time. I'm going to bed. I'm coming with you. Gabe reached for a towel. You heard what Ma said. She'll kill you if she finds you naked before the wedding, Marco called after them. Gabe chuckled. I already knocked her up. Why do I need mystery or blue balls? Maggie smacked his arm.
Gabriel Marchionni. That's it. There's too much testosterone out here.
What? It's true? He shrugged. Maggie gave him a dirty look and went inside. Wrapping a towel around his waist, he glared. What's wrong with you two? You should have my back. Sorry, man, but look at the bright side. You won't have to worry about Ma giving you shit between now and the honeymoon. I reclaimed my chair. With any luck, the two idiots would go inside. Gabe sat beside me. What's the deal with Shanna and Nicolina? Nico is Nico. Pain in the ass 99% of the time. He motioned for me to continue. She's a kid. She's the same age as Maggie. Sure as hell doesn't act like it. I finished my wine and set the glass aside. I'm not interested in a life a relationship with Nico would bring. Nico might play at rebelling against her family, but the woman was a mafia princess through and through. If I spent any serious time with her, the Lazios would expect a ring, kids, and loyalty to the family. Gabe stared for a couple beats and nodded. I get that. What about Shanna? I hardly know her. The lie tasted bitter. I hadn't known her long, but what we lacked in quantity, we'd made up for in quality. Until I'd blown it. We met at the gala. Uh-huh. I remember. You were too busy to take my call when Maggie was missing. What gives? I nodded toward our younger brother. Normally, I'd rather swallow my tongue than discuss my personal life with him, but he did have inside information where Shanna was concerned. Unfortunately, I didn't dare spill my guts in mixed company. Nothing to tell. A slow smile spread across his face before he glanced over his shoulder. Marco, go get that special bottle of scotch Pops keeps hidden in his study. No way. Last time I took it, I couldn't sit right for a week. Despite his protests, my younger brother walked toward the sliding glass doors. It's a special occasion. Pops will understand. Gabe waited until Marco went inside and turned to me. You're into her. Yes, but what's the point? She's on her way to becoming a private investigator, and I'm up to my ass in mob bullshit. Saying the words out loud felt good. If anyone could understand my predicament, Gabe could. I'm hoping to change that in the near future. He lowered his voice. Don't miss out on a good thing because of the family business. You're a Michelin star chef. You could walk away and get a job anywhere. I said I'm into her, not ready to give up my entire life for her. I couldn't decide if he wanted to give me options or if he wanted me out of his way. Marco returned with the scotch and 3 glasses. Any last-minute requests for the bachelor party? You want a redhead for the road? He poured our drinks. Nah, I'm good. Maggie's all I need. You're such a sap. Still mulling over his advice, I knocked back the whiskey. You sure you're ready to be tied down the rest of your life? Marco leaned against a column and sipped his scotch. Seriously, bro? Are you ready to raise Joe's 3, plus your daughter, and another on the way? Maggie didn't ask to raise Joe and Rebecca's kids, but she stepped up when they died. Ella and the one she's carrying weren't planned, but shit happens. But you care about her, right? It's not just about the kids, Marco asked. Gabe refilled his glass. I'd marry Maggie with or without them. It may be hard for you to believe, but I love her. I think you're nuts. I can't imagine sleeping next to the same woman every night until I die. The weight of the lie rested heavy in my chest. I'd never admit it out loud, but I'd consider giving it a try with Shanna. Marriage? No freaking way. But something casual that stretched into years? That I could do. Gabe shrugged. When Ella's mother dropped her on my doorstep and the shit hit the fan with Pops, Maggie was there. She gets my work, puts up with this family, and she can cook. I cracked a grin. She completes you? Yeah, smartass, she does. You should be so lucky. My mind drifted to the little pixie sleeping upstairs. It'd take a whole lot more than luck to convince Shanna to give me another shot. Then again, what was the point? Between the restaurant and family obligations, I didn't have time to date. Unless I walked away. Can I handle the guilt of turning my back on my folks? What's up with Dahlia? I know she has a kid, but she's freaking hot. I like the whole dark hair, light skin. Like Snow White turned into a supermodel. Marco wiggled his brows. She's Leo's friend, Gabe and I replied together. What the hell does that mean? No clue, but she's off limits, Gabe said. Well, damn. I turned my head in Marco's direction. You were talking about hitting on Shanna 5 minutes ago. Hedging my bets. You guys remember what that's like? Before you needed a little blue pill to get it up? That's it. I jumped up and Gabe followed. We lunged for our brother, and all three of us went into the pool. Several dunkings later, I eased away from the melee. What does Maggie know about the business? More than she should. Gabe lifted himself from the water and sat on the deck. But I assured her I'm running things different now that Pops is retired. Shit, man. What did you tell her? I didn't see eye to eye with Gabe on most things, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to bring women into the mix. The truth. Leo went to negotiate with the Lazios. We won out. It's not like the old days. He had a point. Since the World Trade Center fell, the U.S. government and the European Union had come up with more and more regulations. Moving assets had gone from challenging to nearly impossible, and the penalties for getting caught were steep. While I could get behind his reasons, the logistics concerned me. What's the plan? We buy the other families out and go legit. Gabe folded his arms. And if they refuse? I won't take no for an answer. He shrugged. None of us signed up for this shit. We might have been born into it, but we're more American than Sicilian. I should talk to Nicolina. She has some sway with her father. I had a bad feeling. Had anyone asked me before sending Leo to Palermo, I would have protested. Trying to break ties with 3 generations of Marchionnis in Sicily was asking for trouble. Gabe dried his hair. Stop worrying. Pops is aware of what Leo's doing. I wouldn't send him without his blessing. Don't involve Nicolina. Marco choked on his beer. Pops knows you're taking us legit? Yes, he knows. He got on board after Maggie was kidnapped. Frowning, Gabe glanced between us. You were both at the meeting. I'd hardly use the term on board to describe Pop's reaction. I glanced at Marco. Enzo's right. Emotions had run high at the family meeting. Gabe hadn't left much room for discussion. He'd come in, laid his cards on the table, and all but dared us to disagree with his decision. If he planned to take Marchionni Corp legit, it'd take more than Leo throwing money at the Lazios. Pop isn't calling the shots. I am. End of story. Gabe turned for the house. Did the informant the police question say any more about who ordered the hit on Joe? Saying the words aloud made my chest hurt. My oldest brother and his wife had been killed in a car crash nearly 2 years earlier. Despite my father's insistence, they were murdered. The police had ruled their deaths an accident. It sucked, but life went on. That was until some inmate had claimed he'd tampered with their SUV. No. The right corner of Gabe's mouth twitched. We weren't all that close, but we'd known each other our entire lives. He couldn't bluff here any more than he could at the poker table. My brother had lied. The question was why. Gabe cleared his throat, another telltale sign of his raw nerves. Wake me up when Leo comes home. Will do. Marco sipped his beer. Why didn't he come clean? I leaned my head against the edge of the pool and closed my eyes. The conversation between Gabe and my father at the meeting had bugged me for weeks. Pops had said something about Joe wanting to go legit, but moving too fast and not compromising. Is that what got Joe killed? Who would dare? Better question, if Gabe knows who ordered the hit, why isn't he saying anything? I climbed out of the pool and followed Gabe. Hang on a sec. He turned and stared with the same impatient expression my father had worn most of my life. I'm beat. Whatever this is can wait until tomorrow. I fought my first instinct, to get in his face. Anger wouldn't get me the answers I needed. Give me 5 minutes, in private. 5 minutes. The SOB grinned and motioned to the path leading toward the gardens. Let's take a walk. Marco's still afraid of spiders. Here is fine. I folded my arms. As long as our little brother stayed out of the conversation, I didn't care if he overheard. Are you sure we can withstand the financial implications of going legit? If we offload anything that isn't turning a profit, yes. What about the other families? What about them? He narrowed his eyes. We launder their money and import their goods. How are they supposed to hide their illegal dealings without us as a front? We're giving notice. Moving slow. They'll figure it out. He hitched a shoulder. Pops agrees with my decision. Never in a million years would I have thought my father would agree to break ties with the mafia. I had a feeling Gabe overestimated his approval and underestimated the impact of his decision on the other families. What about Ma? What about her? Gabe frowned. Of course, he wouldn't bother to consider our mother's wishes. How does she feel about the decision to leave the mafia? She will follow Pop's lead. Maybe. Maybe not. I knew Evelyn well enough to know she had her ways of manipulating the situation and our father. However, I decided to focus on the more important issues. Who's going to step into the power vacuum we leave behind? What about the people of Kamazo? Don't we have an obligation to them? Leaning closer, he spoke in a harsh whisper. I don't intend to stop charitable contributions, here or stateside. As for who's going to step up, it's not our circus, not our monkeys, capiche? I understood, all right. I understood he either didn't give a shit or didn't understand the situation. There hasn't been bloodshed between the families in 2 decades. Gabe winced. I'd cornered him, but for once, I took no pleasure in it. I'm wrong about that, aren't I? Who ordered the hit on Joe? I don't know. Corner of his mouth dipped again. You suspect someone. He made a show of looking at the imaginary watch on his wrist. Time's up. Answer the fucking question. He flipped me the finger over his shoulder and strode into the house. Arrogant prick. Sometimes I wanted out as much as Gabe, but other times I'd step into my father's position in a hot second. It wasn't about the wealth, though there was plenty of it. To have the respect and power my father enjoyed. Unfortunately, Papa Joe had refused my offer, repeatedly. Since Joe Jr. had died, Gabe had become the chosen one. Joe knew the business. Pops had groomed him since he was a kid. Gabe, on the other hand, knew how to run a bar. He was in over his head. Marco rounded the corner with 2 beers. Thought you could use a cold one. Thanks. I downed half the bottle. How much of that did you hear? Enough? Marco turned and looked out over the sea. His delivery sucks, but he means well. You know what they say about good intentions and paths, don't you? Keep talking to him. He needs to hear all sides. He frowned. Yes, but will he listen? Too much is at stake for any of us to remain silent. Marco, being Marco, could only do serious for a few moments. He glanced back at me and grinned. Hey bro, Jessie's out with her parents tonight. You might as well go tuck Nicolina in. I have no intention of spooning or anything else with Nico. He held up his hands and walked away. I tended to follow orders and toe the party line, but I couldn't do that with Nico. Not if it meant marrying her. We'd end up killing each other. I could walk away, forget about all of this, and see where things go with Shanna.
Chapter 5. Shanna. Tourists and locals milled about the little cafe in Old Ragusa. Everyone seemed to be enjoying the gorgeous Sicilian weather. Too bad my friends wouldn't shut up long enough for me to do the same. Okay, spill it. What happened with Enzo yesterday? Maggie sipped her orange juice, though her eyes remained fixed on my espresso. I shrugged. Nothing. When I was pregnant with Gunnar, my doctor said I could have a small amount of coffee. Dahlia nudged her mug in front of Maggie. 1 cup won't hurt the baby. It smells really good, but it didn't agree with me last time. Once you taste something coming up, it never tastes the same going down. Dahlia and I pushed our cups away. What is going on with you and Enzo? Dahlia turned to me. You practically took his head off at the airport. I don't know what you're talking about. I glanced out over the Mediterranean. Did you see that? Maggie pointed at me. Her eye twitched. Dahlia nodded. Yup. I'd had about all I could stand of the 2 of them. What does that mean? My eye twitched. So what? Maggie leaned closer and lowered her voice. It means you're lying. You've had the same tell since middle school. What's up? Oh my God. She slept with Enzo. Dahlia laughed and clapped her hands. When did this happen? I sank deeper in my chair. Sure, they were my friends, but I was a private investigator in training. I did more acting than most movie stars. How could they read me so easily? As soon as I got back to the villa, I planned to practice lying in the mirror. It didn't. But it almost did the night of the gala. Dahlia and Maggie squealed like a couple of senior citizens who'd hit the jackpot at the bingo table. I pointed at my pregnant friend and threw her under the bus. "Don't pretend to be shocked. I told you this already." Dahlia's mouth hung open. "What else don't I know?" Maggie motioned for me to continue. "Shanna?" "That's it. We had a few long conversations after the gala, made plans to go out, and then he ghosted me. It's over and done with. Nothing to talk about." Dahlia furrowed her brow. Evidently, I'd popped her romantic bubble. "A lot was going on during that time. Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure he didn't return my calls." "I still don't get it. He doesn't seem like the type." Maggie's frown deepened. Her expression made me nervous. She'd either meddle or confront Enzo to right the perceived injustice. I had to put an end to it before she did something I'd regret. Like I said, we talked a few times after the gala. Either something came up or he decided he wasn't interested. "But he hurt you." Dahlia sat back in her chair. "Hurt? No. Irritated? Yes." I really needed to change the subject. "It's no biggie. He was drunk. I was drunk. Shit happens. Or almost happens." "That's crap." Maggie squeezed my hand again. "You don't do casual sex." "Normally. But I got caught up in the moment." I widened my eyes to stop the twitch and cover the lie. They stared for a few seconds as if expecting me to continue, but I held my ground. "What do you two think of Nicolina? Leo said she lives in Paris, but she's dated Enzo off and on for years." Dahlia glanced at us and frowned. "You knew that too?" Maggie nodded, and I sipped my espresso. "Honestly, why am I having to pry these things from Leo when you two already have the dirt?" The waiter stopped a few feet away, as if afraid to interrupt the conversation. Dahlia motioned for him to set our food on the table. "Leo doesn't like her." "No one likes her. She's awful." Maggie snagged a croissant and slathered on a mountain of butter. "Whatever. It's none of my business. I'm over it." I had no way of knowing if Enzo was on or off with Nico the night of the gala. But hearing they'd had a relationship for so long stung. Like a wasp in the eyeball stung. "You don't seem over it. You seem pissed." Maggie stuffed the pastry in her mouth, closed her eyes, and sighed. Since, evidently, I couldn't lie for shit, I shrugged, a non-committal gesture that neither confirmed or denied my state of mind where Enzo Marchionni was concerned. "You like him," Dahlia whispered. "Just because he gave me the best orgasm of my life doesn't mean I like him." As soon as the words fell out of my mouth, I regretted them. Maggie nodded with a knowing expression. "I thought you said almost slept with him." "Newsflash, you don't have to have sex to have an orgasm." Thankfully, Dahlia saved me from myself. They must all be gifted in that department. Maggie and I gawked. Dahlia and Leo vehemently denied they'd ever gotten horizontal. The news grossly overshadowed my almost tryst with Enzo. Dahlia waved her hand as if to erase what she'd said. "Not that I have personal experience, but every woman I know who has slept with one of them says the same thing." "Methinks the lady doth protest too much." I seized the opportunity to take the attention off myself. "Just admit it. You and Leo have wild sex." "Seriously, Dahlia? How can you expect us to believe you've never crossed the line with him?" Maggie laughed. "Leo and I have known each other a long time. We are just friends." Dahlia's cheeks turned red. "Like you and Jack." "Jack's like a brother to me. You and Leo don't exactly treat each other like siblings." She sighed. "We're friends. Nothing more." "After all of this time, you've never even kissed? You are such a liar." Maggie snapped her mouth shut. Leo, Marco, and Gabe approached the table, and joy of joys, Enzo trailed behind them. "Dahlia doesn't lie. She twists the truth into a work of art." Leo bent and kissed her bright red cheek.
What did I miss?
Gabe set his hands on Maggie's shoulders. Girl talk, she beamed up at him. Margot plopped down next to me and stole the croissant from my plate. Hey, beautiful. Enzo glared at his younger brother and frowned at me. Screw this. I flashed Margot a smile and wiped a glob of chocolate from the corner of his mouth. Are you my escort for the day? The day, the night, as long as you'll have me. He slung his arm over the back of my chair. Actually, I am your escort. Margot has a final tux fitting. Enzo folded his arms and raised his chin as if the matter was settled. As much as I wanted to call him out for acting like a caveman, I decided to play nice for Maggie's sake. The last thing she needed days before her wedding was more arguing. Great. Sounds like fun. My two best friends exchanged glances, but remained blessedly quiet. Paired off in couples, we wandered through the historic section of Ragusa. The beauty of the Baroque city stole my breath. Each nook and cranny presented another sculpture or ornate balcony. Like New Orleans, Ragusa hid its gardens behind stone walls and iron gates. I fell in love with the city. Enzo and I lagged behind the others while I took pictures of every square inch of the place. The fact that my hobby allowed us some alone time was purely coincidental. This way. He took my hand and led me through a narrow alley. Shanna, you should know there is nothing between me and Nico. Struggling to keep up with his long-legged strides, I hurried alongside him. It didn't seem like you two were suited, considering you cheated on her with me. He stopped and turned to face me. I didn't cheat on her. We weren't dating. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I straightened and turned to go. Shanna, wait, please. I should have returned your calls. It's been ages since I don't date much. A week turned into 2, and I thought it was too late. Nicolina showed, you really don't have to explain. But boy, did I want him to tell me what the hell had happened. I want to. I believe my mother is conspiring with Nico to force me into marriage. He laughed, seemingly to hide his involuntary shudder. They will both be sorely disappointed. I have no plans to marry anyone. I love my restaurant far too much to cheat on her with a mere woman. I liked this version of Enzo, the one without the stick up his incredibly firm ass. This was the guy who'd swept me off my feet at the gala. The oddly self-conscious, gorgeous man who'd laughed at himself when he'd spoken passionately about his restaurant. You're saying you cheated on your restaurant with me? I planted my hands on my hips and bit back a smile. I'm saying I made a mistake by letting too much time pass, and I deeply regret it. Apology accepted. I told myself I'd let him off the hook for Maggie's sake, but I knew better. I might not want a white picket fence with the guy, but I enjoyed his company. What was all the yelling about this morning? You heard that? He pointed to another iron gate. I think they heard it in Rome. Peeking inside, I pressed my hand to my chest. Behind the wrought iron, bougainvillea burst to life in shades of pinks, reds, and purples. I squatted to get a better angle. Careful of the thorns. He rested his hand on my shoulder. How much of the argument did you understand? Not much, but I heard your mother call your father mafioso. Then your father called your mother a Christ killer. He's Sicilian, thus mafioso. She's Roman. Romans killed Jesus. Ah, I see. That makes sense, even to a Jewish girl like me. He whistled. Don't let my mother know. 2 things in this world she doesn't understand: non-Catholics and vegetarians. Trust me, I plan to avoid her as much as possible. I walked farther up the stairs and emerged in another palazzo. Was the argument about the wedding? No, not about the wedding. We were arguing about the business. I offered to take my father's position. Gabe never wanted it, nor did Leo. He stuffed his hands in his pockets as we ascended more stairs. Nothing in the city sat level. It had more hills than San Francisco. I think you should, if Gabe doesn't want it. Why force a grown man to do something he doesn't want to do? He's the oldest. It comes with the whole Italian, Catholic, Sicilian thing. Enzo slid his arm over my shoulder. That's not only old-fashioned, it's ridiculous. None of this came as a surprise to me. I'd helped Maggie research the Marchionnis for an article she'd written a couple of months prior. It is what it is. He tugged me closer and kissed my cheek. I knew I should nip his flirting in the bud, but it felt as natural as the hours we'd spent on the phone. What does Marco do? Maggie hasn't told me much about him. Enzo tensed. Should I be jealous? Jealous would imply we are dating. I poked his rippled abs. Which we are not. He gave me an odd look and nodded. He works at Marchionni Corp. Started a year ago when he graduated with an MBA and JD. A business and a law degree? Beauty and brains? And here I was, dyslexic and unable to pass the freaking private investigator's exam. Impressive. Do us all a favor and don't tell him that. His ego is large enough already. It's almost as big as Gabe's. Laughing, I stepped into the street to get a photo of the domed cathedral on the hill. A car careened around the corner, and my heart stopped. I had a split second to move, but communication between my brain and my feet ceased to exist. Something slammed into my side with the force of a semi-truck, which made zero sense, considering the direction of the car. Before I could figure out how I'd ended up laying on Enzo's rock-hard body, the bark of gunfire echoed off the buildings. In one quick move, he rolled and tucked me beneath him. Stay down. Was that? He eased back and looked me over. Are you okay? Yeah, I think so. My knees burned and my heart raced, but I'd lived. Was that gunshots? Enzo stared after the car. When he turned back to me, the color had drained from his face. Are you sure you aren't hurt? I'm fine. Answer me. Why would someone shoot at us? His frown deepened. It was a backfire. Many backfires. I might not be able to lie to my friends, but I could spot dishonesty in others. Enzo Marchionni had lied to me. He pressed his lips into a line and helped me to my feet. We should find my brothers. We caught up with the group in Giardino Ibleo, the city gardens. He pulled Gabe and Leo to the side. Judging by their expressions, he'd told them about the gunshots. Joy of joys, Nico strolled up the sidewalk with Marco. Both carried shopping bags from stores I could never afford. She glanced over the area, glared at me, and sidled up to Enzo. I couldn't decide if he'd lied to me about their relationship, or if Nico was that clueless. Why would a woman who looks like that hang on a man who doesn't want her? I joined Maggie and Dahlia on the palm-lined sidewalk. The garden was beautiful, but I would have preferred to explore it alone, without lies or drive-by shootings. Everything okay? Maggie glanced over to the guys. I debated on telling her the truth, but couldn't do it. This was her wedding trip, not to mention she was pregnant. Shanna? Her voice thinned. He pulled me out from in front of a speeding car. I think it freaked him out. It was probably nothing. Random shots. Maybe it was several backfires. Yeah, right. And Nicolina volunteered with lepers and orphans in her spare time. Are you okay? Dahlia glanced between the men and me. Scared the shit out of me, but I wasn't hurt. Gabe stalked toward us like a man on a mission, or a man whose brother had been shot at. We should all get back to the villa and cool off. I'm not ready to go back yet. I'm having fun, Maggie smiled. He took her hand and pulled her to her feet. We need to meet with the caterers later. I thought you might want to freshen up first. Crap, I forgot. Bullets flying or not, I refused to leave Sicily without seeing more of the sights. It's not like anyone's shooting at me. Go ahead without me. I want to visit Donna Fugata Castle. Ugh, not that old shithole. I don't care how much they fix it up. It always smells in there. I don't know why they don't tear it down. Nicolina tugged Enzo's arm. Let's go back to the villa and nap. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. The woman seriously worked my nerves. I'll catch a taxi back to the villa later. I'll escort you. The ghoster stepped away from his whatever the hell she was to him. Nico, go back to the villa with Gabe. I don't want to be there without you. Your mother keeps talking to me about weddings and children. Nicolina grabbed his arm again. Ignore her. My mother doesn't call the shots in my personal life. Enzo glanced at me and raised his chin. What the heck? Don't bring me into this. You sure about that? Marco chuckled. Enzo glared at his brother while speaking to Nicolina. Go. I'll be back before dinner. No, come with me now. She continued talking, but switched to Italian. I caught an odd word now and then, but I didn't need to understand the language to know Nicolina was angry, and Enzo well on his way. Marco pulled me to the side. His easy smile had vanished. You shouldn't be out alone. I have some work to do this afternoon. Come back to the villa with us now, and I'll take you to Donna Fugata tomorrow. As much as I wanted to go exploring, his expression sent a chill down my spine. Maybe he was right. Sightseeing wasn't worth dying over, even if it was an honest-to-goodness castle. All right. Enzo and Nicolina's voices grew louder. Gabe turned to them. Enough arguing. I'm taking Maggie home. You two can come now or call a cab. This doesn't concern you. Nicolina redirected her anger toward Gabe. You're right. He looked past her to Enzo. Figure your shit out. We need to go. Now. Maggie took Gabe's hand, and he led her away. Nicolina's voice rose in pitch and volume. Am I your shit now? Are you going to let your brother speak to me like that? Enzo dragged his hand down his face. Marco motioned for me to follow him. We'll have fun at the castle of the woman who fled. Is that what it means? I could understand wanting to flee. The situation between Enzo and Nico had reached a pressure reading that threatened to put the destruction of Pompeii to shame. Don't let all the arguing upset you, Marco whispered. I'm used to loud Italians. Your brother is marrying my best friend, remember? We aren't all loud. He kissed my hand and half-dragged me to Gabe's waiting car. I'll see you back at the villa. Sitting in the back seat, I watched Marco walk away. I had no doubt getting to know him better would be a blast, but wasn't feeling it. My traitorous heart wanted Mr. Tall, dark, and brooding like a dieter wanted processed sugar.
Chapter 6. Enzo. Nicolina's dark mood seemed to suck the oxygen from the car, but I would deal with her in private. After her reaction to Shanna and the gunshots in the old city, I didn't have the patience to handle a temper tantrum. I'm putting her on a plane back to Paris today, if it's the last thing I do. I slammed through the gears so fast I feared the vehicle would need a new clutch before we made it back to the villa. Marco turned to face me. What has Gabe so worked up? I glanced in the rear view at Nico and shrugged. We'll talk about it later. Talk about it now. At the villa. I took a sharp left onto a narrow road. Why are you going the long way around? Nico leaned between the two front seats. It's the safest route. The more I stalled, the more Marco pressed for answers. What's going on? I kept my eyes on the road. Marco leaned forward and stared until I finally met his gaze. What happened back there? Someone fired shots over mine and Shanna's heads. I tightened my grip on the wheel. She could have been killed. This is exactly the reason I should stay away from her. You were with her? Nico's voice hit an octave normally reserved for sirens and air horns. I didn't reply. Why would someone shoot at you? Her, I can understand. But you? Nicolina sat back and laughed. I turned and glared. I need you to be quiet.
Go fuck yourself.
I gritted my teeth and focused on the road, rather than strangling the principessa of the Lazio family. Marco scrubbed his jaw. Did you recognize anyone? No. Shanna stepped into the street to take a photo and a car came out of nowhere. I pulled her back and heard the shots.
The car backfired, silly, Nicolina huffed. No one would come into Marchionni territory and try to harm your family or a woman.
It was no car. I rolled the implications around in my head. Nico had a point. The Sicilian mafioso lived by a strict code of conduct. This was our mandamenti. No one would dare threaten us in our territory. Why did you promise to take Shanna to Donna Fugata tomorrow? To get her out of there without a fight. He seemed to have more to say, but remained quiet. I eased to the gate and punched the entry code into the box. Then you aren't planning to take her. Nico made a sound in the back of her throat.
Why do you care where he takes the American?
Because someone shot at us today. I parked and turned to face Nico. I'll take her to the castle, unless Gabe says otherwise. Marco hopped out too quickly for my tastes. 10-1, he's going to speak with Shanna, the fucker. I stood and rolled my head from side to side to relieve the tension. It didn't work. Nico climbed out of the back seat.
He has a crush on your friend.
We need to talk. I walked into the house, up the stairs, and down the hall to her room without a backward glance. She'd follow me on her own, or I'd toss her over my shoulder and carry her.
Am I in trouble now?
She closed the door and ran her fingers down my chest.
Will you punish me?
I removed her hands. We'd kissed a couple of times years before, but that didn't give her free rein to touch me now. What's wrong with you? You've been acting like a spoiled brat since you showed up in New Orleans.
You treat me like garbage, and then you ask why I'm being a bitch?
Brat. But if the shoe fits, I leaned against the dresser. How am I treating you like garbage?
I'm sick of your family. You always take their side. You're rude, demanding 1 minute, ignoring me the next.
I do not always take their side, but you've made it difficult to take yours. I folded my arms. Nico, this isn't going to work between us.
How can it? You refused to try, and you've been falling all over yourself since that American got here.
Her voice quivered. I knew better than to believe her tears, but I wasn't in the habit of disrespecting women. Moving behind her, I placed my hands on her shoulders. Nico, Shanna doesn't want anything to do with me. But this thing between us, it's got to...
Now you lie to me? Say it again. Lie to my face, you bastard.
She rounded on me. The woman weighed half as much as I did, but she had the advantage. I'd never strike her, even to protect myself. I'm not lying.
I saw you with her.
Her eyes narrowed.
Your head was between her thighs.
I took a step back. How the hell does she know that? What are you talking about?
I came to the gala. I wanted to surprise you.
She crumpled onto the bed. I paced, she sobbed. The story of our relationship.
How could you?
If I didn't know her, I'd think I'd broken her. Nico, you and I, there's nothing between us other than friendship. You live in Paris, for fuck's sake.
I came to tell you I was ready for you to propose.
She sat up and wiped her eyes. Rendered completely speechless, I snapped my mouth shut.
I forgive you. Ask me now and I will accept.
My brain skidded to a halt. She complained about my mother badgering her into marriage and children. Now she wanted me to drop to one knee? What? No. Think about what you're saying. What about your job?
You can come to Paris. Open a restaurant there.
She stood and slid her arms around my waist.
Or give me a child. I'll quit and we can live here.
I'm not going to propose. I tried to soften the rejection by tucking her hair behind her ear. She hit me hard enough, I ran my tongue over my teeth to make sure they were still in place.
Because of the American whore?
She raised her hand, but I caught her wrist. This has nothing to do with her. I don't want to get married, period. I moved toward the door.
You told me you loved me.
That stopped me cold. She was playing games, but I didn't understand her objective. Standing with my back to her, I said, other than my mother, I've never told you or any woman I loved her. You should leave. I will not allow our arguing to spoil my brother's wedding. A vase full of flowers crashed into the wall an inch from my head. "You'll be out before dinner, or I will have you removed." I walked into the hall and closed the door behind me. Evelyn met me at the bottom of the stairs. Judging from her expression, she'd heard at least some of the argument. Hell, they'd probably heard it in Palermo. "Not now, Ma, please." "Yes, now. And you don't speak to your mother in that tone." She motioned to the sofa. I considered leaving the villa and returning to the States, but it'd do no good. They'd likely follow me. Here, at least I had my brothers to help run interference. I sank into the couch. "Sorry, it's been a rough day." "So I heard. She's right, you know. You've been acting like an ass since the girl arrived." "There's nothing going on between me and Shanna." Evelyn pinched the back of my arm hard enough to bruise. "What was that for?" "I saw you two slip away the night of the gala. I see the way she looks at you. Either you're stupid or blind or both. I raised you better than this. You have a good Sicilian girl, a good Catholic girl who loves you. What do? Go off with a little tart and break Nicolina's heart." Evelyn did the sign of the cross and walked into the kitchen. "You're driving your mother to drink." "Ma, come on. Nicolina and I would kill each other if we were married." She held up a bottle of whiskey to make sure I saw what she'd poured. "That is passion. It means lots of babies." "It's not passion, and I don't want babies." Evelyn knocked back the whiskey and refilled her glass. "No man wants babies until they come, and then he loves them. Look at your brother Joe." As soon as she said his name, she crossed herself, kissed her fingers, and held them to heaven. "Look at Gabriel and that sweet angel Ella. Do you think he regrets being her father?" "I bet he regrets screwing her crazy mother." I dodged the shot glass. "What is it with women throwing shit at me today?" "Cursing at your mother. You better go to confession." She hung her head and started to cry. I'd seen this routine before. Like Nico, Evelyn could call up tears when needed and wield them like weapons. I hoisted myself up and walked to her. She held out her hands and shook her head, but I drew her close and kissed her brow. "I'm sorry." "Your father is dying. He just wants to see you boys married and happy." "I know, Ma. I know."
Chapter 7. Shanna. The sea breeze softened the afternoon heat. Unlike the hazy early summer sky in New Orleans, the heavens over Sicily remained a consistent, deep blue. And Donna Fugata Castle? My God, the images I'd seen on the internet didn't do it justice. Like the villa, the pale stone walls reflected the sunlight and chased away the shadows. For the first time since my plane had touched down, I felt at ease. Dahlia threw her arm around my shoulders. "We're going to the stone maze. Do you want to come?" "You guys go ahead. I'm going to wander around and get some more pictures." Marco had remained by my side, and uncharacteristically quiet since leaving the villa. "I'll keep an eye on her." Dahlia glanced between us. "Okay. I'll call when we're on our way back." Leo motioned to me. "Stay in the tourist areas with Marco. Don't wander the property alone." "Will do." Marco watched them go before turning to me. "What are you thinking?" "Honestly, that I'd give my left arm for someone to look at me the way Leo looks at her." I could imagine them happily married. They were perfect for each other. "You realize Enzo gazes at you like you're the Mona Lisa." His words hit me in the solar plexus. "And I've seen you stare at him the same way." He shrugged. I grinned, not because I found any of this amusing, but because I needed to get off the topic before I did something humiliating like cry. "Your brother's a jackass." "Agreed, but that only makes him sexier, no?" I laughed and lied through my teeth. "No." We wandered along the walkways in silence, me stealing photos of everything and nothing in particular, and him scanning the area as if waiting for an armed gunman to leap around the next corner. I couldn't ignore the topic another minute. "How much danger are we in? And don't treat me like I'm stupid. I know someone fired a gun near Enzo and me this morning." "It's hard to say. Believe it or not, this sort of thing doesn't happen here." "You say it like people in Ragusa don't own weapons." His spine stiffened. Violent crime is far rarer here than in the States. I've seen plenty of mafia movies that say differently. I'd meant it as a joke, but his expression told me I'd insulted him. I didn't mean to offend you. You didn't. He shoved his hands in his pockets and looked away. I rested my arms on the balcony railing and soaked in the history. The Baroque carvings of angels and gargoyles intrigued me. From a distance, they looked beautiful, but up close, their bulging eyes and toothy grins took on a sinister quality. They reminded me of the elder Marchionnis. "Shanna!" Enzo stood on the lawn and waved his arms over his head. "Stay there. I will be right up." Great. I debated going inside the building and hiding. Marco leaned closer. "Remember, Bella, you're the Mona Lisa." "And he's a jackass." I elbowed his ribs. "Sounds like a match made in heaven," Marco winked. "On that note, I'll go find Leo and Dahlia." "Please, I'm begging you, don't leave me alone with Enzo." I knew I must sound like a lunatic, but I needed him to stay and act as my human shield. "Talk to him." Marco kissed my cheek, turned, and walked away. The traitor. The ghoster nodded to his brother on his way to me. "I'm glad I found you. Where are Dahlia and Leo?" "They went to the stone maze." I continued to stare at the horizon. He leaned against a heavy marble column. "Is the castle of the woman who fled everything you hoped it would be?" "It smells musty. No matter how much work they do, it's still a shithole. They should level the entire thing to the ground." I mocked Nico's earlier words. I couldn't help myself. "I guess I left myself open for that one." He clasped his hands behind his back. "Yeah, you did." I ended things with Nicolina, once and for all. She's returned to Paris. I can't say I'm sorry to see her go. I glanced at him. Big mistake. The way he stared caused my heart to skip a beat. "Can we go to dinner in town? I'd like to spend some time together. Get to know each other better without so many interruptions." He asked me out? My racing heart betrayed my better judgment. I'd never admit it to anyone, but I wanted to get to know him. The real him, not the person he pretended to be around his family. It would be so easy to go to dinner and laugh and see where the night led. But we'd made plans once before, and he'd hurt me. "Why?" "Because the best man and maid of honor should be cordial." He grinned and offered his arm. I wasn't quite ready to let him off the hook. Not yet. "You're not the best man. Leo is, and I am being cordial." "Yes, but you've been upset since you arrived." "I'm tired and jet-lagged." "You're angry and hurt, because I am an ass who canceled our date without an explanation. Let's start again. Truce?" He extended his hand this time. This is a bad idea. A very bad idea. But how can I refuse those freaking eyes? "Truce." I took it, and he tightened his grip. "But don't push your luck. Call Dahlia and tell her you're taking a taxi back to the villa." Of course he pushed his luck. "Why am I taking a taxi back to the villa?" He flashed me the famous Marchionni smile. "You're going to dinner with me." The air left my lungs, and my heart fell to my feet. Was he embarrassed of me? Sure, I was almost a foot shorter and a few pounds heavier than Nicolina, but still. "You're asking me to lie to Dahlia and sneak around with you in secret?" He furrowed his brows. "I thought it would be easier to enjoy ourselves without involving my family." Easier to dump me again. Is it too much to ask for a man who will put me first? On second thought, I should go find Dahlia. Maggie wanted to go over some wedding plans, and Marco is here somewhere waiting for me. I really am rusty at this. He drew a breath and stared at the ceiling. "Let me try again. Walk with me while you wait. You'll never find them in the maze." What is it about this man that makes me want to break all my rules? I'd ended actual relationships for less, but I wanted to give him another chance. He seemed so cocky one minute and so earnest, almost lost, the next. All right. I followed him to the ground level. We walked along an unpaved path toward the maze, but I couldn't enjoy the scenery with the uncomfortable silence hanging between us. What really happened in Ragusa? Marco had confirmed my suspicions, but I wanted to see if Enzo would be honest with me. I can't say for certain where the sound came from. He offered me a ghost of a smile. We're all stressed out between my father's health, the wedding, and the business. But I trust your judgment. If you believe it was a gunshot, I'm inclined to agree. Holy non-answer, Batman. We both live in New Orleans. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who knows gunshots when I hear them. Enzo glanced over the lawn. No one in Ragusa would fire on a Marchionni. You'll see at the wedding. The people here treat us like celebrities. I didn't doubt it. The family's name appeared on everything from the school to the local clinic. I was thinking about what you said earlier about the business. I meant what I said. I think you should take over for your father, if that's what you truly want. His eyes widened, but rather than replying, he turned his face toward the sun and aside. Getting nowhere except frustrated, I went for a different angle. How's your dad? I was surprised when Maggie said he was making the trip to Sicily. Enzo dipped his chin. He doesn't want to go back to the States. I think he came home to die. I'm sorry. That has to be hard on all of you. I didn't care for Papa Joe, but Enzo's expression chipped away at the wall around my heart. He sat beneath a tree and motioned for me to join him. I used to play here when I was a kid. Did you grow up in Ragusa? I seated myself a safe distance from him and pulled my knees to my chest. Until we moved to the States the summer before I started second grade. After that, we spent summers at the villa. Sometimes we'd come and ski Mount Etna in the winter. How about you? Have you always lived in New Orleans? We'd talked for hours, but somehow avoided the topic of our families. Looking back, we'd spent most of the time flirting or talking about easy stuff. Tired of dancing around the hard topics, I decided to lay it all out there for him. I was born in Chicago. My mom and I moved from Florida after my dad left us when I was 7. He cocked his head. Divorce? More like he went out for donuts one Sunday and never came back. At such a young age. You must have been devastated. Enzo squeezed my hand. It's not something I really ever got over. I hadn't spoken about my father in years. It surprised me I could discuss it with him and not get choked up. I still wonder where he is and what he's doing. I don't know if he's alive or dead. He could have a whole new family. He softened his voice. Wherever he is, he's missing out on the honor of knowing the remarkable woman you've become. I'd never been one to take compliments, but rather than argue, I allowed myself a moment to enjoy it. Thank you. I believe I was the only kid in my graduating class whose parents were still married. It's the biggest difference I saw between growing up here and in the States. Enzo brought my hand to his lips. When did you move from Florida to New Orleans? My sophomore year of high school. It must have been tough to leave your friends behind. Yeah, but that's when I met Maggie. Her family basically adopted me. My mom worked a lot of late nights at the hospital. Is your mother a doctor? Score 1 for not assuming mom's a nurse. Yes, but she retired last year and moved back to Florida with her new husband. I turned into the breeze and drew a breath. I had my doubts, but I understand why Gabe and Maggie wanted to get married in Sicily. It is beautiful. It has its charms. Enzo pulled his buzzing phone from his pocket and glanced at the screen. I should take this. I nodded. Walking away, Enzo shouted into the phone in Italian. The language amused me. Depending upon the volume, it either came across as angry or seductive. No one deadpanned in Italian. He returned to my side. "We need to go." "What? Why? What about the others?" I rummaged through my bag for my phone. "They're on their way back to the villa." He offered his hand. I stood unassisted and wiped the sand from the seat of my pants. "They left without me?" "That was Leo. I told him I would bring you back." Enzo grabbed my hand and dragged me along. I struggled to keep up. "Slow down." "I apologize, but I have to get back to the house. My father is ill." The air left my lungs as if he'd punched me in the stomach. He opened the car door for me and leaned close. "Will you forgive me for canceling our dinner plans once again?" "There's nothing to forgive. Let's go."
Chapter 8. Enzo. The drive back to the villa seemed to take forever. Questions pinged around inside my head. How sick is my father? What did it mean for the wedding? How will Ma take the news if Pops? I'd held Shanna's hand since we'd left the castle. The physical contact helped take the edge off my panic, but I couldn't help but worry how this would end. She'd admitted she hadn't gotten over her father leaving her. As much as I wanted to believe things would work out between us, I knew I'd eventually be forced to do the same. "Enzo," she licked her lips. "Whatever happens, I'm here if you need to talk." "Thank you. That means more to me than you know." I tossed my phone to her. "Gabe had the security code changed this afternoon. Call and tell him to open the gate." She fumbled with the cell. "Gabe, this is Shanna. We're in the drive." The heavy wrought iron crept open, and I prayed the few precious seconds wouldn't cost me the chance to say goodbye to my father. I eased the car down a long drive and cut the engine. I need to go inside. She enveloped my hand in hers. "I'm here for you when you need me." The gesture had nothing to do with lust or wanting something from me. Despite my disappearing act, she gave herself freely. I couldn't remember the last time someone had shown me such tenderness. "You humble me." A hint of a smile crossed her lips. "I sincerely doubt that's possible." Leo stood at the front door, waiting for me. I sat frozen in place. Shanna released my hand. "Go. I'll be here when you're finished." I climbed from the car and followed Leo inside. Normally, my parents used the master on the second floor. They'd opted to sleep downstairs on this trip because of some bullshit about the honeymooners needing the larger room. I'd known the real reason, but until that moment, I'd ignored it. My father could no longer handle a simple flight of stairs. "How bad is it?" I hated the way my voice quivered. "He's doing better, for now. They gave him something to help open his airways." Leo led me into a small sitting room. The stubborn fool wasn't using his oxygen. He collapsed, but he's breathing easier now that the docs have him using the face mask. I pushed the door open and scanned my brothers' faces. Dante, the youngest, appeared to daydream near the window. Gabe and Marco stood with their heads together, whispering. Judging by their rigid posture, they weren't discussing our father. "Where's Ma?" I glanced at Leo. "Resting upstairs." He leaned against the doorframe. I turned toward the bed and struggled to make sense of the situation. Giuseppe Marchionni was the strongest man I knew. He'd run the family and the business with the ruthlessness of a third-world dictator. But not even Papa Joe could defeat stage 4 small cell lung cancer. He'd lost weight over the previous months, but I hadn't realized how gaunt he'd become. His skin sagged between his bones like linen draped over furniture in the summer house. I'd spoken to him yesterday and commented on his tan from days in the Mediterranean sun, but today the disease had stolen his color. I sat on the edge of the bed and took his hand. My father opened his eyes slowly, like the slight movement took too much energy. "Lorenzo." "Hey, Pops." I tightened my grip. Gabe's voice rose over the hiss of the oxygen machine. "I don't give a shit what you have going on in New Orleans. You're staying here with the rest of the family." "Like hell?" Marco glared. "I'm expected in the office on Monday. Someone has to run the company while you're here." "We are staying," Gabe said. "We all are." Leo shook his head. "No can do. I have to get back to your bar and my restaurant. Plus, Dahlia needs to get home to her son." "Hold it down. Pops is trying to rest," Dante said in a hushed tone. Despite the noise, my father had drifted back to sleep. He doesn't seem to mind the racket. I released his hand instead. Why are we staying in Sicily? I got a call from Tommaso Abruzzo. Gabe folded his arms. He claims the Lazios shot at Enzo in the old city as a warning. The news didn't surprise me, but the fact I'd sent Nico packing gave me pause. Sure, our argument had happened after the incident in Ragusa, but I doubted a pissed-off principessa would help the situation. After all, hell hath no fury like a jilted woman. What about the wedding? Dante asked. Is it safe to have everyone in one place? I have a hard time believing they'd cause trouble at a family gathering, let alone a church. Gabe dragged his hand on his face. But I'll have extra security on the limos and during the ceremony. You're going through with it without Pops? I couldn't imagine any of us saying our vows without him present. It seemed wrong. The doctor said he'll be better once he's had some rest and oxygen. Gabe sighed. Worst case scenario, he has a wheelchair. I doubted my father would be seen in public unless he could walk on his own, but I kept my mouth shut. I'm not sure I trust the Abruzzos. They've had a beef with the Lazios for decades. Whoever is responsible, they crossed the line when they fired around Shanna. I'd feel better if someone accompanied her and Dahlia back to the States, Leo said. Enzo will return to the States with Dahlia, Jesse, and Shanna. Gabe stiffened his spine and stared at me. I need the rest of you here. As Pops is so fond of reminding us, power only holds when our enemies know we are strong. His insult knocked me for 6. I'm dispensable? Gabe's frown deepened. None of us are dispensable. Then why send me home when Leo clearly wants to go? I struggled to keep my voice down. I'd taken this shit from our father my entire life. I refused to take it from Gabe. Papa Joe pulled his oxygen mask from his face. Because you are too hot-headed to negotiate and too soft to do what must be done if talks fail. I turned to my brothers for support, but they looked away. The old, familiar feeling of standing on the outside, watching while my family banded together, took a stranglehold on my heart. No matter how hard I worked or how much I accomplished, they would never treat me as an equal. Nico was right. It'll take a miracle for my father to be proud of me. When are we to go? After the wedding. My father raised his hand a few inches and motioned to my brothers. Leave us. I waited until we were alone and walked to his bedside. Your mother tells me you're sniffing around Maggie's friend. He wheezed with each word. Escort her to New Orleans and end it. You will make amends with Nico. Like how? I wanted to argue, to tell him my personal life was mine and mine alone. Not here. Not now. Not with him like this. Promise me you'll... A series of gut-wrenching coughs stole his breath. Securing his oxygen mask in place, I whispered, Get some rest, Pops.
Shanna. I joined Maggie by the glass doors. How is Papa Joe? Her eyes were red, but she smiled when I approached. He's better. The doctor came with an oxygen tank. He didn't think he needed it, so he left his at home. They gave him something to help him breathe. He's sleeping now. Thank goodness. I sagged against a column. Chloe, Maggie's 9-year-old niece, drew flowers on the driveway with sidewalk chalk, while her baby brother Ryan tried to catch butterflies in a net. We're moving the wedding to tomorrow morning. Everything's ready. We just have to show up. Maggie knelt beside Chloe, helping her finish drawing a flower. Why not do it here? It has to be in a Catholic church to be recognized. And I thought we had a lot of rules. My father had insisted that I was raised Jewish, though I hadn't set foot in a synagogue since he'd left me and my mom. She grinned at the children. Who wants to go swimming? The kids abandoned their projects and rushed through the door. I moved slower, trying to sort out the events of the day. For a wannabe private investigator, I had a low drama tolerance. Unfortunately, the Marchionnis seemed to cultivate it. Are you okay with changing the date? Yes. I'd rather rush it than postpone, in case he takes a turn for the worse. Besides, Evelyn would be mortified if I waddled down the aisle 9 months pregnant. She called to the kids. Go get your suits on. Uncle Marco said he'd take you in the pool. How do you do it? I slid onto a bar stool. Do what? Maggie pulled 2 bottles of water out of the fridge and handed one to me. You're so calm. She shrugged. I'm used to big families. Nothing ever goes as planned when there's more than 2 people involved. Truer words. I could see her point. Raising 4 kids that weren't hers with one of her own on the way could make even the most rigid planner learn to go with the flow. Heck, I'd become more flexible by osmosis. I have a favor to ask. Anything for you. Don't go into town without one of the guys with you. There's some trouble with Nicolina's brothers. The Lazios? Maggie's eyes widened. Before she could reply, the kids tore through the house with Marco hot on their heels. He'd make a hell of a dad one day. Out of all the brothers, he seemed the most normal. Too bad I don't like normal. She walked to the slider and watched Chloe and Ryan in the pool. Maggie, the Lazios are a known mafia family. I know. You don't seem surprised Enzo was dating a mob princess. Neither was I, but Maggie and I were different. She'd turned into a mom, while I'd spent years learning the inner workings of New Orleans' fringe elements. Gabe and I are postponing our honeymoon. Papa Joe is too sick to travel, and Evelyn needs help taking care of him. That she'd dodged my question concerned me, but I let it go. Enzo said that he thinks Joe wants to die in Sicily. He may be right. She swallowed hard. That's not the only reason you're staying, is it? She met my gaze for several heartbeats before lowering her voice. This place has tighter security than Fort Knox. Gabe wants us here until he clears up a few things. My brain kicked into hyperdrive. Enzo said he'd grown up with the Lazios. The families were close. Is Maggie about to marry into the mafia? Does she know? Has Gabe confided in her? Is it really safer here than at home? Yes, but from the sound of it, we'll be on lockdown. Smiling, Maggie watched Gabe join Marco and the kids outside. Strange she could still find joy, given our current topic of conversation. It's probably best if you go home after the wedding. I have no idea how long we'll be here. Enzo stormed into the kitchen and pulled a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet. It seems I'll be the one escorting you back to New Orleans. You? Why isn't he staying with the rest of the family? I glanced between them and settled on Maggie. Indefinitely? With the kids? What about their school? It's not ideal, but we'll manage. She shrugged. I should help Gabe with the munchkins. I nodded because what else could I do? I couldn't exactly grill her with Enzo standing there brooding like he belonged in a James Dean movie. We'll talk soon. She gave me a weak smile and stepped outside. Enzo motioned to the whiskey and raised an eyebrow. Please. I joined him in the kitchen. I'm so freaking confused. Why does a known mob family have issues with the Marchionnis? He filled 2 glasses. Maggie told you that? I lowered my voice. I helped her research your family for her article. You'd be surprised the amount of information readily available on the internet and in public records. He downed his scotch. Do you really need to ask why? You're a private investigator in New Orleans. A PI in training. I grabbed my glass and knocked back half the contents. Regardless, you know half the city is corrupt, and the other half profits from it. This situation isn't much different. While he hadn't come right out and said the words, I'd heard enough to put the pieces together. The Marchionnis might not be card-carrying members, but they were involved in the mafia. Shouldn't everyone leave Ragusa? If you dumping Nicolina started a mob war, he stared into his glass. There's more to it than that. Gabe is trying to break ties with the old families. It's causing some issues. Shit, Enzo. I groped for the counter to stay upright. I don't know how to respond to that. I've said more than I should have. I trust your discretion. I met his gaze, and my breath caught. I don't know what I expected to see in his expression, but the pain in his eyes took me off guard. I would never betray your trust. I need to make some calls. He glanced away. Can we have that dinner date when we return home? The abrupt change of subject made my head spin. As much as I wanted to accept, I couldn't help but worry what getting involved with a mafioso would do to my already chaotic life. However, I couldn't bring myself to turn him down. Not when he seemed so damned defeated. Of course. He went upstairs, leaving me alone to think. I didn't want to leave Maggie here with these people, but I certainly didn't intend on hanging around. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and I turned to find Evelyn staring. The woman poured herself a drink, refilled my glass, and set it in front of me. Everything all right? As well as can be expected. Thankful for something to do with my hands, I sipped the whiskey. How is Mr. Marchionni? Stubborn as always. Evelyn watched her family play on the other side of the glass door. Is there anything I can do to help with the wedding plans? You can stay away from Lorenzo. She spoke without wasting a glance in my direction. I nearly spilled my drink. We're friends. I'm not interested in anything more. I can't decide if you are lying to me or to yourself. I couldn't form a thought, let alone a reply. But I had no intention of allowing anyone to tell me what I could or couldn't do. Excuse me, I need to go change. Evelyn raised her glass, nodded, and turned her attention back to the pool.
Chapter 9. Enzo. The house hardly resembled my childhood home. Hired staff moved furniture from the living and dining rooms. Others cleaned and hung lights throughout the room and patio. The caterers turned the kitchen into ground zero to prepare breakfast and the wedding dinner. I did my part by staying out of the way. The groom had either caught Maggie's morning sickness or suffered from a hellacious case of nerves. Either way, he needed sustenance to get through the next few hours. I loaded 2 plates with eggs, potatoes, and sausage, one for myself and one for Gabe. Allow me to help you. A pretty female caterer carried carafes of coffee and juice upstairs to the bedroom. Grazie mille. Could you? I nodded to the door. She turned the knob, stepped inside, and stopped. Eyes wide and mouth hanging open, she stared at my half-dressed brothers. Oh, scusi, sorry, scusi. Thanks for bringing my breakfast. Marco reached for a plate. I swiveled and sidestepped him. Get your own. This one's for the groom. Thanks, man. Gabe took the plate, glanced at it, and handed it to Marco. Maybe just toast. I'll get it for you. The caterer all but ran for the door. I clamped a hand on Gabe's shoulder. If you're having second thoughts, I'm fine. He growled and walked to the window. Leo moved beside him. Joe was just as nervous, remember? Gabe nodded. Memories of my older brother tightened my chest. With an 8.5-year age difference between us, we hadn't been close, but I'd looked up to him like he was a fucking superhero. Joe Jr. had everything I wanted. My brother's respect, my mother's adoration, and my father's approval. Hell, they'd given him my dad's name. How much more could my parents have done to tell the world he was their favorite son? I hated myself for holding on to grudges against a dead man. How could I let them go when my family used me as a stepping stool to polish his pedestal? We were all kids on his wedding day, I muttered half to myself. Leo laughed. Joe wasn't old enough to drink when he got married. I thought we would have to tie him up and drag him to the altar. He did okay. Gabe cleared his throat. Rebecca was an amazing woman. So was Maggie. You guys are great together. Leo embraced the groom. You got this. Marco said, just think. 2 more hours, and Ma will let you 2 sleep in the same bed. The caterer returned with a plate of toast, a sparkling water, and a handful of tablets. These are ginger and papaya. They help upset stomachs. Thanks. I took the plate to Gabe. Eat so we can get you dressed. He smirked and shoved a piece of toast into his mouth. Evelyn burst through the door, sending Dante and Marco into a panic to get their pants on. Why aren't you ready? Gabe's nauseous. Leo tried for a smile, but ended up looking guilty.
Of course he is. Now get dressed. The limo is downstairs. We can't keep the priest waiting. She put her hands on her hips and waited until we shot into action. Have you seen Maggie? Gabe buttoned his shirt. Yes, and she's dressed. Best not keep her waiting. Evelyn took his face in her hands, mushed his cheeks until his lips pushed out, and then slapped him gently. So handsome, just like your father. 5 minutes later, we piled into the limo and headed for the church. Leo and Dante stared out the window. Marco fumbled with his phone. Gabe bowed his head and appeared to pray, but I sat back and enjoyed the show. Dante, the youngest of us, downed a bottle of water. Are we absolutely sure it's safe to have our entire family in one place? Leo's shoulders tensed. We have security at the church. I'd never seen my little brother so worked up. Dante generally kept to himself unless video games or food were involved. Raising my chin, I said, the Lazios won't cause trouble today. Honor among thieves. They turned to me, but no one spoke. What? I held my hands up. Relax. This is supposed to be a joyous day. Gabe sat back and scratched his jaw. I'll relax when everyone's inside. Business should have waited until after the ceremony. You had to know the families wouldn't be happy to hear we're breaking ties. Leo narrowed his eyes. What's done is done. And yet, it's far from over. Have you given any thought to who will take over our territory? This isn't the time, Enzo. Leo folded his arms as if daring me to speak. Gabe rolled his head from side to side to relieve the tension. It's not for us to decide. I plan to sell the villa and any holdings we have in Sicily as soon as we return to New Orleans. What the fuck is he thinking? This is our ancestral home. The people here count on us. They'll learn to count on someone else. This from Leo, who regarded me like I was something on the bottom of his shoe. You're so eager to go legit, you destroyed generations of hard work in this community? Gabe met my gaze and cocked his head, as if considering what I'd said, or, more likely, wondering what it'd take to shut me up. The limo came to a stop at the stairs of the Cathedral of St. Giovanni Battista. The enormous front doors stood open, welcoming the wedding party. Family and invited guests waited near the entrance for the groom to enter, while locals and curious tourists filled the remainder of the square. You have quite a crowd. I scanned the faces and blew out a sigh of relief. Nico hadn't shown. Thank Christ. My brothers and I formed a semicircle around the door and waited for Gabe to emerge from the car. I had to admit, we were a handsome bunch in our black Armani tuxes and crisp white shirts. Gabe stood and swung his arms like a prize fighter. Let's do this. I slapped his back. Last chance to run. If I run, Ma will tackle me and drag me back. He flashed me a grin. Leo stepped forward. Ready? Gabe nodded and walked inside the church. Family and friends filed past me, but I hung back and waited for my parents' limo to move forward. Now, more than ever, my father needed to appear strong. The door opened, and Zach, my oldest nephew, stepped out. The kid wore the same cut and style tux as the rest of us. Someone had slicked his curls back, but the humid air made one or two spring back to life. He reminded me of his father at 16. A pang of grief threatened to bring tears to my eyes. Chloe bounced out of the limo in a puff of white silk and tulle. Her long dark hair hung in ringlets down her back. She waved to the crowd and twirled in her dress. Those gathered rewarded her with cheers and applause. She's such a ham. Evelyn emerged carrying Ella, Gabe's infant daughter, both dressed in ice blue. Ryan came next in a miniature tux. He took one look at the crowd and froze in place. I moved forward and took the little guy's hand before he could dart back into the car. My mother moved aside, and my father, Giuseppe Marchionni Sr., stepped from the limo. The old goat couldn't get out of bed the day before, but hell would rent space to penguins before he let his people see him in a wheelchair. The locals knew him as Papa Joe. They called his name and cheered, prompting the tourists to follow suit. My family had supported this city for as long as anyone could remember. We enjoyed notoriety in New Orleans, but here, we were loved. Who will take care of these people when we leave? The Lazios? The Abruzzos? Not fucking likely. Zach carried Ella into the church, followed by my parents and Ryan. I waited with Chloe by the door for the bride to arrive. The third limo pulled up, and my niece bolted toward it, along with half the crowd. Shit.
Chapter 10. Shanna. Wow, is that the church? I pressed my hand to the window and stared at the beautiful stone building. Unlike many of the Baroque cathedrals in Italy, this one had a simple elegance. Yellowish tan blocks, heavy medieval-style doors, and bells. My God, the bells rang loud enough to rattle my molars. "Look at the crowd!" Maggie leaned forward and gasped. "Where did they all come from?" Dahlia chuckled. "They came to see Papa Joe. And they came to see the beautiful bride of Gabriel Antonio Tommaso Marchionni." Jessie, Gabe's cousin, grinned. "I'm going to throw up." Maggie sank back from the window. "Breathe deep. You can do this." I rubbed her shoulder and prayed the security Gabe had hired would do its job. "I wish my mom was here." Maggie's voice quivered. "She'd be here if it weren't for the flu." I'd gone to visit Nadine when I'd learned she wasn't making the trip. Faking an illness was right up the woman's alley. Imagine my surprise when she'd opened the door looking like an extra from The Walking Dead. "Leo said Gabe caught your morning sickness." Dahlia laughed. Maggie paled. "Is he okay?" "I'm sure it's nothing." I pointed. "Look, honey, there's Chloe. Focus on her." "Ready?" Jessie signaled for the attendant. Maggie sank back into her seat. "I need Gabe." "He's waiting for you inside. Let's go see him." Jessie eased out of the limo. Dahlia followed her. I squeezed Maggie's hand. "I'll deny saying this, but you and Gabe are perfect for each other. Let's get you inside." "I just need a minute." Waiting by the limo, I worried Maggie had changed her mind. I scanned the crowd and caught sight of Enzo shouting from the steps. A handful of people broke through security and surged toward the limo. Several large men in dark suits followed in an attempt to corral them, but failed miserably. Jessie and Dahlia scrambled back inside the car. The only thing between the rushing crowd and the limo was Chloe. The girl stared wide-eyed at the stampede. A flash of metal caught my eye and my brain immediately registered, "Gun." "Chloe!" I yelled over the clanging of bells and voices. With no time to think, I hurtled myself toward the girl and scooped her into my arms. Chloe screamed and clung to me like a spider monkey. I had to get her to safety, but I couldn't decide on the church or the car. If shots rang out, the driver could get everyone to safety. But the church was built like a fortress. It'd stop any flying bullets. Dahlia threw the door open. "This way." I tightened my grip on the girl and sprinted toward the limo. We landed in a heap of silk and tulle, but Chloe was safe, if not a little freaked out. "Are you okay?" Eyes as big as saucers, she nodded. "What's going on out there?" Maggie glanced between me and the tinted windows. "The crowd's a little rambunctious." I would have told her more if I'd known for certain I'd seen a gun, and not some schmuck's watch reflecting the sunlight. The twin wrinkles between Maggie's brows deepened, but she didn't press for more information. I couldn't tell what was happening outside. From the looks of it, the crowd had doubled in size, but only a handful of people remained close to the limo. The side door opened and most, if not all of us, screamed. Chuckling, Enzo placed his hand on my shoulder. "It's all right. Everything's under control." "Are you sure?" I swallowed hard. He leaned into the limo, likely to get a look at the rest of the women. "Security is holding everyone back. But we should get inside now." Maggie nodded. Chloe grinned at her uncle. "You saved us." "Shanna did the saving." He helped her from the car and knelt to eye level. "Are you ready to be the flower girl?" She threw her arms around his neck and my freaking ovaries went into overdrive. Not only did I hear the telltale tick-tick-tick of my biological clock, the damned thing rang like an old-fashioned telephone. And I didn't want kids. Ever. I stood and smoothed my rumpled dress. "Good job getting her out of the fray. You're stronger than you look. She's nearly as tall as you are." Enzo smiled at me like I'd descended from heaven in a golden chariot. "Thanks, I think." I had to look away before I said or did something entirely inappropriate. Enzo, I'm pretty sure I saw an Firearm. Chloe rolled her eyes.
I can spell, you know.
Enzo's expression sent a shiver down my spine. He pressed his lips into a tight line, nodded a fraction of an inch in the girl's direction, then locked eyes with me. Message received. We'd talk about it later. Maggie stepped into the bright Sicilian sunshine, and the crowd cheered behind a wall of openly armed security guards. The diamonds around her neck and in her veil blazed against her pale blonde hair. Her dress was a classic mermaid style, ruched down the sides and accented with an antique brooch on a white satin ribbon. The chiffon jacket she wore gave her an elegant, almost demure look. Enzo cleared his throat. I'll take Chloe inside. Ready to get married? I handed Maggie a slightly bruised bouquet.
Yes, and then I'm dragging his ass back to New Orleans as soon as possible.
The bride plastered on a smile and waved to the crowd.
Enzo. I stood between Leo and Dante at the altar. What the hell happened out there? Gabe whispered. Crowd got out of hand. Everyone's okay. I'd tell them everything, but not in the church. I had a feeling there'd be cursing, and we weren't lightning-proof. He reached behind Leo and tugged my arm. Are they okay? Yeah, four of the strongest women I've ever seen. I meant it. My hands hadn't stopped trembling, but the girls had pulled themselves together in no time. Even Chloe had seemed to take it all in stride. Jessie walked down the aisle first. We smiled. Sure, she looked amazing, but she was like a sister to us. The emotion started when Dahlia walked forward. Leo gasped, shifted in place, and cleared his throat. Muttering a few words that shouldn't be spoken in church, he dipped his chin. If I had any doubt how Leo felt about her, his little display cleared it up. Careful, or you'll be next. Can't happen. Leo fixed his eyes straight ahead. Can't, not won't. Interesting choice of words, but I didn't have time to ponder them. Shanna came next. I'm sure I wore the same shell-shocked expression as my brother. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something about her did it for me. She was shorter than my typical woman, her skin paler, her hair shorter, her breasts smaller. Still, Shanna's smile made my breath catch. I couldn't look away. Leo nudged me. Careful, or you'll be next. It'll never happen. Uh-huh. She's Jewish. Besides my strict anti-matrimony policy, my mother would have a coronary. Whoa. Leo leaned over and said something to Gabe. The groom tilted his head and met my gaze. A slight smile curved his lips before he turned his attention to the doors. Chloe danced her way to the front of the church, tossing rose petals as she moved. I didn't envy Gabe. This one would grow into a handful. Quick-tongued, funny, smart, and beautiful. My niece would bring him many sleepless nights. My God, Gabe whispered. I followed his gaze to the doors of the church. Silhouetted by the sunlight, Maggie shimmered with each step. When the doors closed, her smile replaced the sunlight. I leaned forward to see Shauna's reaction, but found her staring at me. I winked, and she covered her mouth, likely to hide her laughter. Italian women didn't blush the same as Americans. I loved her rosy cheeks. Leo nudged me again and motioned to Gabe, who had actual tears running down his cheeks. I'd flirt. Hell, I might fall in love given half a chance, but I'd never turn into such a sap. In typical Roman Catholic form, the ceremony went on and on and on. We stood, we knelt, we stood again, we prayed, we sang, we pretended to understand Latin and knelt again. By the time Gabe and Maggie marched down the aisle, I was in desperate need of food and a stiff drink. Leo skipped past Shanna and escorted Dahlia. I tilted my head and offered my arm. Shanna's smile rivaled the bride's. She looped her arm in mine, and we strode toward the doors. All was well until we reached the limo. The newlyweds were going at it like a couple of horny teenagers. Christ. I glanced at the other cars. I could see if there's room with my parents. No thanks. Shanna slid across the seat and removed her jacket. Joining her, I laid my head back and stared at the ceiling. I knew no rules for this situation. If Gabe and Maggie were dating, I'd bust his balls, but kissing his new wife seemed sacred. Damn it. What? Gabe pulled away, grinning. Nothing. Sorry, forgot my cigarettes. You don't smoke. With all the sexy time going on in here, I might start.
Ditto.
Shanna raised her hand. Maggie straightened her dress.
It's been a long morning.
The reprieve lasted less than a minute before they locked lips again. I nudged Shanna's side. It's like watching two guppies. Gabe gave me the finger but continued to suck on Maggie's face.
When in Sicily.
Shanna tossed her bouquet aside, grabbed my lapels, and laid one hell of a kiss on me. I remembered the taste of her mouth from the gala, sweet like wine. Did the Jewish girl take communion, or does she always taste like this? I let the thought go and pulled her against me. With her breasts pressed against my chest, I tangled my fingers in her short hair and tugged her mouth to mine. She made a noise that shot straight to my cock. Damn, how could I have forgotten the sound she'd made when I'd pinned her to the wall? I cupped her ass and tugged her into my lap. The voice in my head warned I was playing with fire, but the voice from my other head liked the heat. The car stopped. I opened my eyes to find the newlyweds staring as if we'd just cured cancer. What? It's okay for you two, but not us?
Shauna's my friend. She's not a one-nighter.
Maggie smirked. Gabe eyed me as he moved to the door and helped his new wife out. I bit back a smart-ass comment. While I agreed with him, I didn't appreciate the cock block.
Shauna's sitting right here and can speak for herself.
She moved off of me, exposing my raging hard-on in the process. Gabe either didn't hear or ignored her. Already missing her touch, I ran my fingertips down her spine. I left something at the church. Ride with me? She glanced at the door so long I thought for certain she'd turn me down.
Sure.
Yeah? My stomach tightened. Yes, tightened because it sure as hell didn't flutter.
Unless you've changed your mind?
She winked and I bit back a groan. This woman. The attendant glanced inside the car. Getting out, sir? Close the door. I spoke without taking my eyes off her. We need to go back to the church.
Yes, sir.
I removed my jacket and tie before the driver started the car. Come here.
Maybe I should get out. People will know what we're doing.
She gave me a sly grin. What are we doing? We're having a conversation. I brushed my knuckles across her cheek. Shanna shivered, but rather than melting into me, she squared her shoulders.
Not to spoil the moment or ruin the mood, but I swear at least one of the people in the crowd had a gun.
You probably saw one of our plainclothes security guards mingling with the bystanders. I feared she was right, but I needed to discuss it with Gabe before I said more.
What aren't you telling me?
You know as much as I do. I won't know the details until the head of the security team debriefs us.
Promise me you'll tell me what you find out.
She nuzzled into my neck. Of course. God, I wanted her, but this wasn't the time or place to do it properly. We'd have to settle for another near miss. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders and tugged her close. This is such a beautiful dress. It would be a shame to wrinkle it.
I think we already did.
She whispered between placing soft kisses along my jaw. Hands trembling, I eased the zipper down her back until the strapless dress sagged, exposing her bare chest. If I died that very second, I'd have gone with a smile on my face. My God, she was stunning. No bra? Her hands flew to her breasts.
They'll need one.
Don't cover these. I pulled her hands away and captured her nipple with my lips. Shanna made a sound somewhere between contentment and impatience.
That feels amazing.
Take the dress off. I didn't give a shit about wrinkling the fabric. I needed to see her gorgeous body.
We can work around it.
She loosened my belt. Take it off, Shanna.
Why?
She tugged at my pants. The need to run my hands over every inch of her bare skin overwhelmed me. I shifted my weight and set her on the seat. Kneeling in front of her, I eased the dress down her body. Let me see you while I pleasure you. Shanna bit her lip, grinned, and burst out laughing. Not exactly the reaction I'd hoped for. Something funny?
Pleasure me? Who says that?
Apparently I do. This woman would be the death of me. She cut my face.
Just hike up my skirt and do me.
I sat back on my heels. You don't like oral?
I love oral, but we don't have time for that. Nor do we have time to get totally naked.
Is she kidding? I'd felt guilty for weeks that I'd gotten her off at the galley with a quick blowjob. If there was such a thing as a female blowjob. We could skip the reception, get a room at the hotel. I'm not missing my best friend's reception because you refuse to give me a quickie. She pulled her dress up and turned her back to me. Zip me. No. I folded my arms. Why must you be so difficult? At least let me taste you. There you go again with the cheesy romance novel lines. She struggled with the zipper. God damn it, Lorenzo, help me. You have a filthy mouth. I goaded her, but I enjoyed the way her eyes darkened and her fingers flexed, as if she wanted to claw me. Yeah? And you're a jerk. Zip my dress, or I will walk out of this limo bare-assed, naked. I knew better than to grin, but I couldn't help myself. Bullshit. You'd never give me the satisfaction of winning. How do you figure that's winning? She brought new meaning to the expression, if looks could kill. Now, this is the sort of passion I could get used to. Arguing with Shanna was almost as much fun as foreplay. Almost. Because all I wanted was to see you naked. I chuckled, motioning for her to turn around.
Chapter 11. Shanna. I checked my reflection. Swollen lips, flushed cheeks. I looked like a woman who'd gotten lucky in the back of a limo. I brushed my hair, freshened my lip gloss, and smiled into the mirror. Good as new, or as good as it's going to get. I opened the door, but Maggie pushed me back inside.
Are you okay?
Other than surviving another encounter with the world's most frustrating man? I'm fine. Why?
Enzo is outside brooding. He doesn't look like someone who just had sex.
Let's just say he reminded me he was an ass before I exposed mine. She tilted her head, shrugged, and turned to the mirror.
I used to say the exact same thing about Gabe.
Half the time, I still say the same thing about Gabe. Other than the exposing my ass part. Maggie laughed.
I haven't seen you this worked up about a man in forever. Enzo's a good guy, but a bit of a loner. Don't be so hard on him.
I folded my arms. The only thing Enzo Marchionni is good for hangs between his legs. Too bad he has too many hang-ups to use it. Shoshana! Mary Margaret! I opened the door and left the bride to contemplate her brother-in-law's dick. I'd overreacted, and I knew it. But I'd thought he was as turned on as I was. I couldn't wrap my brain around why he'd turned down a quickie. He wouldn't have offered to go down on me if he had a hang-up about car sex. As if his actions weren't confusing enough, I had this overwhelming sense of relief things hadn't gone further. I'd wanted him, but I would have regretted it in hindsight. Marco grabbed my waist as I attempted to cross the dance floor. Grinning, he swayed back and forth to the music. Dance with me, Bella. Sure, why not? I sighed and fell in step with him. He spun me away before pulling me against his chest. I know you prefer my brother. Trust me, dancing with me will get his attention. I don't want his attention. I felt the lie in my gut. The truth was, I wanted him more than I cared to admit, even if he drove me absolutely nuts. He nodded at someone behind me. Mm-hmm. Well, you have it. Before I could make sense of the situation, Marco twirled me into Enzo's waiting arms. He leaned close and whispered, "Dance with me, and I'll tell you what happened before the ceremony." I couldn't read his expression, which worried me. Maybe that's why I generally felt so off-kilter around him. I had no clue what he was thinking. I need to eat. Can we grab some food and find a quiet corner to talk? Of course. Enzo took my hand. Evelyn had arranged enough food to feed twice as many guests as the 40 to 50 at the reception. I chose a couple of large shrimp and some antipasto, while Enzo filled his plate until it overflowed. He led me to a table on the far side of the terrace. We're flying out this afternoon with Dahlia and Jessie. He took a large bite, closed his eyes, and hummed. You should try the fish. I didn't want the damned sea bass. I wanted answers. Today? Shouldn't Leo be going with Dahlia? The security team found 2 armed men in the crowd outside the church. Leo is staying behind to help sort out the situation. I pushed my plate away. Was it the Lazios? It's too early to tell. He captured my chin between his thumb and forefinger and turned my face toward his. For a heartbeat, I thought he'd kiss me, but he simply pressed his brow to mine and closed his eyes. It's best if you don't speak about things you don't understand. Way to ruin a tender moment. Insulted, I pulled away. I understand enough about them to know they're mafia, just like the Marchionnis. Don't believe everything you read online. His expression changed from stressed to easy-breezy in a nanosecond. I'd never seen anything like it. I bet he could make a killing at the casinos. Then don't play me for an idiot. How much danger is your family in? Enzo took my hand. The gunshots were warnings. If they'd wanted someone dead, they would have succeeded. Some warning? Part of me wanted to get back to the party, but the other part wasn't ready to leave the little private bubble. Has this sort of thing happened before? Not since I was a child. I don't remember much. Just my father sending us to the States until things settled. He ran his thumb over my palm. Don't look so alarmed. Assassinations require approval of the council. The families have honor. Women and children are never involved. Never involved? I had been with him when the shots were fired. Not that I considered myself part of the family, but I was a woman the last time I'd checked. Are the Marchionnis one of these honorable mob families? Enzo nodded. You're admitting it? I ignored the pain in my chest. Why? Because secrets can get people hurt. Frowning, he lowered his chin. I could all but feel him pulling away. I needed to keep him talking. If there's some sort of democratic process, how do you explain what happened in the old city and what could have happened today outside the church? I can't. There's always a risk. Bullets ricochet. But today? He sat back and dragged his hand over his face. Today could have ended very differently. I'd seen him wear the same crestfallen expression the day before. There was something else. Something he wasn't telling me. Did something happen yesterday when you visited your father? I was ordered to escort you, Dahlia, and Jesse back to New Orleans. My brothers and father believe me too hot-headed to help with negotiations. He spoke as if the words tasted bitter. I nodded, though I didn't think of him as quick-tempered. It had taken the patience of Job to resist strangling Nicolina. That had to hurt. He looked away. It's nothing new. That doesn't make it right. Turning his face toward mine, I leaned in and brushed my lips across his. I shouldn't have done that here where anyone can see. Enzo tensed for a half-second before pulling me closer. No one can see us here, in the dark. But what I wouldn't give to have a night alone with you. Kissing a line from the corner of his mouth to his ear, I whispered, We were alone today. Yes, but you were being difficult. And believe it or not, you deserve better than a quick fuck in the backseat of a car. He gripped my hips and drew a shaky breath. You got me all worked up and refused to have sex because you thought I deserved better? I'd heard about men who made sure their partner's needs were met before their own, but I'd never encountered one. Enzo had taken it one step further and thought through the situation. Don't answer that. He furrowed his brow. Are you still angry? Honestly, I don't know. The independent side of me wants to be pissed that you decided what was best for me. But another part knows I would have regretted it. Regretted being with me? No. I would have had to walk in here and see your mother, knowing we'd had sex in the limo, or missed the reception altogether. We'll be spending a lot of time alone when we return home. Enzo brushed his lips across the top of my shoulder. The certainty in his voice caused my warning flares to shoot off. I leaned back and met his gaze. I'm all for seeing more of you, but why do I get the feeling that's not what you mean? The muscle on the side of his jaw tensed. We pissed Nicolina off. We? What did I do? I didn't even speak to her. My voice came out breathier than I would have liked. She's jealous. I shook my head. That's ridiculous. She saw us together the night of the gala. I had no idea she was there. My pulse throbbed behind my ears. You think she'll come after me? Until today, I would have said no. Either way, I don't intend to leave your side until this is settled. He spoke as if it was a done deal. There you go again, making decisions for me. I waffled between punching him or kissing him again. Both. Yes, both sounds about right. Do I get a vote in this? Inside the house, people tapped silverware to their glasses. Enzo stood and pulled out my chair. You'll always get a say in what happens between us. We'll finish this conversation after the festivities are over. I had no idea how to respond to him. While I believed he believed what he said, I couldn't shake the feeling our definitions of a say in what happens were very different. Scarier still, I didn't hate the idea of him looking out for me. Wedged between Enzo and Marco, I watched the newlyweds smash cake in each other's faces and kiss it off. Maggie wiped the icing off her face and joined us. I'm beat. Gabe and I are going upstairs for a quick nap. You'll get a real honeymoon soon, sis. Enzo gave Maggie a quick hug. Shanna and I are leaving in a couple of hours. She glanced at me as if for confirmation. I'm not a huge fan of the idea of leaving you here, but I'd rather not be stuck on the compound indefinitely with Evelyn. I see. So Enzo is the lesser of two evils? Maggie started to say something else when Gabe swept her into his arms and carried her upstairs. I stared after them, amazed they seemed so happy with everything that was going on. What I wouldn't give to feel like that. I should go pack. Your room is next to the master. I'd give them a few minutes before you go up. Grinning, Enzo took my hand. Am I really the lesser of the evils? I'm not sure yet. Ask me again once we're back in New Orleans. I walked back to the patio in search of my cell. He followed me. That isn't much time to judge my wickedness. We could divert our flight to Paris for a week. Tempting, but Dahlia and Jessie will be on the plane. I scrolled through my voicemails. I had one from my mother, wishing me safe travels. A little late, Mom. The next message was from my boss. Shanna, this is Alex. I need the video footage you shot before you left. You forgot to forward it to me. I wouldn't have called, but it's urgent. A second message from Alex had come in an hour later. Shanna, destroy the footage. The client isn't interested in pursuing a divorce. The third message was time-stamped 20 minutes later. It's Alex again. I hate to do this over the phone, but I'm letting you go. I've hired your replacement and had your things sent to your home address. Don't come to the office. I replayed the message 3 times. I'd worked with Alex for almost 4 years, never had an issue. He'd praised my performance. Heck, he'd called me his go-to girl. This can't be happening. I sat and put my head in my hands. What's wrong? Enzo brushed his fingers through my hair. I lost my job. He fired me in a voicemail. What a prick. Was there a problem with you taking a vacation? You'll be back tomorrow. He didn't say why, only that he'd hired a replacement. Enzo knelt beside me. I'm sure you'll find another job. Judging by the way you've handled yourself here, you were born to be a PI. Thanks. There isn't much call for private investigators in training. I was planning to go to school, but never got around to it. I had gotten around to it. but thanks to my dyslexia, I had trouble untangling the letters enough to pass the exam. Cupping my cheek, Enzo turned my face toward his. I'm always hiring at the restaurant. You can work for me until you find something else. Are you serious? Yes, it's perfect timing. It'll give us more time together. Only a person who had never worried where their next meal was coming from would say something so thoughtless. I don't know how I'm going to pay my bills. I wiped out my savings on this trip. I thought Gabe flew you in. I didn't feel right about it. As if being fired via voicemail wasn't bad enough, I sat explaining my problems to a gazillionaire mobster. You won't be homeless. Gabe's place in the quarter is vacant. Even with my job, I couldn't afford a 3-bedroom townhouse worth a couple million. I shook my head to clear the fog. I'd survived tougher situations. I'd get through this one, too. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about living on the streets. My mom is my landlord, but she can't afford to support me forever. See? It's not so bad. I need to go pack. Enzo grabbed my hand. I meant what I said. Let's go somewhere. Paris, London, Tahiti. Name the place. You can take some time for yourself. Is he serious? I can't find a new job from another country. I have to get home. I needed to get away from him before the waterworks started. I loved my job. More so, I loved Alex. I thought we were close. He'd treated me like a daughter. Except he didn't fire his daughters via voicemail. What had I done wrong? I needed to speak to him face to face. I needed off this damned island. I'm going to be busy when we get home. I don't know when I'll have time to date. Can I get an extension on the dinner rain check? Of course. Also, while I appreciate your offer to stay with you, I can't accept. Enzo snapped to attention quicker than a career soldier. Until I know you're safe, I'll be safe once I can put some distance between me and the mob. I regretted the words as soon as they came out. Me getting canned wasn't his fault, nor was the situation with the Lazios. He sucked in a breath as if to argue, but hung his head on the exhale. I understand. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that the way it sounded. I wanted to throw my head back and scream. I need to slow things down, process everything that's happened, and decide what to do with my life. Enzo sighed. Don't we all, Shanna? Don't we all?
Chapter 12. Enzo. I'd survived 3 decades on the planet with precious little female drama. That is, until Gabe and Maggie decided to have a destination wedding. Since then, I'd taken a ride on the fucking Estrogen Express to Nucking Footsville. My only hope of getting back on stable land? My brothers. God help me. Gabe and Leo sat on the patio with their heads together, speaking in Italian. I set a bottle of my father's Macallan single malt whiskey on the table, along with 3 lowball tumblers. Leo eyed the Lalique crystal decanter, bringing out the big guns. Is this business or female trouble? Gabe filled the glasses. Both. I took a sip and let the undertones of dried fruit and toffee soothe me. Shauna was fired from her job. I'd like to find a place for her in the company. Gabe nodded. Done, if she's interested. I'll talk to her. After her parting shot about distancing herself from the mafia, I doubted she'd accept the offer, but I had to try. Leo knocked back half his whiskey. What's really bothering you? I debated swearing them to secrecy like we'd done when we were kids, but they were tight with Shauna's 2 best friends. I doubted either of them could keep quiet. She's into you. You're obviously into her. What's the problem? Gabe folded his arms. I drew a breath and said the verbal equivalent of tying my own noose. I can't close the deal. My brothers were born less than a year apart, and at times like this, they could have been twins. Both knuckleheads stared at me with their mouths hanging open. Leo ran his hand over his jaw. Ever think part of your problem is that you're referring to sex in business terms? Better yet, have you considered having an actual relationship instead of a series of one-nighters? Gabe deadpanned. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to remain in my chair.
This is a bad idea. Leo motioned to my lower body. Is everything functional? Forget it. I stood and turned to go inside. Shauna chose that moment to walk outside, wearing skin-tight jeans and a tank top that hugged her teacup-sized breast. She spared us a glance and sighed. You guys looked deep in conversation. Don't let me interrupt. I just came out to tell you Dolly and Jesse are here. We're ready to go when you are. I sat because standing was no longer an option. I'll be right in. Shauna gave me an odd look, turned on her heel and walked back into the house. Gabe nudged Leo. His equipment appears to be working. Vaffanculo. The command to fuck off came out in a hiss. Leo smirked and replied in Italian. Between Nico and her family's bullshit, a lot has happened. Give her time. He's right. Shauna's tough, but she's a lot like Maggie. She knows what she wants, but overthinks it, Gabe said. I ran my hands over my head. It's not just the sex. She is hot one minute, cold the next. My brothers nodded in unison. Leo sighed and glanced out over the water. Patience is key. Follow her lead. She'll let you know what she wants. The hard part is shutting up and listening to her. You have to show her you're not going to hurt her. Gabe nudged my shoulder. Returning her calls is a good start. I've already apologized to her for that. He shrugged. I'm not sure she's over it. She calls you the ghoster. Damn it. Leo grabbed the whiskey and nodded toward the door. Gabe, we should go say goodbye to Dahlia and Jesse. I'll be right in. He turned to me and lowered his voice. Enzo, what Pop said to you the other day was bullshit. I stared. If he meant that, he should have said something then. Have you given any more thought to walking away? I poured myself another drink and sat back. Have you given any more thought to stepping down and letting me take the reins? Gabe glanced toward the house, drew a deep breath, and nodded. I'd like nothing more than to hand this entire ordeal over to you. But I can't. Can't or won't? Both. He finished his scotch. I won't because I'm afraid your concerns about what happens here will impact your ability to get us out. I can't because I'm already in too fucking deep to stop now. His candor shocked the hell out of me. Thanks for the honesty. We may not always agree, but I have your back. I appreciate that. You know, walking away from the restaurant doesn't have to mean you're leaving the family. I don't think our parents would agree with that statement. Maybe not, but think about it. He stood and clamped his hand on my shoulder. As for Shauna, if you don't plan to keep her around, let her go, or you'll end up hurting her. Tell me something I don't already know. Unsolicited brotherly advice or not, he had a point. But Gabe of all people should know nothing was that easy when your last name was Marchionni. Our mother had come around with Maggie because she had no choice. The baby growing inside her made her part of the family. Knocking up Shauna wasn't an option. I downed the rest of my drink and followed him inside. We should get going soon. Where's Ma? She's upstairs. You know how she is when any of us leave home. Leo motioned to the closed guest room door. You should go say goodbye to Pops. It could be your last chance, hung unspoken in the air between us. But I couldn't bring myself to see my father. He'd said his piece, and he would never hear mine. The idea of leaving 4 kids, a worried bride, and my terminally ill father made me queasy, but I couldn't ignore the pull I felt toward Shauna. Time alone together would give us a fighting chance to figure out what was happening between us. It seemed my father had unintentionally given me a gift. Remember your promise. Maggie stared at Shauna as if trying to use a Jedi mind trick to force her to comply. She sighed. I'll use the bodyguard if I leave the house. Maggie embraced her and whispered something I couldn't hear. Shauna's cheeks flushed as she pulled away. Which house? I had a transcontinental flight to convince her to stay with me until we knew it was safe. I intended to use my time wisely. Gabe threw his arm over Shauna's shoulder. I'm sorry this wasn't the vacation you hoped for. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry about your honeymoon. We'll get a honeymoon. I'm just glad she married me. You should be. She glanced at me for a split second before Marco pulled her from Gabe. The goofball lowered his voice, but anyone within 5 feet could hear him. I'm jealous Enzo's the one taking you home, but you two are good for each other. Shauna nodded and hugged him tighter. You might want to work on your inside voice, Marco. I watched them pass her around like a collection plate and couldn't help but smile. I'm an idiot. She's already a part of the family. My mother just doesn't know it yet. My moment of levity vanished with each step I took toward the waiting vehicles. Gabe had ordered 4 SUVs for the trip to the airport. While I appreciated the security, 2 decoys and 10 armed men were a bit much. I slid into the back seat of the nearest vehicle and waited while my family said their goodbyes, laughed, slapped backs, hugged, and started the process over again. Times like these always left me with an empty feeling, like I'd never quite fit in. Shanna joined me in the second SUV. Are you okay? I rested my arm across the back of the seat, the picture of calm, cool, and collected. I'm fine. Why do you ask? She eyed me, clearly not buying my ruse. You didn't participate in the hug fest back there. All of them at once is a lot to handle. I wanted to hold her hand, to tell her I understood her fears, and I'd protect her with my life. However, when I met her eyes, my wants didn't matter anymore. Are you okay? She hitched a shoulder. Besides my mom, Maggie's my only family. After spending time with yours, I'm homesick. But for a home I've never had. I pulled her to my side and kissed the top of her head. We're quite a pair, aren't we? She snuggled closer. An only child wanting a family and one of 6 brothers, feeling like an only child? Her words hit me right in the feels. You scare the shit out of me sometimes. How's that possible? Shanna tensed and pulled back to meet my gaze. I didn't think anything scared you. I huffed out a humorless laugh. Sweetheart, you're the first person I've ever met to see me and not the bullshit that comes with being a Marchionni. I see that too. She frowned. You're not that hard to get to know. All someone has to do is pay attention. Once again, she stole my breath. You'd be surprised how few people have bothered.
Chapter 13. Shanna. My experience with private jets included a handful of movies and a Google search when Maggie offered to fly me to Sicily with the family. Suffice to say, nothing prepared me for the reality of stepping foot on one. Creamy leather armchairs and 2 couches filled the main cabin. However, Mr. Gulfstream, or whoever designed the plane, had set them in small seating areas rather than rows. A large screen TV hung on one wall, and a bar area took up the back corner. The aircraft reminded me of a super swanky RV. Still speaking Italian into his phone, Enzo nodded for me to sit. I tuned him out and made myself comfy. Dahlia dropped her carry-on next to her seat and wandered to the kitchen area. Well, we won't starve.
We could last a few months on the food Evelyn keeps on board.
Jessie plopped onto the couch.
Help yourselves. I'm going to sleep.
Good idea. Shanna and I will take the master suite. Enzo closed the distance between us and wrapped me in his arms. The women exchanged glances. I had no idea the plane had a bed, let alone a master suite, but the mere mention of sleep made my eyes droop. If that's okay. I'm okay with curling up on the couch.
Of course it's okay. After all the kissing at the reception, I'd rather not watch you 2 go at it.
Jessie laughed. Dahlia, on the other hand, chewed her lower lip, a sure sign she was worried. There won't be any going at it. I'm exhausted. I took a step away from him and winked at Dahlia. She raised a perfectly shaped eyebrow. Enzo's phone rang again. He glanced at the screen and frowned. It's my assistant manager. There's a problem with a delivery. I should take this. Go ahead. He walked to the back of the plane and disappeared into what I assumed was the master suite. Oddly enough, his constant phone calls gave me a sense of hope. The restaurant was a huge part of his life, a part I could support, unlike the whole mafia thing. Dahlia stared after him and then turned to me. Are you sure you want to share a bed with him? Sure, why not? I'm not planning on joining the Mile High Club. I hiked my bag higher on my shoulder. Keeping her voice low, she said, Besides the fact you've been yo-yoing back and forth about your feelings for him? She was right, but I had my reasons. Reasons I couldn't tell her. There's nothing wrong with spending more time with Enzo. I'm all for women embracing their sexual natures. But I know you. Sleeping with him will only confuse things. Thanks for worrying about me, but I can handle it. I didn't need a PhD in psychology to know her concern had more to do with leaving Leo at the villa than me getting my freak on with Enzo. You're right. It's been a long day. We should all get some sleep. She shook her head. Jessie motioned between us.
I don't mean to butt into your conversation, but I've known Enzo my entire life. He doesn't date much.
I'd met Jessie at Gabe's bar a few months earlier. We weren't close, but I liked her. More importantly, I believed she was the type of person who called it like she saw it. Dahlia gave me a pointed look. Exactly my point. He doesn't date, but he has no shortage of female attention.
Actually, he's not a playboy either,
Jessie sighed.
He's a workaholic, and mostly keeps to himself.
I struggled to reconcile the different sides of Enzo. How's it possible a rich, handsome, successful guy like him didn't have women falling at his feet every night? But he's had relationships.
2 that I can think of. And I don't mean Nicolina.
She glanced away. Dahlia turned to me. The Marchionnis aren't like regular men. They're complicated. Nodding, Jessie pressed her lips together. Understatement of the year. I wanted the conversation to end. Unfortunately, Dahlia had more to say. Even if they aren't involved with another woman, they aren't exactly free to do what they want. Did Leo tell her about the family business? I know, doll. Believe me, I know. I stared, waiting and hoping she'd let something slip. She waved her hand as if to erase the topic. Don't mind me. I'm worried about Leo and putting all my crap on you. A good friend would have comforted her, but I couldn't do that. Not when it meant running the risk of saying more than I should, or asking the wrong questions. I hated keeping secrets from her. One more reason I should run far and fast from Enzo. But I can't. Truth be told, I'm in way too deep. As if on cue, he returned and took my bag. We need to buckle in for takeoff. Come sit with me. 2 things I hated about flying: leaving the ground and returning. I plopped down next to him and fastened my seatbelt, pulled the strap as tight as it would go, and double-checked it. He lifted a brow and grinned as if amused. I hate takeoffs and landings. The plane rolled forward, and I gripped the armrests. Enzo cupped my cheek and turned my face toward his. It's mind over matter. You don't mind and I don't matter? As the plane picked up speed, he leaned in and kissed me like he meant it. Dahlia said something, but between Enzo's tongue tangoing with mine and the roar of the engines, I couldn't hear her. Enzo continued to lick and suck and nibble my lips until our ascent slowed. Grinning, he eased back. Ready for bed? Sure. I could practically feel the heat of his stare boring into my backside as I walked to the master suite. One glance over my shoulder confirmed my suspicions. Not only did I catch him in the act, he gave me an unapologetic wink. There's a private bathroom with a shower. You can go first. He lowered his voice. Or we could share. Is he propositioning me? Why, yes, I believe he is. My heart did a happy dance, but my brain turned off the music. I think I'll wait until we are on the ground to shower. Meeting my eyes, he said, Why do I get the feeling you're having second thoughts about being in here with me? Because I'm not the only one who pays attention. I itched to touch him, but Dahlia's warning played through my head. I don't know what this is between us. We're friends. but a little sex never hurt anyone. You might want to ask Maggie and Gabe the complications a little sex can cause. I bypassed the bathroom. A bed wasn't much better than a shower, but sleeping didn't require nudity. I need a nap. Enzo's face fell. He'd propositioned me all right, but he'd used friends in the same sentence. I should have felt relieved. After all, I was an unemployed wannabe PI. I didn't have a lot to bring into a relationship. However, that didn't stop me from teetering on the edge of seriously falling for him. How awkward would that be? My best friend was married to his brother. It's not like I could ghost him, like he had me. I kicked off my shoes and flopped onto the bed. Would you like some company? Or should I go back into the main cabin? Like I told Dahlia, I'm a grown woman. I can sleep beside you without accidentally rolling over and impaling myself on your penis. He sat beside me and tapped the side of my head. What's going on in there? We're friends? I met his gaze. Yes. Just friends. We've fooled around a little, so that makes us friends with benefits. But this isn't a relationship, right? He stretched out beside me. A friendship is a relationship. You know what I mean. He furrowed his brow, as if struggling to find the right words. My heart broke a little more with each passing second. It's a simple question. It's hardly a simple question, Shanna. He scratched the stubble on his jaw. I'm in this with you, whatever it is. But I despise the term friends with benefits. Me too. Let's not label it. Let's just see where whatever this is goes. I like the sound of that. Pulling me against his chest, he kissed my lips, likely to shut me up. Enzo drew my bottom lip into his mouth and bit until I moaned. That's all it took for the two of us to turn into a tangle of limbs. That was the problem with skipping labels and going with the flow. Our river was full of rapids and led straight to a freaking waterfall. He broke free long enough to tug my shirt off and toss it to the side. Take your jeans off. I stared awestruck as he reached over his shoulder and pulled his shirt over his head. Holy 8-pack, Batman! I'd seen plenty of cut guys, but Enzo took sculpted abs to an entirely new level. Tanned skin, a dusting of hair between his pecs, and ripple after ripple of muscle. For the first time, I understood why he'd wanted me naked in the limo. In fact, I could get behind Enzo in his birthday suit 24/7. Shanna. Standing beside the bed, he grinned and ran his hand down the front of his pants. Your jeans. What is it with you ordering me to undress? I managed to undo the top button before he distracted me again. Seriously, how's a girl supposed to concentrate when a man like Enzo Marchionni takes off his pants? What is it with you arguing with me on every turn? He reached for me, but stopped short when I scrambled out of the bed and dropped to my knees. I'll take them off in a minute. I curled my fingers around the waistband of his boxer briefs and pulled them down his strong thighs. I wasn't exactly a stranger to his cock, but he'd remained mostly clothed during our previous encounters. Much like my reaction to the plane, I was ill-prepared for the reality of coming face-to-face with it. Most men had either length or width. Some had neither. But Enzo? He had both. So much so, I rethought my decision to give him a blowjob. He ran his hand over his length, and the damned thing grew larger. Not helping. Gripping the base, I rolled my tongue over the tip. He closed his eyes and sucked in a breath. Curling his fingers in my hair, he hissed, "Fuck." I glanced up at his face, winked, and got down to business. It took me a few seconds to get my rhythm, but when I did, his entire body trembled. He seemed to be holding back as if afraid to lose control. We can't have that, now can we? I increased the tempo and tightened my grip. A deep rumbling groan spilled from his lips. "Stop." I didn't stop until he finished. He jerked his hips back, grabbed my shoulders, and hoisted me to my feet. Slanting his mouth over mine, he parted my lips with his tongue and kissed me like he meant it. I'm talking a full-body kiss with groping and grinding. My body sparked like a downed power line. I stepped back, turned around, and popped each button. Bending at the waist, I slid my jeans down my legs. "I'm so fucking glad I didn't give you a quickie in the backseat of the limo." Enzo lowered his voice to a sexy growl. "I'm going to spend every minute of this flight exploring every inch of your body." The knowledge that this incredible man wanted me so fiercely thrilled and terrified me. He wasn't just a hot guy at a masked ball anymore. I knew him. I knew his secrets and his fears. If we crossed the line, if we gave in to the passion, I didn't think I would survive it if he ghosted me again. "Shanna?" He turned me to face him. "What's wrong?" The complete 180 from growled lust to tenderness surprised me. I stared into his eyes, dumbstruck. Who am I kidding? Sex or no sex, I'm in too deep to escape this in one piece. "I'm moving too fast, and you're tired." Enzo embraced me. "Forgive me." Another chunk fell off the wall around my heart. "It's not that." "Talk to me." He lifted my chin. I don't know what he saw in my expression, but he drew a deep breath. "I've given you no reason to believe me, but I meant what I said. I'm in this with you." "Careful, Marchionni. That sounds dangerously close to an actual relationship." I'd gone for snark, but my quivering voice belied my efforts. "A little danger doesn't scare me." He pulled back the duvet. "Let's get some sleep." I settled between the softest sheets ever in the history of sheets, but I had a better chance of contracting Ebola mid-flight than falling asleep. His habit of answering questions without answering not only drove me nuts, it left me confused. I knew two things for certain. One, I wanted to spend more time with him. And two, walking away now would hurt. Walking away later would be worse. But didn't some philosopher once say it was better to love and have your heart pulverized than never to have loved at all? Either way, I have to take the leap before I can fly, or splatter on the pavement. When you said you wanted me to stay with you until things were settled with the Lazios, what did you have in mind?
Chapter 14. Enzo. The plane had landed in New Orleans a half hour earlier, but I couldn't bring myself to wake Shanna. We talked and laughed and made out like a couple of teenagers for the first half of the flight. She'd fallen asleep in the middle of a conversation, but I didn't mind. Holding her in the quiet cabin felt special, different, more intimate than any sexual experience. I brushed her hair back and kissed her forehead. Shanna opened her eyes and jerked upright. "Holy hell, you scared the crap out of me. Were you watching me sleep?" "No." I turned my head to hide my grin. She ran her fingers through her bed-rumpled hair. "Are we there yet?" "We landed 30 minutes ago." "Why didn't you wake me?" She glanced around, presumably for her clothes. "You were out. I didn't want to disturb you until our car arrived." I stood and handed her a robe. "I put your jeans and top in with my dirty laundry. Your carry-on is in the bathroom. Do you need the larger suitcase?" "I have a change of clothes in the small bag." Shanna yawned and flashed me a bright smile. "Is this what it's going to be like staying with you? Having you wait on me hand and foot?" My first instinct was to bristle, but it dawned on me I enjoyed taking care of her. "Are you complaining?" "No, it's just surprising. You don't strike me as the roses and chocolates kind of guy." "I'm not. Maybe you bring it out in me." "I think I like your nice guy side." She stood and slid into the robe. Don't let the bossy, arrogant prick side hear you say that. It seemed like a shame to cover her gorgeous body with yards of terry cloth, but the sooner I got her off the plane, the sooner I could get her undressed again. Maybe next time we'll get past third base.
She laughed and wandered into the bathroom. A split second later, she poked her head out. Where are Jesse and Dahlia? They left shortly after we landed. By themselves? I could practically hear the gears turning in her head. Gabe arranged for Jesse to have security for the foreseeable future. She's running his bar. And Dahlia? Her voice thinned. Said she didn't need it. She's headed to her parents' house in Baton Rouge. I doubted anyone would bother her, but I would have rather she be safe than attending her funeral. I disagreed, but Leo said to let her go. Shanna gave me an odd look. You know her father is the governor, right? The news hit me like a gut punch. I most certainly did not know. Why didn't Leo tell me that when I called? No, but it explains a lot. Give me 5. She ducked back into the bathroom. Take your time. I'll be in the main cabin. I pulled my cell from my pocket and called Gabe. Are you at the house? Between his lack of greeting and clipped tone, I assumed this day hadn't gone well. We're leaving soon. Any word from Palermo? Gabe took so long to reply, I pulled the phone from my ear to check the connection. You could say that. He sucked in a breath. The Lazios deny any involvement with the incidents in the old city and the church, and came back with a couple of demands. I glanced at the door joining the main cabin to the master's suite. The last thing I needed was Shanna overhearing bits of the conversation. What do they want? Time and money, the usual. He cleared his throat. What the hell is he hiding? I stared at my cell as if it had the answers. Gabe had to expect the Lazios to ask for time to find other means of laundering their dirty money. Replacements didn't come cheap. None of this should have come as a surprise, and yet he seemed rattled. Is that it? No. They want you. Come again? My entire world tilted. They want a Marchionni-Lazio marriage before they will agree to my terms. Fuck. I sank onto the couch. My brain spun like a roulette wheel. Damn it, Nico. What did you do? Have you given them an answer? What the hell do you think I told them? He laughed, but it lacked humor. You don't even like Nico. You honestly think I'd force you into an arranged marriage with her? If it meant he'd succeed in taking the family legit, yes, I did. No, of course not. But Pops wants to use you as a peace offering, I know, but he's not calling the shots. I am. We'll see. Thanks for not selling me off like cattle. This time he laughed like he meant it. I love you, bro. Don't ever forget it. I wanted to believe he'd stick to his guns, but Gabe was a married man with a house full of kids to think about. They were his first priority. Between our father and the Lazios, it wasn't a question of if the shit would hit the fan. The question was when and how many walls would be covered in it. Where will that leave me? I need to go. I'll text you when we get to the house. I leaned forward to stop the room from spinning. Shauna walked into the main cabin with her bag slung over her shoulder. What's the plan? I tucked my phone into my pocket and put on a happy fucking face. Should take us about a half hour to get to the Garden District. We're staying at your parents' house? She glanced from me to the door as if planning to bolt. It has better security than my place. Besides, no one's there except the staff. I took her carry-on from her. Push comes to shove, I wasn't above holding it hostage to force her to accompany me. We'll have guards until we reach the house. We won't need them after that, unless we go out. Do you really think someone would take a shot at you here? Anything was possible once Nico learned her little plan hadn't worked. No, but better safe than sorry. Ready? She nodded and exited the plane. The ever-present odors of brackish water and fish assaulted me the moment my feet touched the tarmac. 30 seconds after I left the air-conditioned plane, the thick Louisiana air clung to me like wet linen. It's good to be home. I held Shauna's hand as we walked to the waiting town car. Eyeing our bodyguards, she whispered, I would want to run into one of them in a dark alley. The only thing you need to worry about running into in the dark is me. I nudged her side to lighten the mood. It didn't work for either of us. I needed to get a grip, or I'd screw things up with her before they started. Would you feel more comfortable if I drove and they followed in the second car? Her eyes widened. Yes, please. I didn't know that was allowed, or I would have asked. They work for me. I'm the one who decides what is and isn't allowed. Shauna smirked. I guess I'll take the devil I know over the devils wearing black fatigues, since I have the choice. I couldn't help but feel we were playing a game of semantics, but I rephrased my former sentence in an effort to please her. They work for us. You have every right to tell them or me what you want.
I can do that.
I have absolutely no doubt in your ability to speak your mind. I kissed her cheek and strode to the waiting security team. The men weren't thrilled when I gave them new instructions, but they complied. 5 minutes later, I slid into the driver's seat with Shanna riding shotgun.
I'd like to get some things from my place and check on my cat. I also need my laptop to start my job search.
She wrapped her fingers around mine. I lifted her hand to my lips. Before we start making plans, there's something I'd like to talk to you about.
That sounds ominous.
I spoke to Gabe. We'd like to offer you a position at Marchionni Corp. In the research department.
Doing what exactly?
She didn't sound the least bit thrilled with the offer. I hadn't thought through the details, so I made it up on the fly. Researching potential acquisitions, completing background checks, that sort of thing.
I'll think about it.
Shanna turned her head, but not before I caught the disappointment in her eyes. You hate the idea.
Well, yeah. I'm not crazy about working for a company I know is into illegal activities.
She shifted to face me.
Which reminds me, I'd like to officially take back what I said about you taking over for your father. It's a terrible idea.
I'd expected this sort of reaction when I'd first told her my family was part of the mafia, but she'd taken it fairly well. It never occurred to me she'd have a problem with the job offer. The Marchionni Corporation itself isn't involved in illegal activities.
Then how does it all work?
I couldn't get into the nitty-gritty of operations, but hopefully I could tell her enough to satisfy her curiosity. The company purchases failing hospitality businesses, bars, hotels, restaurants.
I know how it works. The company's like the one Edward Lewis runs in Pretty Woman.
Not sure I follow. She gave me a dubious look.
Tell me you've seen the movie. Julia Roberts, Richard Gere.
It's been ages, but yes, I'm acquainted with the film.
Richard Gere's character runs a company that buys failing businesses and chops them up and sells them to the highest bidder.
A memory of the movie prickled the back of my mind. Yes, except sometimes we save the failing company before we sell it.
Right, but where do the Lazios and the other families fit in?
She lowered her voice.
Several of the companies you bought claimed they were successful, and your father's company sabotaged them to force the sale.
Her assessment surprised me. She'd hit far too close to the truth for my liking. When you put it like that, it sounds nefarious, but the reality is many businesses operate in the same manner.
If it's not illegal, why are the Lazios so desperate to stay partners?
I should have known better than to give her a candy-coated version of the situation, but I'd gone too far to turn back. Sometimes the company keeps the businesses we acquire. My restaurant and Gabe's bar, for example. She nodded. Bars are one of the few places that still move a lot of cash. I glanced at her to gauge her reaction. Her eyes widened.
And mobsters are notorious for running restaurants because they make a perfect front for receiving and distributing illegal goods.
Correct. Sitting back, she grew quiet.
Are you moving drugs through Enzo's?
I honestly don't know what is in the shipments. I pulled into my parents' driveway and punched the security code into the panel.
I don't like it. I don't want to work for a company involved in anything close to illegal.
My mouth went dry. Does this change the way you feel about me?
About you as a person? No. But I'm freaked out you would even consider taking your father's position.
Turning to face her, I took her hands in mine. Do you remember the way the people in Comiso reacted to seeing my family?
Yes. They treated you like rock stars.
It's not because we are a part of the Cosa Nostra. It's because my family has given countless dollars to the community. We've opened schools and hospitals and social service programs that make a difference in people's lives. More than that, we protect them. If the Marchionnis leave Sicily, the next family who takes over may not be as generous.
You're telling me you're a mobster with a heart of gold?
She frowned.
The money and power and prestige mean nothing to you?
I won't lie. Those things are nice to have. I released her hands. But this is all a moot point. My father will never allow me to take over, nor will Gabe.
I get it now. I do. But after what happened in Sicily, I'm scared for you and the rest of your family.
She brushed my hair from my eyes.
Maybe you could find a way to continue to support the community without going to the dark side?
In a perfect world, that would be my dream.
The world doesn't have to be perfect to have dreams, Enzo.
She smiled.
But we should get out of the car. The bodyguards are getting restless, and I have to start looking for a job.
How do you feel about taking a day to relax before we return to the real world? Just us. No interruptions.
I'll have to check my schedule. Shanna stepped out of the car and stared as the gate closed behind us. I'd lived in the house since grade school. The white stone walls and security cameras didn't bother me. They were a part of life, but I could understand how they might make one feel trapped. It looks a lot different without a party going on. She forced a smile. I pulled her into an embrace. We'll stay here tonight. If you're still uncomfortable tomorrow, we'll go to my place in the quarter, okay?
Thanks. I'd like that.
This time her smile brightened her eyes. Hildy, my mother's housekeeper, and my former nanny met us at the front door. The woman was as old as my folks, but looked twice their age. Bringing up 6 rambunctious boys had taken its toll. Hildy, this is my friend Shanna. Shanna, this is Hildy. She's worked for my family for as long as I can remember. She pretty much raised us. Hildy smiled and sandwiched Shauna's hand in hers.
Welcome. I'm so happy to see you again. Nice to see you too.
I felt like an ass. Forgive me, I forgot the two of you met the night of the gala.
Nothing to forgive, but it's nice to see you using some of the manners I taught you.
She winked at Shanna.
You must be good for him. He's good for me too.
Ignoring Hildy's knowing look, I set my hand on the small of Shauna's back and led her into the house. Home sweet home. She stopped in the foyer and took a look around at the gleaming white marble, white couches, white lilies on the entryway table.
I can't imagine growing up here.
The formal rooms are a bit sterile for my tastes. Come on, let me show you the den. I dropped our bags near the door. Hildy took a step forward, but I held up my hand. Don't you dare try to carry those upstairs. I'll get them later. The woman arched an eyebrow.
Telling me how to do my job?
No, I'm giving you a vacation. Take a break while my parents are out of town. You deserve it. I hugged her for the first time since I'd been in high school. When I was a child, Hildy was my one source of affection, but her frail body felt foreign to me. When did she get so old? She tensed for a half-second before tightening her grip on me.
Thank you, Enzo, but I wasn't going to carry them myself. I was going to have Rupert take care of them.
How many people does my mother have working here?
4, but I'm the only live-in. She patted my arm. Go show your guest around. I'll make the 2 of you some lunch.
You're not going to take my advice and take it easy for a few days? I knew she wouldn't, but I couldn't resist teasing her like I had when I was young.
And die of boredom sipping lemonade by the pool?
Hildy smirked.
Besides, it'd take me a week to get the kitchen back in order after you were done with it.
Shanna covered her mouth, likely to hide her smile. You may have a point. I motioned to the hall. We'll be in the den.
Chapter 15. Shanna. The den, as Enzo called it, was the biggest man cave I'd ever seen. Besides the oversized brown leather sectional and widescreen television, it had a pool table, air hockey, and 3 pinball machines. This is like Guy Nirvana. I wandered to the floor-to-ceiling shelves to check out a model boat. That's a replica of the family yacht. Enzo shoved his hands in the back pockets of his jeans. He'd seemed off since the conversation in the car, but I doubted his nerves had anything to do with bringing a girl home to meet Mom. 1, we weren't actually dating, and 2, his parents were on another continent. He'd shocked me with his honesty. Given the nature of the family business, I'd expected him to be his normally elusive self. That he seemed concerned I would think less of him touched my heart. It made me believe he'd meant it when he said he was in this with me. Eve's delight? I giggled because, deep down, I had the sense of humor of a 12-year-old boy. Plus, I hoped a little silliness would snap him out of his dark mood. My father named it. I figured. Conjures up all sorts of disturbing images, doesn't it? I wiggled my brows. Thanks for that. His ears turned red. I never would have believed it possible for a Marchionni to blush. I took it as a challenge to see if I could make his ears turn magenta. Funny, though, I thought Eve's delight would be bigger, longer, maybe more girth. How can someone so cute have such a dirty mind? He draped his arms over my shoulders and gave me a real smile. It goes with my filthy mouth. I motioned back to the model. How big is the real thing? 47 feet. It's great for getting around the Gulf. Big boats are hard to get into small ports. He leaned in to kiss me, but stopped and arched a brow. What? I bit my lip, fighting to hold in more laughter. He pressed his lips together as if to keep from grinning. I'm almost afraid to ask. I was just thinking, I bet you'd do a splendid job fitting your vessel into my small port. Keep talking like that, and I'm going to throw you over my shoulder and take you upstairs. I'd like to see you try. Understatement of the century. After what felt like weeks of foreplay, I was more than ready. Enzo lunged for me, grabbed my hips, and lifted me off the floor. I wrapped my legs around his waist and arms around his neck. What happens upstairs? I plan to put your dirty mind and filthy mouth to good use. He captured my lower lip in his teeth. The nibble sent a shot of electricity from my mouth to my toes and everywhere between. Isn't Hildy making us lunch? She'll leave it in the kitchen. He leaned in to kiss me again, and his phone rang. Damn it. It's work again. I squirmed until he set me down. Go ahead. He frowned at the screen. I'll be quick. I left the room to give him some privacy. After wandering the halls and taking several turns, I doubted I'd find my way back to him without a map. I should leave a trail of breadcrumbs. In the end, I followed the scent of Cajun seasoning to the kitchen. Hildy glanced up from the stove and smiled. Do you need something? Water would be great. I pointed to the fridge. May I? Help yourself. She dumped 2 handfuls of shrimp into the pot and stirred. Where's Enzo? He had a call. I settled at the kitchen island with my water. This house is huge. I can't imagine being the one to clean it. It's easier now that the boys are grown, but I don't do it alone. Hildy settled on a stool beside me. Have you and Enzo been dating long? Oh, no, we aren't dating. Hildy's eyes twinkled with mischief. It only takes a second to fall in love. I knew the first moment I saw my husband. With anyone else, I'd argue, call them delusional, and dismiss their advice as romantic BS. But I wanted to believe her. Or maybe my attitude change had nothing to do with Hildy, and everything to do with my feelings for Enzo. I swallowed past the emotion clogging my throat. How do you know? How do you know they'll love you back? She leaned closer, as if afraid someone would overhear. You have nothing to worry about. I saw the way he looked at you when you weren't watching. He's quite taken with you. I nodded, though I doubted her assessment. You don't believe me? Hildy chuckled. You are the first woman he has brought home. Not like he had much of a choice. Or did he? He offered to take me to his place tomorrow, but had practically insisted we come to his parents' house. Enzo Marchionni wants me here. I smiled and turned to the pictures lining the shelves in the breakfast nook. May I? Of course. She followed me. My husband and I couldn't have children of our own. It was my pleasure to take care of the boys for Evelyn and Joe. I lifted a framed photo of 6 boys. Which one is Enzo? Look close and you tell me. I studied the image. 4 of the kids were grouped together, while 2 stood alone. The tall loner had to be Joe Jr. He looked older than the rest. I squinted at the other boy and recognized Enzo by the way he dipped his chin. Come to think of it, I'd never seen Gabe or the others hold their heads down. That's him. He looks so sad. Hildy nodded. Enzo had the same expression in every picture taken with his brothers. There were several shots of individual boys, but none of him alone. It broke my heart to the point I longed to see a photo of him smiling. Do you have any of just Enzo? Other than his graduation pictures in the family album, no. She frowned and returned to the kitchen. That's so wrong. Gloomy and more than a little pissed off at Evelyn for playing favorites, I turned back to Hildy. You've never met one of Lorenzo's girlfriends? Not a one. I met the dark-haired girl that's sweet on Leo, and Joe Jr.'s wife and Maggie, but Enzo has never brought a woman to meet me. I wrinkled my nose. What about Nicolina Lazio? Hildy muttered something under her breath. Evelyn invited her here a few times over the years. I didn't blame her for her dislike of Nico, but the fact Enzo hadn't brought her here lightened my steps. Can I help with lunch? Hildy pointed toward a china cabinet. Would you set the table? The silver is in the top drawer, plates on the bottom shelf. Lost in thought, I busied myself with the simple chore. While I wanted to believe my being here meant something, I couldn't. The one constant truth in my life was men didn't stick around, not fathers, and especially not lovers. Enzo had proved my point after the gala. Will he ghost me again once the Lazio situation is under control? I thought about him getting into the SUV while everyone said their goodbyes, and the sad little boy in the pictures, and sighed. The Marchionnis hadn't physically abandoned him, but emotionally, he'd grown up feeling alone. We have more in common than I thought. Tell me about the wedding, Hildy said from the kitchen. I wanted to come, but these old bones can't handle long flights. It was beautiful. Gabe had tears in his eyes when he saw Maggie coming down the aisle. I avoided mentioning the rushing crowd and the guns, because it wasn't my place to tell her. Did Evelyn behave herself? She wasn't always a fan of Maggie. Hildy laughed. Evelyn's coming around. It's hard not to love Maggie. She's great. She's been my best friend since high school. She's done a fine job with Joe's kids and little Ella. Does she cook? Hildy made the sign of the cross when she mentioned Enzo's deceased brother. I smiled, thinking only Evelyn did that. Maggie loves to bake, especially when she's angry. She chuckled. She'll be doing a lot of baking being married to that rascal Gabriel. He's changed, grown up a lot. They are really good together. Being a father will do that to a man. She set a pot of gumbo and a muffalata sandwich on the table. I can't wait to see the wedding pictures. I'll send you some candid shots I took on my phone. I'd like that. Enzo came into the kitchen and drew a deep breath. You made your famous gumbo? Started it when you called and said you were coming home. Hildy winked at me. It's his favorite. I'll give you my recipe. He pressed his hand to his chest. Miss Hildy, my mother didn't tell me you were dying. Her smile widened. I'm a little slower these days, but I'm not planning on meeting my maker anytime soon. I figured you must be terminally ill since you swore to take the recipe to the grave. He smirked. 5 minutes alone with Shanna, and you've thrown me over as your favorite. I see how it is. You will always be my favorite. But I can't tell you my secret ingredients, or you'll never come home to visit. She motioned for him to follow her. Watching the two of them in action warmed my heart. Enzo might have felt like an outsider with his brothers, but he hadn't grown up without love. They stopped at the door leading to the patio. Hildy said something to Enzo that made him blush and glance at me. He shook his head, and she pinched his ear. I did my best not to pay them any attention, but it was obvious they were talking about me. Enzo returned to the table, and Hildy hurried down the hall. What was that about? I tried for indifference, but I couldn't stop grinning. She was lecturing me on the merits of marriage and children. She likes you. My mouth fell open. She told you to marry and impregnate me? Pretty much. Why isn't he as freaked out as I am? Sure, I longed for someone to love me enough to stick around, but I knew better than to believe a piece of paper and a baby were guarantees. But she works for your mom. Evelyn would never approve. They're more friends than employer-employee, but Hildy has a mind of her own. I shivered. No offense, but I can live without both. If my biological clock ever starts ticking, I'll hang out with Maggie's bunch for an hour. That'll cure it. Agreed. He laughed. I had Rupert put your things in the room beside mine. We aren't sharing a room? Yes, but I thought you might want some privacy. He took a huge bite of gumbo. Not really. I do, thanks. Enzo slung his arm around me and tugged me close. You're cute when you overthink things. I'm not overthinking. He gave me a yeah right look. Okay, fine. I am. But I hate cute. Tell me I'm beautiful or something. Anything but cute. Nuzzling into my neck, he whispered, You are beautiful. But sometimes you're cute. Like when you're sleeping. I pulled back, wide-eyed. I knew it. You were watching me sleep, like some crazy stalker. He chuckled. You had your hands curled up under your chin, a little drool hanging out of your mouth while you snored. I don't snore. I slapped his arm. I'll let you know tonight.
Chapter 16. Enzo. After the drama in Sicily, an international flight, and bringing a woman to my childhood home, I needed to kick back and relax by the pool. Luckily for me, I had the perfect partner in crime. Even luckier for me, said partner was wet, half naked, and working her way through a bottle of wine. I dove in, swam a couple of laps, and stopped close enough to help myself to Shanna's wine. Hey, get your own. Giggling, she took it out of my hand. How much have you had? Your cheeks are red. She pursed her lips. It was full when I started. I shook the bottle. Not much left. Someone's going to have a wicked hangover in the morning. I needed something to take my mind off things and enjoy my evening. Besides, I don't have to get up early tomorrow. Ah, so you've cleared your calendar for me. Yes, and you should be honored. I don't take an entire day off for just anyone, even if I'm unemployed. She glanced at the dark house. Is Hildy coming back tonight? She's staying with her sister in Metairie. I would have preferred to continue the conversation we'd started in the car when she was sober, but I needed to make sure we were solid. About what we discussed earlier. Shanna reached behind her and untied her bikini top. The blood left my brain for points further south. What are you doing? She set the scraps of material and strings on the deck. Being one with nature. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Muttering under my breath, I said a silent prayer the security cameras weren't recording the pool area. I like nature. Shanna sank up to her chin in the water and stared at me with her cat-like amber eyes. She dipped below the surface. Without the pool light, I couldn't tell what she'd done or where she'd gone. A relaxing evening swim had turned into something quite different. I dove under and found her a few feet away. Running my hand up her leg, I brushed my fingers across her bikini bottoms. Damn. Having fun? She eased away from me and offered a coy smile. I had to know if you were skinny dipping. I'm not. What happened to becoming one with nature? You don't strike me as shy. I advanced on her. She sidestepped me. What about you? You're wearing a suit. I ducked underwater, removed my swim trunks, and tossed them on the deck. Although it was too dark to see much of anything, Shauna's gaze immediately fell to my lower half. I need more vino. Mind sharing? I moved closer, staying just out of reach. It's almost empty. I'll get more. I swam to the side and hoisted my bare ass out of the water. Her gasp made me smile. Leaving a trail of water in my wake, I entered the kitchen. The tile floor might as well have been covered in oil, but I didn't let the threat of broken tailbones or chipped teeth slow me down. My God, this woman has me acting like a 15-year-old who's never seen a set of tits before. Shanna either didn't hear or ignored me when I returned. White or red? I lifted a bottle in each hand. She turned around, laughed, and covered her eyes. Red.
I didn't know her well enough to decide if she was embarrassed or pretending to be, but at the same time, I felt like I'd known her forever. It's nothing you haven't seen before. Actually, it was dark. I didn't see much. The lights were on in the plane, and I distinctly remember you staring at my cock like it was the biggest lobster in the tank. I wiggled the bottles. It is quite impressive. She laughed again, only this time it came out breathy, and getting more so by the second. We'd been interrupted at the gala. The timing had been off in the limo. Emotions had been too high on the plane. But tonight, nothing stood in the way of us being together. Whatever this was between us felt right, fun, easy. An errant thought of the Lazio's demands pricked the back of my mind, but I shoved it away. I'd worry about Nico and her family if and when I had to. Hard as steel, I stood behind her on the deck. Then by all means, take a look. Staring across the pool, she shook her head. I followed her gaze and caught my reflection in the slider. Shauna, are you checking me out in the door? She turned around, stared up my body, and cracked up. I could only imagine the view from her angle, but I'd made her laugh, and that was all that mattered. She covered her face with both hands. You are so bad, and you love every second of it. I dove in over her head. Shauna closed the distance between us and wrapped herself around me. I can't touch. Hold me up. You don't need to make up excuses to touch me. I just saw you swim. Yeah, but I'm drunk, and I'm not that good at it when I'm sober. I slid my arms around her waist. I've got you. She met my eyes and lowered her gaze to my mouth, as if contemplating making the first move. Instead, she tilted her head back and stared at the sky. So many stars. I pressed my lips to her upturned jaw and kissed a slow line to her collarbone. She shivered. Enzo, are you cold? Silly question considering her body heat seeped into my skin. No. A grin tugged at the corners of her mouth as she lowered her gaze. The expression was pure Shauna, sexy and sweet and a little badass. 100% seduction with 0 effort. Unable to resist her, I leaned in and nuzzled my cheek against hers. You didn't drink your wine. I got distracted. Again with the grin. This woman is killing me. I carried her to the shallow end and clutched the bottle of red. Open your mouth. No, I'll choke. Let me have it. She laughed and reached for the wine. Holding it over my head, I turned the request into a command. Open up. Shauna rolled her eyes and opened her mouth, laughed and opened it again. I held the bottle over her lips and poured a small amount between them. She closed her eyes and swallowed. It was hands down the sexiest thing I've ever seen. I took a drink and motioned to her. Once again, she opened for me, and I fed her. Red rivulets ran down her cheek and neck. What could I do but lick the excess from her skin? We took turns, giving and receiving, licking and kissing. I set the bottle on the deck, gripped her waist, and lifted her to the edge of the pool. Standing between her legs, I explored her neck, her breasts, and lower still. Lean back. She tensed as if to refuse, but eased onto her elbows. I tugged her swimsuit down her hips. Lift up. Not here. She nodded toward the security cameras. Are they on? If they are, I'll take care of it. That she'd noticed them surprised me, but I had no intention of discussing anything except her room or mine. I lowered my head and grazed her inner thigh with my teeth. Her hips rose, and I pulled the bikini bottoms off. A knee in each hand, I parted her legs and kissed a line from her calf to her inner thigh. The salt from the pool water only seemed to sweeten her skin. This woman would be the death of me, but I'd die a happy man. Blindly, I grabbed the bottle and poured Merlot onto her belly. Shauna shivered and made a sound that went straight to my cock. The demanding bastard would have to wait. I lapped the wine from her navel, poured more over her smooth mound, and followed the trail as it disappeared between her legs. Her thighs trembled, and her feet flexed against my back, but she remained quiet, except for an occasional gasp. Perhaps it was selfish, but I wanted to hear her lose control. I stood taller, lifting her hips and forcing her to her back. All the while, I circled my tongue over and into her, drawing out her pleasure. Her body grew taut, and she curled her fingers in my hair. Holding and directing me, she struggled to move her hips, but the position made it difficult. When she came, she whimpered and moaned into her arm. The woman held on to control like a drowning man held to a life preserver. I'd wanted her writhing, out of her head in complete abandon. Stop, please stop. She wiggled away. I stood and drew her into the pool. She fell against me as if boneless. Are you all right? I sank into the warm water to rinse the wine from her skin. She nodded against my shoulder. I need a minute. Then I'll do you. Any moron would know what she meant, but I couldn't resist teasing her. Do me? You know what I mean. I'm not sure I do, but you can show me upstairs. I carried her up the pool steps. Wait, I don't have my bathing suit. She squirmed to break free. You don't need it. I eased into the house. What if Hildy comes home? She tried to whisper, but ended up giggling and ruining the effect. She won't. I juggled her and opened the bedroom door. Once inside, I set her on the bed. I'll be right back. You're leaving me? She traced a circle around her breast. Only long enough to find a condom. Her hand trailed down her body. Hurry. I made it to my room in 5 seconds flat, found my wallet, and retrieved the foil packet. On the way back, I stubbed my toe in the bed frame, stumbled, and knocked over a lamp. Once again, the woman had me running around like a maniac. When I returned victorious and horny as hell, Shanna was sound asleep. You've got to be kidding me. I wanted to wake her, but one glance at her peaceful face broke my resolve. Not to mention, she was outright plastered. I might have been a criminal, but I wasn't a monster. The urge to hold her while she slept overwhelmed me. She was a tiny little thing, but so strong. My brothers were right. She deserved respect and time and everything in the world I couldn't give her. But damn, if...
Chapter 17. Shanna. I woke naked, alone, and hungover. Nothing gave me a headache like wine. I groaned and pulled the pillow over my head, but my bladder revolted. Sitting made the room spin. I eased my way to the edge of the bed and stared down at my thighs. A dark purple and red hickey stared back. Lovely. I made it to the bathroom before memories of the night before flashed through my mind. Oh shit! I passed out on him. I didn't know whether to smile or cringe. I did both. Prior to my wine-induced coma, Enzo had surprised me. He'd blown my socks off the night of the gala, but that thing he'd done with the wine was... damn. I stepped into the shower and washed the salt out of my hair. The steam helped clear the fog from my brain. I would never call fooling around with Enzo a mistake, but I knew better than to believe in happily ever afters. Our relationship couldn't go anywhere, not with his indecision about the mafia, and not until Evelyn dropped dead. Even then, her ghost would haunt us. I could picture her rattling chains and moaning the rosary every time we had sex. A day or two, and I'll be back to my normal life. What's wrong with a couple nights of mind-blowing sex in a gorgeous house with a gorgeous man? I towel-dried my hair and slipped into a skimpy sundress, sans panties. Come hell or high water, today would be the day the foreplay ended and the banging began. Unless I fell asleep on him again. Midway down the stairs, I stopped and tightened my grip on the banister. One look at Enzo and Hildy's worried expressions, and my pulse raced. He waited until I reached the first floor before drawing me into an embrace. What happened? What's wrong? Maggie and Gabe? Is everyone all right? I pulled back, but he avoided my gaze. Everyone's fine, Shanna. His frown deepened. Tell me. My alcohol-shrunken brain played through every horrific scenario imaginable. I answered your phone this morning. You what? I never pegged him for the kind of man who'd invade my privacy, but I had the feeling I had bigger problems. It rang several times from the same number. And? It was your neighbor. Your building was set on fire. Your apartment and the shop below were destroyed.
Mr. Bouguer!
My knees threatened to buckle, but he caught me before I hit the floor.
What? No, her name was Ann Dixon.
Enzo furrowed his brow and glanced at Hildy. The older woman cocked her head.
Who is Mr. Bouguer?
My cat. Did Anne mention my cat?
She glanced at Enzo as if he'd know, or maybe her wide-eyed stare was a cry for help. He shook his head.
No, but cats are intelligent. I'm sure he got out.
Not him. He's not very smart, and he's too fat to fit through small places. I bent at the waist and focused on my breathing. In, out. In, out. He rested his hand between my shoulder blades.
Let's call her.
No, screw that. I need to go over there. I stood so abruptly the back of my head collided with his jaw. Rubbing his face, Enzo said, "You can't." "What do you mean I can't?" Hildy moved to my side.
"Shanna, I know this is difficult, but it's better if you stay inside the house for the time being. Why don't we call Ms. Dixon and have her look for him?"
My heart raced and my chest tightened and spots danced before my eyes. I was either having a heart attack or a panic attack, maybe both. Unable to think straight, I nodded and allowed Hildy to guide me to the couch. Did the entire building go up? Was anyone hurt? Ms. Dixon is 80-some-odd years old. Is she homeless now? Oh, God. I'm homeless.
No one was hurt, and Ms. Dixon didn't mention being displaced. It seems the fire was contained to your apartment and the store below it.
Hildy sat beside me and rubbed my back. Her gentle touch took the edge off my hysteria. I could totally see this woman raising 6 boys. Enzo pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed.
"Ms. Dixon, this is Lorenzo Marchionni. Shanna is asking about her cat, Mr. Booger."
"Mr. Bouguer," Hildy corrected him. He listened for the longest moment in the history of long freaking moments.
"I see. Okay. Will you do me a favor? Contact the animal shelters and speak to the neighbors."
Leaning forward, I hugged myself. This can't be happening. Hildy pulled me closer.
"Yes, I'm her boyfriend."
He sat on the other side of me and rested his hand on my thigh. Boyfriend? I bristled until it dawned on me that he'd likely used the word to get some street cred with Ms. Dixon.
"Posters would be fantastic." "A reward?"
He met my gaze. Shaking my head, I mouthed, "No."
"Yes, good idea."
I rocked myself back and forth. My poor Mr. Bouguer had either burned alive or was running the streets, scared and alone. Enzo went quiet as Ms. Dixon's voice filled the line.
10,000.
Is he nuts? I bolted upright. Too much. That's too much. He held up his hand.
Do you have a photo of Mr. Boog? Do you have a photo of the cat?
I stood and paced the room. I had neighbors on either side, and the walls weren't exactly thick. How is it possible an empty apartment suddenly caught fire?
Good. No, don't put this number on the flyer. Would you mind using yours? I will compensate you. No, I won't hear of it. It's for your trouble.
He nodded.
Thank you. Yes, you have a good day too.
I rounded on him. Are you crazy? $10,000 will bring out every nutball in New Orleans.
You wanted to find the cat.
He stared as if he thought I might shatter at any second. I'm so screwed. Everything I own was in that apartment. Did she say if anything was salvageable? He stood and wrapped his arms around me.
Don't worry about that now. Things can be replaced.
Mr. Bouguer can't be replaced. He cupped my face in his hands.
No, but if he made it out, someone will find him.
Honey, Enzo's right. Don't give up hope. Hildy hovered nearby. I have nothing left. No job, No house, no clothes. What am I going to do? Between his strong arms and her kind voice, I couldn't hold back my emotions. A dam broke inside me, and all I could do was ride the raging water until things settled. If things settled.
You're staying with me until we get to the bottom of the fires.
He sighed.
Sweetheart, do you have insurance?
Insurance? Oh, God. Mom's going to flip out. My mother owns the building, but I pay rent.
I would assume she carries insurance.
Yes, but I let my renter's policy lapse. My stuff isn't covered. My thoughts raced too fast to bother trying to figure out my next step. Instead, I focused on something easier. Anger. Did Nico's family do this?
It's a possibility.
His shoulders tensed.
Shanna, there's more.
I don't believe in coincidences. I pulled away from him. That bitch killed my cat. It's best not to jump to conclusions. Hildy might have spoken to me, but her gaze never left Enzo. I knew the look. Evelyn had worn it a few times in Sicily. It was a warning and a command to control the situation. To control his woman. Please, what are the chances I'd lose my job and my apartment in the span of a couple of days? Has anyone confronted them? Does Gabe know what happened? I couldn't sit in a white marble cage while some lunatic mob family systematically ruined my life. I headed for the stairs.
Where are you going?
Enzo followed me. The quarter. I need to see my apartment for myself and look for Mr. Bouguer. Then I'm going to pay Alex a visit. I'm not leaving the office until he tells me why he fired me. Enzo caught up with me at the top of the stairs.
Shanna, come back down and have some breakfast. There's more I need to tell you. Then we'll call Gabe and see what we can find out.
Why are you so calm? My entire fucking life exploded the second I met you. As soon as the words came out of my mouth, I regretted them. I'm sorry. I didn't mean... I don't blame you for any of this. He wore the same dipped chin, sad-eyed expression as the boy in the family photos.
I wouldn't blame you if you did.
I know this isn't your fault. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry, but I can't sit around and wait. While I appreciated his hospitality, I needed to get back to the quarter, find my cat, and see if I could salvage any of my things, including my job. His fingers bit into my upper arms.
You can't leave until we know it's safe.
Wanna bet?
Please, come downstairs. You need to hear the rest before you make any decisions.
I nodded and followed him. Enzo waited until we entered the kitchen before answering.
There was a break-in at the restaurant last night, and a small fire.
I gripped the countertop. Another fire? What the hell is wrong with these people? How bad is it?
They trashed the place. It'll take a couple of weeks to get it up and running again.
He stared as if waiting for me to react. All things considered, trashed struck me as an odd way to describe someone torching his restaurant. Was the fire damage extensive?
No.
He pressed his lips into a tight line and shook his head.
The intruder lit paper products and cooking oil in a large stock pot.
The air left my lungs as if he'd struck me. That feels like a message.
I agree. Enzo folded his arms. I didn't want to get into this in front of Hildy, but I fear you were right. This has the Lazios written all over it. They were careful not to destroy anything too large or difficult to replace.
Snap! A piece of the puzzle fell into place. But they wanted you to know they were responsible for my apartment.
He nodded. We shouldn't jump to conclusions yet, but it makes sense. The Lazios wouldn't want me out of business for long. It'd cost them too much money.
Shit. While the Lazios were my first suspects, confirmation a mafia family had me in their crosshairs left me more than a little freaked out.
We're going to lie low for a while. Stay out of sight. Security is good here, but I'm adding some extra men to keep an eye on things in the evenings.
Enzo walked farther into the kitchen. I wanted to point out he didn't own me, to tell him I could take care of myself, to insist nothing would happen to me in broad daylight in the middle of the French Quarter. But after the events of the previous days, a little caution would go a long way. However, that didn't mean I intended to let him boss me around, nor did I want him along for the ride. I need to go alone. I could blend into a crowd, but Lorenzo Marchionni would stand out like a billboard in Times Square.
Do you need anything from the store? Hildy's going to Rouse's to pick up a few groceries.
I opened my mouth to tell him no thank you, but bit my tongue. The longer the housekeeper was out, the easier it'd be for me to slip away. If it's not too much trouble, could she stop by Target? I could use some shorts, size 4. I didn't pack any for Sicily, because Italians don't wear them.
I'm not sure about your choice in stores, but I'll add shorts to her list.
He typed a message into his cell, tossed it aside, and brandished a spatula.
What sounds good, omelets or French toast?
You're cooking? The mere thought of food made me queasy.
Yes, I do, or did, run a restaurant. I love to cook.
He cracked a smile, but it seemed forced. Surprise me. I needed a plan besides eat, make up an excuse to go upstairs, and slip out the back.
Call your former boss while I whip something up.
He pulled my cell from his pocket and set it on the table. Good idea. Though I had no clue what I'd say to him, I dialed Alex's number. Enzo removed a large skillet from the wire rack and heated it while he pulled various containers from the fridge. He lifted the pan and artistically swirled olive oil onto the hot surface. The call went to voicemail. Hi, Alex. This is Shanna. I need to speak to you. It's urgent.
Keep trying him.
Enzo spoke as he chopped veggies. Temporarily distracted, I moved from the table to the kitchen island. You weren't kidding. You do know what you're doing.
I studied culinary arts at Johnson & Wales right out of high school. I wanted to be a chef since I was old enough to sit on a stool and watch Hildy cook.
That's really cool. I can hardly boil water. I rested my chin in my hand.
I could teach you the basics.
I'm hopeless. That's why God invented takeout. I hated small talk on a good day, and this was far from a good day. How are you so calm? How can you shut it off and pretend everything is okay? He tossed the veggies into the pan and whisked the eggs.
Given your line of work, you should know revenge is a dish best served cold.
The tone of his voice and the set of his jaw made me thank my lucky stars my last name wasn't Lazio.
Chapter 18. Enzo. Watching Shanna eat the food I'd prepared topped my list of sexy, non-sexual moments. Between the appreciative sound she made, the way her eyes drifted closed, and the fork disappearing in her sinful mouth, I needed a cold shower. Better yet, I needed to bend her over the kitchen island and sink inside her. That was incredible. Shanna sat back and flashed me a satisfied smile. We had pressing matters to attend to, but my mind remained firmly entrenched in imagining 101 things I could do to her with a spatula. Glad you liked it. Are you going to call Gabe now? The question snapped me back to the matter at hand better than a bucket of ice water. Yes, and you should listen in. She stood and stretched her arms over her head. I'll go upstairs and shower to give you some privacy. That's odd. I thought she'd appreciate me allowing her to eavesdrop. This affects you as much as it does me. You should hear what he has to say. Shanna frowned and stared at her hands. When she finally got around to replying, her voice shook as if she might cry. I know, but you need to focus on what he's saying. I'll only distract you by breaking down or losing my temper. I lifted a lock of her damp hair. You showered before you came down for breakfast. I wasn't aware we were under water rations.
She waved her hands, motioning to the room. What's the point in having all of this if you can't have a shower and a soak in the gigantic tub on the same day? For a split second, she reminded me of Nico throwing a tantrum, but Shanna had good reason for her emotional outburst. Pamper yourself however you see fit. Thank you, Your Highness. Her snark didn't surprise me. I come to understand she used sarcasm when upset. I'll come find you when I'm finished. I reached for her, but she glared and sidestepped my advances. No, don't. Shanna wrapped her arms around her middle. I need some time alone to process everything. If you touch me, I'll fall apart. I understand. It killed me to let her walk away, but pushing the issue will get me nowhere. I went into my father's office and called Gabe. Enzo, how are you holding up? His voice had a gravelly quality that told me he hadn't slept much. As well as can be expected. How's Shanna? Shaken up. I dragged my hand down my face. But I think she's more upset about the cat than she is about her apartment. Women love their animals. He half chuckled. She's tough. If I know Shanna, she won't rest until she finds out who did this and why. I bet she's already researching recent arson cases and requesting international passenger lists. Fuck me, he's probably right. Should I keep her off the computer? It's not a bad idea. She's got friends in the police department. The last thing we need is more cops snooping around. I'd told her more than I should have about the family business, but I kept that little tidbit to myself. Gabe had enough on his plate without worrying about Shanna inadvertently tipping off the authorities. Did you get the meeting with Lazio? Pietro Lazio denies any involvement in the fire at Shanna's or your restaurant. He swore none of his people are in New Orleans. Do you believe him? I do, but one of the sons could have done this. Gabe sighed. The fire marshal is going to rule the fire at Shanna's place arson. It's only a matter of time before the press links her to you or Maggie. My stomach tightened. We're planning to lie low here until the shitstorm passes. Good. Lock the place down. His voice came through muffled, as if he covered the receiver to speak to someone else. I need to go help Max. I had too many unanswered questions to let him off the phone. What about the Abruzzos? I'm putting Leo on the line. I ground my teeth to keep from laying into him. It was bad enough Gabe sent me back to the States, but to freeze me out now, I had a right to know what the fuck was going on. Hey, bro. Leo sounded like he just rolled out of bed. I drew a breath and swallowed my anger. Did Gabe speak to Tommaso Abruzzo? Yeah, son of a bitch is out of the country until Wednesday. He said we could meet with little Tommy. That'd be a waste of time. Tommy can't take a shit without his old man's permission. Are they stalling to piss us off? Leo said, I'm not convinced Tommaso Abruzzo knows what's going on. This feels more personal. Your restaurant? Yeah, that makes sense. We asked to break ties, they don't want to, so they busted up to make a point, but why bring Shanna into it? I agree. All signs point to the Lazio family. Maybe that warning shot wasn't for you. Would Nicolina order something like this? The question sent a chill down my spine. I'd asked myself the same thing, but dismissed it. The timing was off. The shot had been fired before I'd thrown her out of the house. Leo's voice rose. You still there? Nico's a spoiled brat, but I can't see her ordering burning someone's house down or shooting at me and Shanna. Plus, she would have to know that she'd be the first person we suspected. She's a lot of things, but stupid isn't one of them. Are you sure? He cleared his throat. She took an instant disliking to Shanna, and let's not forget Pietro's demand for a Marchionni-Lazio wedding. I know, but it doesn't sit right. I drew a breath. Nico saw Shanna and me together at the gala. If she wanted to hurt her, why wait until now? Maybe Nico didn't think she was a threat until she saw you two together again. Trust me, Nico viewed Shanna as the competition months ago. What makes you say that? Of course, I'd have to spell it out for Leo. She saw us together. Damn, bro, you and Shanna? He laughed. I thought you said you couldn't seal the deal. We had a good time. Things were going well until I got squirrely and cut her loose. Then you realized the error of your ways. No wonder you were tripping over yourself when she arrived in Sicily. Why does everyone keep saying that? I needed to apologize for being an ass after the gala. And to tell her you weren't with Nicolina? Something like that. Leo sighed. Look, man, I get it. Shauna's an awesome catch, but she's smart. Be careful what you tell her. Eventually, she's going to start asking the wrong questions. You need a game plan. Thank you, Captain Obvious. I have it handled. No problem, nearsighted boy, he chuckled. I hung my head. I told Shanna too much about the family business. I'd fooled myself into believing she could handle it. Hell, she had handled it until someone had torched her apartment. It always came down to this. Women asked questions that were best left unanswered. When I dodged or fed them a fairy tale, they accused me of holding back. When I did answer, they panicked and ran. If there was a silver lining to marrying Nico, it was never having to lie about the business. She understood, with no explanations necessary. I cleared my throat and all thoughts of Nico. What about Dahlia? How do you manage her? We've established a don't ask, don't tell policy. She knows, but she doesn't know. Capisci? Capisco. In hindsight, I should have done the same with Shanna, but that ship had sailed. I wanted her to know. I wanted her to know and to understand. What's more, I wanted her to accept me, and for better or for worse, the family business came with the package. Leo said, "It's best you don't leave the house. If you have to go to the restaurant, you'll need security. How many guys do you have on site?" "None during the day. 2 on the premises for overnights. Get 4 on around the clock." This place is harder to break into than the Federal Reserve. Regardless of who's behind the attacks, all 4 families want business as usual. They don't give 2 shits about changes in the laws or issues with Homeland. And they're not listening to what Pops and Gabe have told them. I think things will get worse before they get better. I agree. I stood and paced the office. Then get more security. Leo lowered his voice. Gabe needs out. He has a family now. I'll step in. Sell Gabe the bar and you the restaurants. You guys can make them legit, and let me handle the Sicilian problems. The words fell out of my mouth out of habit, but for the first time I didn't mean them. I didn't want any of it. Maybe Shauna's right. Maybe there's a way to take care of the people on Comiso that doesn't involve the mafia. We're keeping the properties in Louisiana, letting the rest go, and we're all getting out. He sucked in a breath. Marco's handling the legalities of your rebuild. No fucking way. I'll handle my business. My voice rose. Hey, don't shoot the messenger. Gabe made the call. They pushed me out of Sicily. Now they're pushing me out of my restaurant? Something snapped, be it the last straw or my sanity. This is complete bullshit. I've run that place since day one. I built it from the ground up. Calm down. It's not as bad as it sounds. How can I calm down when I'm not allowed to handle my own fucking restaurant? Pull your head out of your ass and listen. Marco's role is strictly to deal with the authorities and insurance company. Leo hesitated. Enzo, this isn't a competition. Gabe's trying to do what's best for all of us. I get it, but what's good for you two may not be good for me. I disconnected the call. I needed to cool the fuck off and speak with someone who didn't have their head up their ass. I needed Shanna. I made my way upstairs and knocked on her door. No answer. Shanna? I turned the knob, but the damn thing was locked. Knocking harder, I shouted, Shanna, it's me. Open the door. Where the hell is she? I ran my hand over the top of the door jamb, retrieved the key, and unlocked the door. I'd never been so damned happy to see a suitcase in my life. She didn't leave for good. I checked my room, the bath, and the rest of the second floor. No sign of her. Dialing her number, I took the steps 2 at a time and swept the ground level. When she didn't answer, I hit redial and strode to the pool deck. Where the hell is she? I hit redial again. Hello? I could barely hear her voice over the telltale sound of the streetcar. A lethal recipe of anger, fear, and frustration, with a sprinkle of relief, bubbled inside me. Tell me where you are. I'm sending security to get you. I have to run some errands. I'll be back in a couple of hours. Sweetheart, listen to me. I spoke to Gabe. It's not safe for either of us to be on the streets. I need you to tell me where you are. Shanna went quiet. Come back and tell me why you lied to me. My grip tightened until the phone case cracked. The fact she deceived me hurt. However, the realization that I was completely and unequivocally in love with her hit me like a bullet to the heart. Please. I'm sorry. I'll be careful. she hung up.
Chapter 19. Shanna. The Garden District, arguably the prettiest part of New Orleans, passed outside the streetcar window, but I stared at my phone. Maggie had called 3 times, and Enzo had machine gun fired my cell with voice and text messages, each one angrier than the last. I couldn't blame him. I had lied to him and snuck out of the house. Although my reasons had seemed sound at the time, in the grand scheme of things, they were foolish. His last text made my stomach churn. "The shots fired in Ragusa might have been for you. Please come back." I pulled my ball cap down over my face and slid on my sunglasses. They were a piss-poor disguise, but they were all I had with me. My job forced me to deal with shady people, doing shadier things in the shadiest parts of town. However, in the 2 years I worked with Alex, I'd never been this unnerved. Rather than heading straight to my apartment, and possibly into danger, I exited the streetcar on Canal. The busy area provided the cover I needed. Following close behind a group of tourists, I crossed into the French Quarter on Royal. By the time I reached Landry & Sons Antiques, my fight-or-flight response had kicked into overdrive. I ducked into the back room, pressed my hand to my chest, and fought to catch my breath. "Shanna?" Jack emerged from his office. I'd never been so happy to see my oldest friend. Everything from his rumpled hair to his 50s-style black and white dress shoes was familiar, comforting, safe. He took one look at me and pulled me against his chest. "Honey, I'm so sorry about your apartment." "Have you been there?" As much as I wanted to be held, I didn't have time for a full-scale breakdown. I pulled away and took a step back to prevent him from hugging me again. He closed the distance I'd placed between us and gripped my upper arms. Staring until I met his eyes, Jack said, "No, I was on the phone with Maggie when you came in. She's worried about you." Enzo must have called her. "You didn't tell her I was here, did you?" Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought I'd see my best friend as the opposition. "I did." Frowning, he guided me into a chair. "What's going on?" Somehow I didn't think Jack would believe me if I told him the Sicilian mafia might have ordered a hit on me, killed my cat, and burned down my apartment. I had to get a grip and come up with a plausible story before he had me committed. "I can't get into the details." "Since when?" He narrowed his eyes. "Since Enzo Marchionni." "It's about a case I'm working on." His expression softened a hair. "Go on." I can't." My lack of judicial creativity bothered me more than my sudden distrust of Maggie. I'd always been able to bullshit with the best of them. It came with the job. The fact I had absolutely nothing to say told me how much the situation had freaked me out. I never should have left the mansion. "Are you in danger?" "Maybe." Jack stood, paced away, and marched back. "What does this have to do with Maggie and the Marchionnis?" I shook my head. "Damn it, Shanna!" He folded and unfolded his arms. "Do you need to get out of town?" I couldn't handle my nerves, let alone his. "Jack, please sit down. You're making me nuts." "I'm making you nuts?" He barked out a laugh. "That's rich." In the last few days, Alex fired me for no reason. My apartment was torched. Someone fired a gun over my head. Mr. Bouguer is missing. His eyes widened. "Mr. Bouguer was in the apartment?" Out of everything I'd said, he'd focused on my cat, and I loved him for it. Ms. Dixon was going in a couple of times a day to feed him and keep him company. She hasn't seen him since the fire. Jack walked behind the counter and pulled out a set of keys that would make a medieval jailer jealous. "You remember my old hunting cabin down in Terrebonne Parish?" Vaguely. Hunting cabins everywhere would take offense to him using their name to describe the old shack on stilts. How the place had survived a thunderstorm, let alone a handful of hurricanes, was anyone's guess. But I suspected it was held together with duct tape and superglue. He handed me 2 keys. One's to the cabin, the other is to my boat at the marina. I'll call and let the guys know you're coming down. Ask for Otis. He'll give you directions. While I appreciated the offer, May in the bayou meant nothing but gators, copperheads, and water moccasins. I think I'll take my chances with the mafia. Thanks, but I can't. You can, and you will. He grabbed my wrist, turned it over, and set the keys in my palm. I'll stay here and look for Mr. Bouguer. See what I can save from your place, and meet you in a couple of days. I can't ask you to do that for me. I needed to get back to the mansion before Enzo ordered the mob version of the Secret Service to drag me out of the shop. No way on earth could I explain that to Jack. You didn't ask. I offered. Brow furrowed, he stared as if trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle. Don't be stupid, Shanna. Someone shot at you. I'm not being stupid. Okay, I am being stupid, but I'm not going to let him fall down the rabbit hole with me. I have a place to hide out. Jack narrowed his eyes. Where? It's best you don't know the details. I had no idea why I evaded his question, but I didn't want to tell him I'd shacked up with Enzo Marchionni. I have my cell. Call me if— Screw that. He grabbed my upper arms again. I thought he might try to shake some sense into me. Instead, he laid one hell of a kiss on me. Dumbstruck, I stood there unable to think or move. If Jack noticed my lack of response, it didn't bother him. The man I'd considered a dear friend for years plundered my mouth like a freaking pirate searching for buried treasure. The situation shocked me, but it wasn't entirely awful. As far as kisses went, Jack delivered a solid performance. But my heart wasn't in it. Enzo had ruined me. I planted my hands on his broad chest and pushed him away. Jack, stop. He wobbled and grinned like a drunk. You have no idea how long I've wanted to do that. My brain misfired. A million questions pinged around in my skull, but I only managed one word. Why? He cupped my face in his hands. Shanna Isaac, I've been in love. Don't! I jerked free. Don't you dare say it. You've been pushing me to date for months. You're the one who told me to cozy up to one of the Marchionnis. He flinched as if I'd struck him. Is that what this is about? This can't be happening. I folded my arms, bowed my head, and nodded. Jack lifted my chin. Are you happy? Am I? I hadn't stopped to think about it. In fact, I'd spent most of my time with Enzo wondering when the other $5,000 Italian leather loafer would fall. A week ago, I would have considered seeing where things went with Jack. But now? The thought of dating anyone except Enzo made me queasy. Shit. I plopped into the chair. Shit. He knelt in front of me. What's going on in that head of yours? I'm in love with Enzo Marchionni. I stared into Jack's dark chocolate eyes and wished, more than anything, I could tell him the truth. I don't want this to mess up our friendship. He offered me a smile, but I knew him well enough to know I'd broken his heart. I'd ask which part, but it doesn't matter. Nothing can ruin our friendship, Shanna. Nothing. I threw my arms around him and buried my face in his chest. Thank you. Holding me close, Jack said, I meant what I said. I love you. I opened my mouth to tell him I loved him too, as a friend, but I never got the chance. Enzo Marchionni rounded the corner and folded his arms. I sat frozen like a mouse before a snake. In fact, his eyes held the same amount of warmth as the reptile. Shanna, you didn't tell me you were seeing someone. Jack rose to his full height, a couple inches taller than Enzo. However, if I had to place bets on the winner of a cage match, I'd have bet my last dime on the Italian. Muscle didn't stand much of a chance against rage. I shot to my feet and insinuated myself between the men. He's a friend, Jack spoke without ending the staring match with Enzo. The testosterone levels in the room choked off the oxygen. If I didn't do something quick, I feared we'd all suffocate. I rested my hand on Enzo's arm. He's going to look for my cat and see if anything's salvageable at the apartment. His ice-cold gaze fell to my lips. My hand flew to my mouth before I thought the better of it. I could still taste Jack and feel the whisker burn on my cheeks. Enzo motioned to the exit. I have a car waiting. Shall we? Jack balled his hands at his sides. I needed to speak to him before I left, but I had absolutely no idea what to say to smooth things over. Go ahead. I'll be right out. Enzo shot me a warning look, turned, and walked out of the store. That's the guy you're seeing? Jack pointed after him. That arrogant son of a bitch? I grabbed his arm and pulled him out of view of the front windows. He's not like that when you get to know him. Cut him some slack. Imagine what it looked like when he walked in here. I know what it looked like, and I know you were scared. No, terrified of him. Not of him, of the two of you going at it. Can you blame me? I wanted to throw my head back and scream out my frustration, but that'd undoubtedly bring the Marchionni security team in with guns blazing. You acted like a couple of Rottweilers marking your territory. I thought you'd slug it out before I could separate you. He nodded to the door. You'd best not keep him waiting.
Chapter 20. Enzo. The warm, humid air wrapped around me like a wet blanket as I stood outside the car. I drew a deep breath and allowed the musky scent of the Mississippi River, the odor of garbage, and the savory aroma of Old Bay seasoning comfort me. The thought of moving to Sicily and running the show was alluring, but I knew I would never do it. The French Quarter was home. Shanna emerged from the antique store like a hurricane making landfall. The only thing on the planet that put Mother Nature to shame was the unbridled fury of a woman. She set her gaze on me and frowned. You had no right. I opened the back door of the town car and waited for her to climb inside. Shanna glanced up Royal Street, as if gauging the distance she'd have to run to be free of me. Too far to go on foot. I'd follow her to the ends of the earth if it meant keeping her safe. But I knew better than to tell her that. The woman would see it as a challenge. She huffed and slid into the back seat. You have nothing to say for yourself? I sat beside her and spoke to the driver. Take us to the 600 block of Dauphine. Drive slow, but don't stop. We're driving past my apartment. Her voice dulled. I thought you'd want to see it for yourself. Unless, of course, you've already been there. The thought of her roaming the streets alone made me grind my teeth. Not only had she lied to me, she'd needlessly put herself in danger. I came straight to Jack's. Jack. Hearing her say his name did nothing to improve my mood. I don't appreciate you leaving without telling me. I shouldn't have snuck out, but I knew you'd say no if I asked to come into the quarter. For good reason. I said louder than I'd intended. What did you mean when you said the... She glanced at the driver and frowned. When you said I was the target in Ragusa. I respected the fact she'd censored herself in mixed company. If nothing else, she had a good head on her shoulders. Everything that's happened seems personal. My money's on Nico. It's looking that way, yes. I lowered my voice, which is why I panicked when you left. I'm not some helpless damsel in distress, nor am I your captive. I understand that, but nothing. I agreed to stay with you until things settle, and I'll inform you before I leave the house, but I won't ask your permission. You don't have the right to tell me where I can and cannot go. I disagreed, but bit my tongue. If I pushed her, she'd bolt like a dog on a broken leash. As we neared her block, Shanna shifted in her seat and pressed closer to the window.
The city had set out safety barricades and yellow tape in an effort to keep criminals and curious tourists away from the damaged building. The exterior wall facing west had partially crumbled. Blackened beams were all that remained of what had probably been her living room. Continuing to stare, she sat as still as the grave. Even after we'd passed her former home, she didn't move a muscle. "Shanna," I touched her arm.
"There's no way Mr. Bouguer got out of there."
Her voice cracked. I pointed to a poster glued to a street lamp. "Look, there's one of the flyers Mrs. Dixon put up. Someone will find him." She didn't as much as turn her head.
"Or the fire department will find his remains."
I'm sure they would have by now. I had no idea how arson investigations worked, but it didn't look like a very large space. Surely the fire department had combed through it looking for victims.
"Not if it isn't safe. You saw it. Do you really think the floor is stable?"
Her voice rose in volume and pitch. I sandwiched her hand between mine. "Have you spoken to the authorities?"
"They wouldn't give me any information over the phone."
She pulled away.
"Which is why I wanted to come and see it for myself."
I leaned forward to get the driver's attention. "Take us to the firehouse in Decatur." Shanna stared.
"I'm allowed to speak to firefighters? You know most of them are men, right?"
I'd planned on having this conversation once we were alone, but it appeared she wanted to go at it in front of witnesses. "Are you going to kiss them?" She folded her arms. "Do you anticipate embracing any random firemen while they tell you they love you?"
"No."
I held my palms up.
"Great.
Then I failed to see a problem.
How magnanimous of you."
She smirked and glanced out the window.
"You had it wrong back there. Jack and I are friends."
"Friends?" I rolled my lips in and nodded. "With benefits?"
"No, just friends."
My patience stretched to its limits. I could handle whatever had happened between them. We weren't exclusive. We didn't have a commitment. Hell, I hadn't gotten around to taking her out to dinner. However, I would not tolerate dishonesty. "Don't lie to me."
"I'm not."
Her cheeks flushed, but I doubted I'd embarrassed her. "You kissed him." I pointed at her, but curled my hand and folded my arms.
"Not that it's any of your business, but he kissed me."
She sighed.
"I didn't know what to do or how to react. I've always looked at him like a big brother."
"I'll tell you how you should have reacted. You should have pushed the bastard away. I needed to calm the fuck down before I said something we'd both regret. You didn't know, did you? And before you answer, remember, I know how your mouth looks after you've been ravished." She drew a deep breath.
"No, I didn't push him away."
Her answer hit me like gasoline on a wildfire. "Do you love him?" Shanna whipped her head in my direction. Mouth open, eyes wide, she stared for 2 heartbeats.
"Jack and I are friends. Or so I thought."
Before I could form a reply, the car stopped in front of the fire station. She jumped out before the driver put the car in park. "Do you want me to go in with you?" So much for holding back my anger. I wanted nothing more than to dry her eyes and hold her, but my damned pride wouldn't allow it.
"No. And by the way, no one uses the word ravished anymore."
Shanna slammed the door in my face and marched inside. I counted to 10 and then to 50 before exiting the car. Shanna stood inside the firehouse, speaking to a middle-aged woman in normal business attire. Not exactly what I'd expected. The lady glanced at me and nodded before turning her attention back to Shanna.
"I know this is difficult, but we can't allow you to go into the building until we know it's safe." "What about the other residents? Was anyone else displaced?"
She hugged herself as if trying to keep from falling apart.
"I'm worried about my next-door neighbor, and Dixon."
Sooner or later, the emotions would catch up with her, and I planned to be the one to hold her when they did.
"The Red Cross placed Mrs. Dixon in a hotel while her apartment is being repaired."
The news tightened my chest. I'd spoken to the woman on the phone. She'd never once mentioned the fire had impacted her. Instead, the elderly woman had focused on Shauna's well-being and the cat. I moved to Shauna's side. "I have her number in my cell. We'll pay her a visit before we head home."
"I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name."
Beth Hall, according to her name tag, looked me over twice. "Enzo Marchionni." I extended my hand. "Did any of the firefighters on the scene mention seeing a cat?" Ms. Hall gave me a wide smile and a weak handshake. As I was telling Miss Isaac, no animals were rescued from the fire, but I'd be happy to contact the men on duty and ask. I'd appreciate it. I stared until she got the hint and picked up the phone. Shanna inched closer to me. She didn't offer to call when I asked. I whispered. I suspect it would have been the other way around if you'd spoken to a man. I doubt it. She pressed her tiny form against my side. I held her for what seemed like hours while Miss Hall did her thing. Despite our close proximity, an uncomfortable silence hung in the air between us. I apologized for losing my temper in the car. She sighed and eased away. I can't talk about this right now. I understand. I didn't understand. In fact, I wanted the entire argument behind us as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
Chapter 21. Shanna. The Marchionni mansion glittered and gleamed the same as it had when I'd left. But for me, it had lost its luster. The front rooms had a museum-quality coldness to them that set me on edge. The kitchen felt as empty as a set for a fancy cooking show. Even the massive man cave seemed suffocating. Enzo hadn't said much since we'd left the firehouse. Not like I had anything to say to him anyway. With no new information about Mr. Bougere, my already cracked heart had splintered a little more. I'd hoped a visit with Ms. Dixon would brighten my mood, but she hadn't answered when I called. I pulled my phone from my pocket and dialed my mom. I had no intention of getting into my personal life, but I'd put off telling her about the building long enough. "Shoshana, I was just about to call you." My mother sounded out of breath. "Are you still in Sicily?" "Honey, I have bad news about the building." I could count the times I'd lied to her on one hand, but I couldn't tell her the truth. If she knew I'd returned, she'd likely ask me to be her eyes on the ground with all things fire. At the same time, Ms. Dixon and the business manager at the fire station knew I was back. It was only a matter of time before my mom discovered the truth. "Shoshana, are you still there?" She muttered something about international calls. The familiarity of her voice anchored me enough that my thoughts cleared. "I'm here. Mom, I only have a minute. I know about the fire. Ms. Dixon called me. Are you insured?" Yes. Don't worry about the building." She quieted for a moment. When she spoke again, she used her mom voice. "But it doesn't cover personal belongings. You were behind on your rent. Please tell me you kept up with your renter's policy." I closed my eyes and bit back a groan. So much for a little maternal nurturing. "I'm good, Mom, but I need to go. Have fun and send loads of pictures. Give Maggie a hug and kiss from me." I disconnected the call. Unable to sit still, and too tired to start my job search, I debated going for a swim. Only when I walked outside, the pool deck reminded me of Enzo and that damned wine. Not happening. I poked my head into the library and found him reading a gigantic book. It made 0 sense, but him sitting there so at ease riled my temper. He glanced up and gave me a half-assed smile. "Would you like to join me?" "I'm dyslexic." The words fell from my mouth before I could stop them. He set the novel on the table beside him. "My mother has a collection of audiobooks. What do you like to read?" "I don't like to read anything. Did you miss the part where I said I was dyslexic?" Enzo gave me a nervous smile that told me he had no clue what to say. I held my hand up. I didn't have the energy to explain my learning disability, nor did I feel comfy cozy enough to make myself more vulnerable to him. "Forget it. I think I'll go take a bubble bath." He arched a brow. "Is that code for sneaking out the back door?" I gave him my best dirty look, turned on my heel, and marched upstairs. What was I thinking? Coming back here? The keys Jack had given me weighed a few ounces, but they felt heavy in my pocket. I could leave. Enzo would never find me down in Terrebonne Parish. Heck, I wasn't sure I could find my way to the marina without asking Jack for directions. Life would be so easy with a man like Jackson Landry. For one thing, he'd stuck with me for years. We'd met at a football game, him rooting for the Saints, and me wearing my Miami Dolphins jersey. Since that day, he'd been my shoulder to cry on, +1 when I needed a date, and my personal handyman. He'd seen me at my best and my absolute worst. I doubted he'd leave me even if the relationship grew stale. Is that what I want? Stale? Familiar? Safe? Comfortable like an old pair of sweats? There are worse things than sharing your life with your best friend. I stripped out of my clothes and wrapped a fluffy white towel around myself while I filled the tub. I couldn't lie to Jack and pretend I felt the same way about him. It wouldn't be fair to either of us. Not when I was in love with Enzo. Leave it to me to choose the roller coaster over the merry-go-round. I went back into my room for a change of clothes and found Enzo sitting in the chair beside my window. I clutched the towel tighter to my chest. I thought you said I would have privacy in this room. He stood and walked to me. I was upset with Gabe and Leo this morning. I wasn't thinking straight. And then when I saw you with Jack, I was jealous. I took my frustrations out on you. I'm sorry. Forget it. I turned my back to him to eliminate the temptation to touch him. Go take a bath. I'll make dinner. He massaged my shoulders. The warmth of his hands spread through me and thawed my anger. I'm not hungry. I closed my eyes and hung my head. As much as I wanted to be alone, his fingers were like magic. You're so tense. Why don't you lie down and let me work the knots out? A massage is the oldest trick in the book for getting a woman to sleep with you. Because it works. He chuckled, continuing to rub the tension from my neck and shoulders. Let's go to bed. I'm still pissed at you. Angry sex is good sex. He kissed the back of my neck. And I'm not talking about a peck or brush of lips. Enzo Marchionni nuzzled and licked and nibbled until I turned into a puddle of need. Is that right? I breathed the words on a sigh. Turning me to face him, he ripped the towel away and yanked me against his chest. Part of me wanted to slap his smug face, but the other part needed the distraction from my mess of a life. I pulled the hem of his shirt up. Enzo reached over his shoulder, tugged his t-shirt over his head, and threw it to the side. You don't believe me? I'll need some proof. I raised on tiptoes. That can be arranged. He slanted his mouth over mine and kissed me like a man staking his claim. Fearing my legs wouldn't hold me, I wrapped my arms around his waist and ran my nails up his back. Each time he stepped forward, I stepped back, until we reached the bed. We'd come so close, so many times. I'd had 2 months of foreplay to prepare for this, but my hands still trembled when I touched him. What if this changes things? What if I fall for him even more? What if he leaves? Enzo whispered, Shanna. Pushing the thoughts from my mind, I sucked his lower lip between my teeth and bit until he hissed. He pushed forward, but I wanted control this time. He'd called the shots long enough. I shifted our position, planted my hands on his chest, and shoved him onto the bed. Take your pants off, Enzo chuckled. Wouldn't that have been easier before you pushed me down? I bit back a smile. If he wanted to tease, I could tease too. I toyed with my breasts until my nipples hardened. Enzo lost his pants in record time. Straddling him, I rotated my hips until he pressed against my core. This man had the capacity to break me into a million pieces. And I'm not talking about an orgasm, though he could do that too. He lifted his hips to speed things along, but I pulled back. I needed to flip the script, to do this differently, to remind myself this was sex with a friend.
not a promise of more. I'm in charge. All right, what do you want me to do? He grinned. Now that's a loaded question. I wanted him inside me more than I wanted my next breath. But the idea of having such a powerful man at my mercy sent my imagination running wild. Lay on your back. If you wanted to be on top. He sprawled on the bed with his hands behind his head. I crawled up his body, noting how he tensed when he thought I'd straddle his hips again. I continued to move toward his head, and he furrowed his brow. Coming to my knees, I positioned myself over his face. Keep your hands at your side. Yes, ma'am. He laughed and licked my inner thigh. I grabbed the headboard and lowered my body. Enzo raised his head, but I rose just out of reach. When he lowered, I lowered. It took 2 more times, but the control freak finally understood what I wanted. I rolled my hips until his tongue pressed where I needed it and rocked to set the rhythm. He took over from there. The position might have given me the upper hand, but Enzo played my body like he cooked, skilled, precise, and with an artistic flair. I held on to the headboard for dear life and prayed to anyone who would listen that I'd come before he sprained his tongue. So close, I can't. Enzo grabbed my hips and held me in place as his tongue moved in a quick but steady rhythm. He undid me in seconds, leaving me panting and begging for him to stop. Enzo didn't seem to know the meaning of the word stop. You don't know the meaning of following orders, but I'll let you slide this once. How magnanimous of you. He shifted his weight and sat upright, taking me with him. One moment, I was straddling his face. The next, he had my upper back on his thighs and my legs draped over his shoulders. Stop, please. No. Bent like a misshapen paperclip, I couldn't roll to the side, couldn't close my legs, couldn't take another second. He licked, nibbled, and sucked another orgasm out of me before he released my hips. I threw my arm over my face and tried to remember how to breathe, only vaguely aware that he'd put on a condom. Enzo moved between my rubbery legs and hovered. May I make love to you now, mistress? Yes, please do, master of cheesy lines. Staring into my eyes, he pushed inside me. Each small fraction forward ignited my overly sensitive flesh until I couldn't take it. I lifted my hips, but he held in place. I made a sound that I'd never made before, something between a moan and a whimper. Please. Nuzzling his cheek against mine, he whispered, Do you want something? Yes, deeper. I need you inside me. He smiled against my cheek as he eased forward a little more. I might have played at taking control, but this man was a master. How can he hold back for so long? Damn it, Enzo, give it to me. He thrust forward, burying himself. I gasped, digging my nails into his shoulders. Once again, I barely recognized the sounds coming out of my mouth. Enzo propped himself up on one elbow and turned my face toward his. Look at me, Shanna. I held his gaze as he drew back and pressed forward, over and over. The slow pace accentuated the movement, intensifying the sensation, yet somehow prolonged my pleasure. Lowering his mouth to mine, he kissed me as leisurely as he moved his hips, like he had nothing to do for the next few years except me. Enzo rubbed his stubbly jaw over my cheek and increased the tempo. The pressure built inside me and spilled over so quickly that I had no choice but to cling to him until it passed. He held his breath and tensed. Exhaling my name, he gave one final thrust and pressed his brow to mine. You're amazing. Still catching my breath, I nodded. Searching for my mouth, Enzo brushed his lips over my cheek like a blind man. The kiss felt different, almost reverent,
before he rolled to his side and tucked me against his chest. I closed my eyes, wrapped warm and safe in his arms. In a moment of complete relaxation and utter stupidity, I uttered, "I love you."
Chapter 22. Enzo. I didn't dare move. Hell, I didn't dare breathe. Had she said what I thought she said? Mother of God, she told me she loves me. Don't panic. It took me a few seconds to realize Shanna had gone still beside me. Too still. I had no fucking clue what to say to her. I had feelings for her. If I were honest, I was falling hard for the pixie, but I'd never said those 3 little words to a woman. When I did, I wanted to be absolutely sure I meant them. I didn't mean to say that. It's just... She sighed and lifted her head to meet my gaze. You just gave me my first set of multiple O's. Nothing that's said after sex counts. I brushed her hair back from her eyes. It's okay. I feel like a dork. She covered her face. The most adorable dork I've ever seen. Nothing said in or immediately after the heat of passion counts. Everyone knows that. Shanna peeked at me from between her fingers. Whew, I'm glad you agree. That would have been awkward. But really? Heat of passion? Admit it. You're a closet romance reader. What can I say? You bring out my inner Fabio. I smiled and pulled her close to hide my little white lie. As unprepared as I was for her to confess her feelings for me, I preferred her saying she loved me to acting as if the very notion was absurd. I waited until Shanna's breathing slowed and her body went limp beside me before easing my arm out from beneath her and rolling to my back. I'm in over my fucking head. I can't saddle her with my family and everything that comes along with it. This will never work between us, unless I walk away. The second of the top stairs squeaked and footsteps echoed on the hardwood floors in the hall. I blew it off as Hildy, going about her daily routine. Shanna stirred beside me. What's that noise? Probably one of Hildy's minions pushing a cleaning cart. I rolled to my side and brushed my fingers over her swollen lips. Ready for round 2? Now? I haven't recovered from round 1. She might have protested, but the coy curve of her mouth told me she liked the idea. Any remaining doubt vanished when she pushed me to my back and slid on top of me. Drawing slow circles down her spine, I whispered, "Kiss me." Shanna brushed her lips over mine. A feather's touch, but it turned me on as much as the passionate exchanges we'd shared earlier. This kiss was knowing and sweet and full of promise. My cock hardened instantly, but the echo of those 3 words filled my head. She's looking at me all drowsy and sated and completely infatuated. She loves me, and I want it. I want her. Where did you go? Shanna sat upright, giving me a spectacular view of her bare chest. Raising my head, I nuzzled between her teardrop-shaped tits. I'm hearing these spectacular breasts of yours. Thanks, but you're ridiculous. I can barely fill out a training bra. I circled her nipple with my tongue. I am ridiculous. Ridiculously hard and ridiculously ready to be inside you again. Loud knocking startled both of us. Eyes wide, mouths hanging open, we turned our heads toward the door as if we choreographed our reactions. I couldn't give 2 shits if any of the staff knew what we were up to, but I doubted Shanna felt the same. I met her gaze and pressed my finger to my lips before calling out, "I don't want to be disturbed." She bit her lip. Marco threw the door open. "Tough shit. Why are you sleeping in here?" "Oh." Shanna fell flat against my chest, eased off, and rolled herself in the comforter like a burrito. Great plan, except it only left me a few inches of cover. Laughing like a damned hyena, Marco shielded his face with his arm. "Dude, get dressed before you put someone's eye out. Leave." If I didn't care about the staff catching us, I sure as hell didn't care about my idiot little brother. However, I didn't intend to give him the opportunity to see more of Shauna's body. As it was, he'd gotten an eyeful of her exposed breast. He huffed. "You don't have to be rude about it. You're playing hide the sausage in my bed. Go, while you still have functioning kneecaps." I made it to the door in 3 bare-assed naked strides, shoved him into the hall, and slammed the door. Big threats for someone with his cock hanging out. Marco's laughter echoed down the hall. Shanna peeked from beneath the comforter. "You didn't tell me this was Marco's room." Snatching my jeans from the floor, I said, "It was his room when we were kids. None of us have lived here in years." She sat upright and tried in vain to smooth her hair. Do you think he saw anything? Besides your tits? I doubt it. I planted a kiss on her forehead. Gabe didn't tell me Marco was returning today. I should find out why he's here. Go talk to Marco. I'll be down in a few minutes. I tugged on my t-shirt and grabbed my phone from the nightstand. No messages. Why didn't Gabe give me a heads up? What the hell is going on now? She stood and stretched. My mouth fell open. Had I not snapped it shut, my tongue would have lolled out like a cartoon dog. You're making it hard to leave. Shanna turned and settled her gaze on my crotch. So I see. You're killing me. Groaning, I adjusted my erection. The little temptress crawled across the bed toward me. I'd seen videos of lionesses on the hunt with less predatory smiles. You have 3 seconds to leave this room, or I will not be responsible for what happens next. Holy shit. Much more of this side of her and I've become an addict. I'll go, but you have to promise to crawl like that again, and often. Laughing, she tossed a pillow at me. Go. I made a break for the bathroom before she obliterated the remainder of my willpower. A few splashes of cold water helped to clear my head, but my cock refused to cooperate. Since I had no intention of speaking to my brother with a raging hard-on, I conjured up every disgusting image I could think of while brushing my teeth. Big hairy guys, Leo dislocating a shoulder, Hazel's broken wrist. The memory of my assistant manager reminded me of the soup at Gabe and Maggie's engagement party. Given the nonstop drama since that night, could the poison minestrone be related? Once again, Nico's the common factor. I found Marco sitting at the kitchen table, scarfing down the remainder of Hildy's gumbo. She made that for me, you know. He glanced up and grinned. I figured, but I didn't think you'd be down in time to catch me. Have you seen Hildy since you came home? She said she'd be in her room if we needed anything. He shrugged. She looked like she had a cold. Hildy seemed perfectly fine when she'd gone out earlier in the day. I hoped her excursion hadn't taxed her. The woman was getting on in years. Gabe didn't mention you were coming home today. I walked to the fridge and pulled out a couple of steaks. Sean and I hadn't seen food since breakfast. Not to mention, we'd worked up quite an appetite. We need carbs, potatoes. Marco hitched a shoulder. I didn't tell him. That's surprising. That any of my siblings would wipe their ass without checking with the all-knowing and powerful Gabriel shocked me. That Marco had left the country without checking sent a cold chill down my spine. I retrieved 3 baking potatoes from the pantry and walked to the sink. What was so important in New Orleans you'd risk it? He pushed the empty bowl away and looked me in the eye. You, bro? I ran away from home to talk to you. I paused mid-scrub and pointed the potato at him. Now I know you're full of shit. Marco drew his brows together. Is it that hard to believe I love you enough to cross an ocean to stop you from ruining your life? Yeah, it is. Smirking, I took my frustration out on the innocent vegetable. And how is it I'm ruining my life? My brother hung his head, drew a breath, and stood. Look, man, I know you have this rebel without a clue, loner thing going on, but that's on you. The rest of us love you, man. I had better things to do with my time than to discuss our dysfunctional family. Skip the brotherly love and get to the part where you flew in wearing a red cape to save me from myself. Scowling, he shook his head. This thing with the Lazios isn't going away. Which thing? I assumed he meant the arranged marriage between me and Nico, but wasn't sure. I've been out of the loop since Gabe sent me home to babysit. Marco smirked. Dude, you really need to get over that. Insecurity isn't a good look on you. Fuck off. I'm serious, he sighed. Gabe sent you here because he trusted you with his wife's best friend's life, and because he knew you were into her. I'd never thought of it like that. Would have been nice of him to tell me that. The Marchionni men aren't known for our conversational skills. Marco chuckled. Now that we've psychoanalyzed you, what are we going to do about the Lazios? They aren't going to let up until there's a wedding. They will, if Gabe agrees to business as usual. He looked at me as if I'd grown horns and a tail. You and I both know that isn't going to happen. Right. I shook the knife at him. Then someone needs to convince Nico that marrying me is a horrible idea. He snickered. We could do a press release detailing your erectile dysfunction and chronic STDs. Ha. I'd heard enough. Shanna would be down soon, and the last thing I needed was her overhearing any discussion of Nicolina. Nico doesn't want this marriage any more than you do.
His tone grew serious. How do you know that? Marco hitched a shoulder. We've been talking since you tossed her out of the villa. Did she tell you she all but demanded I propose to her? Yes. She had her reasons, but it's not my place to tell you what they were. That's convenient. I rubbed the seasoning into the meat and washed my hands. She's a victim in this scenario, too. I walked to him, clamped my wet hands on his shoulders, and looked him square in the eyes. I appreciate you coming to tell me this, but you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Marco glared. I know you left the exterior security cameras on last night. I turned them off when I came home, but... My stomach sank. Shauna's going to kill me. Who saw the footage? Pops, for one. He took a step back. Ma had an epic meltdown, so I assumed she heard about it, if not witnessed it for herself. Christ, it was a miracle they hadn't called and chewed off half my ass. Marco plopped into a chair. How could you forget to turn them off? The feed goes live to Marchionni Corp security. Anyone with the password can log in and check it out. I barely heard a word he said, through my pulse pounding behind my eardrums. Do me a favor. Don't mention this to Shanna. I should be the one to... Don't mention what to me? She stood in the doorway with her arms folded and her eyes narrowed.
Chapter 23. Shanna. In any other circumstance, I would have laughed. The two of them, Enzo and Marco, reacted like a couple of children caught stealing ice cream money from their mother's purse. Unfortunately for me, they weren't nabbing spare quarters from my change purse. From the sound of it, I'd interrupted a rather heated conversation. Well, I walked further into the room. Are one of you going to tell me what's going on? They exchanged glances. Poor Marco turned a weird shade of green. He inhaled and exhaled in such rapid succession I feared he'd hyperventilate. Clearly, I wasn't going to get anything out of him. I turned to Enzo. What's going on? He moved from behind the kitchen island.
There's no easy way to say this.
Nodding, I motioned for him to spill it.
The security cameras were on last night.
I'm so sorry. He pressed his lips together. Oh, God. I pressed my hand to my roiling stomach. Who saw? Enzo sucked in a breath and stared at the ceiling. When he glanced back to me, I knew what he was about to say. No! Your parents? I wanted to dig a hole in the backyard and bury myself in it. But then again, the freaking security cameras would record my location. Evelyn would know where to excavate. You said you'd take care of it. His frown deepened.
I had a lot on my mind today.
He's freaking blaming me for this? I'd heard the expression seeing red many times, but until that moment, I hadn't believed it physically possible. Don't you dare put this on me. I asked you about the cameras last night, remember? Enzo had the good sense to dip his chin.
I didn't mean for this to happen.
I rounded on Marco. And you? What the hell were you thinking barging into the room like that? He held up his hands as if to deflect a blow. Why are you here? Don't tell me you flew 14 hours to tell Enzo your parents have a porno of us by the pool. Saying the words aloud made my head hurt. How did we let this happen? He glanced at Enzo. No. I stepped into Marco's line of vision. Don't you dare look at him. Look at me. Why are you here? I knew I'd taken a detour into Crazy Town, but I much preferred anger to turning into a blubbering mess. The waterworks would start the second I had a moment alone and not before.
Shanna.
Enzo pressed his chest to my back and wrapped his arms around me.
Marco's here on business. He's not the enemy.
His warmth melted away my anger. But without the armor, I felt exposed and vulnerable.
I'm sorry I barged in on you guys.
Marco offered me a half smile.
For what it's worth, I'm scarred for life after seeing Enzo in all his glory.
And I'm sorry I yelled at you. I could see the humor in the situation, even if I wasn't ready to embrace it. If any of this had happened to someone else, I would have laughed for weeks. Should I be worried about your mother hiring a hitman to take me out? Enzo tensed behind me, and Marco flinched as if I'd struck him. Too soon for mob humor? I pulled out of Enzo's embrace. The brothers seemed to have an entire conversation of glances, frowns, shrugs, and nods. I sighed and turned to Marco. Relax. I put together you guys were involved in the mafia before Enzo confirmed it. His frown deepened. I wandered into the kitchen to put some space between us. Where's Hildy? Resting. She's not feeling well. Enzo pulled lettuce and several other veggies from the crisper drawer. I'm making dinner tonight. How do you like your steak? Bloody enough to moo and leave tracks in my potatoes. I motioned to the hall. Mind if I go check on her? Thank you. I'm sure she'd appreciate that. His expression went all gooey, like I'd presented him with a golden retriever puppy instead of suggesting I look in on the housekeeper. Marco quirked a brow at his brother and muttered something under his breath. Can it? Just like that, grumpy Enzo returned. Hildy's room is the third on the left. I'd always wanted siblings, but after witnessing the Marchionni brothers in action, I rethought the merits of being an only child. When Enzo said the third door, I'd assumed the housekeeper's room was close to the kitchen. I was wrong. The hall stretched and wound to the right and stretched again before I reached the room. The door stood partially open, but I didn't feel right peeking inside. Knocking lightly, I said, Hildy? It's Shanna. The elderly housekeeper called from inside. Come in, dear. I expected to enter a bedroom, but instead I found myself standing in a living room, flanked on one side by a kitchenette and the other by floor-to-ceiling bookcases. Hildy sat in a recliner with a blanket across her lap and a book in her hand. Do the boys need dinner? No, ma'am. I hadn't called anyone ma'am since my booby passed away, but somehow it seemed right. Enzo said you weren't feeling well. I thought I'd see if you needed anything. She smiled, but her eyes went soft and watery. Thank you. Judging by her reaction, I had to wonder when the last time someone had shown interest in her as a person and not a servant. But hadn't Enzo said she and Evelyn were more friends than employee and employer? Was something else bothering her? Oh, God, the porno. Hildy motioned to an empty chair. I wouldn't mind a little company, if you have a few minutes. Sure. Sitting, I glanced over her extensive collection of well-worn paperbacks. Are you a reader? I shook my head. I always wanted to be, but I'm dyslexic. So am I. Of course, they didn't call it that back when I was in school. Laughing, she set her romance novel aside. It takes me so long to get through a book. By the time I finish, I forget what happened in the beginning. Sometimes I forget what happened at the start of the page. I get so frustrated when I know I'm mixing up the letters and sounds, I can't focus on the story. Hildy nodded. I think that's why I read the same books over and over. I wish I had that kind of patience. I give up long before I finish. Patience is easier to come by when you're my age. She laughed. What do you do for a living? I'm training to be a private investigator, but I can't seem to pass the exam. Nodding, Hildy looked away. I wanted to be a bookkeeper. I've always been good with numbers, but getting the certificate required reading. My parents were so disappointed when I dropped out of school. I can relate. My mom's a doctor. She always has a book in her hand. It drives her nuts that I'm not smart like her. My cheeks flushed. I hadn't admitted that out loud to anyone besides Maggie. Don't you dare give up on your dreams, and don't let anyone make you believe you're less than them,
because you have a different way of learning." She made a tisking sound. "Mothers are their children's biggest fans and worst critics." I had a feeling we weren't talking about my mom any longer. "Like Evelyn?" Cocking her head, Hildy stared as if she could see directly into my soul. It dawned on me, a few seconds too late, that Evelyn had probably given Hildy an earful about the security footage. I looked away so fast, I nearly sprained my eyeballs. "Do you mind if I give you some personal advice?" Her voice softened. "Sure." I braced myself for words of wisdom like, "Keep your clothes on while swimming," or "Lock the bedroom door." "If you love Enzo, don't let anyone or anything get in the way." Stunned, I met her gaze. She smiled. "You do, don't you? Love him?" The air left my lungs in a gush, and my throat tightened to the point I doubted I could speak. Instead, I nodded and hung my head. "He's as stubborn as they come, but I believe he's falling for you, too." She waited until I met her gaze before continuing. "Evelyn may never approve, but this isn't about her. It's between you and Enzo. You make sure it stays that way." "I'll try, but it feels like rolling a boulder up a greased hill." Once again, I had the feeling she knew something I didn't. Before I could ask, a buzzing sound filled the room. Hildy frowned at the clock on the wall and pushed the footstool of the recliner down. "Who in the world is ringing the doorbell this time of night?" I shot to my feet. "You're not feeling well. I'll get it." She gave me a patient smile on her way out of the room. Sweet girl. At my age, a little worry and a broken heart aren't reasons to slack off my duties. They're reminders I'm still alive. Broken heart? Was she that upset about my relationship? I had questions, and more were forming by the second. I followed her down the hall. "Don't worry about me and Enzo. We'll figure it out. But if you know something I don't—" "He hasn't told you?" She spared me a quick glance. "I know about the security footage." I hustled to keep up, despite the fact we were about the same height. "No, not that." Lowering her voice, she stopped in the foyer. "About Nicolina Lazio." I knew she wanted my man, and I knew Evelyn would love to see the two of them together. But otherwise, I had no freaking clue. "What about her?" The bell rang again. I've said more than I should have already. "Sit him down and ask him." Hildy opened the door. None other than the woman of conversation herself stood on the front porch. Nicolina freaking Lazio.
Chapter 24. Enzo. Standing at the grill with the tongs in my hand, I replayed the first night I met Shanna. From the moment I'd seen her in that tight-fitting emerald green gown, I'd wanted to know what she hid beneath the velvet. But when her laughter had drifted across the night air, I wanted more than her body. Shanna had intrigued me. She hadn't been like the other women at the gala. Even in her ridiculous feathered mask, she'd thrown her head back and laughed as if she didn't give a damn what anyone thought. What would it feel like to live so damned free? "How are the steaks coming?" Marco motioned to the grill with a half-empty bottle of beer. "Smells like they're burning." Son of a bitch. I fumbled to remove the meat from the flames. "I'd ask where your head is, but it's obvious." I ignored him. "Come on, Enzo. A blind man could see you're in love with her." He nudged my shoulder. "What are you going to do about it?" "Enjoy it while it lasts and let her go when it ends." The words tasted like ash on my tongue. "That's fucking cold, even for you." He shook his head. "What about her? Have you thought about her feelings?" I turned to tell him to mind his own business, but didn't get the chance. Female voices, loud, angry female voices, spilled out the sliding glass doors. Oh, crap. In his haste to get inside, Marco tripped over a lounge chair. He went one way and the beer bottle went the other. "Get in there before one of them bleeds on Ma's white rugs."
"You're not welcome here," Shanna shouted. "Cat killer? Who are you to say? You're nothing more than Enzo's whore." I recognized Nico's voice instantly. "What the hell is she doing here?" "Go." Marco grabbed a towel from a nearby chair and pressed it to the gash on his leg. I ran through the house and came to a screeching halt in the foyer. Shanna and Nico stood a foot apart, glaring at each other. Meanwhile, Hildy looked on with her back against the wall and her hand pressed to her chest. I steeled my nerves, cleared my throat, and waded into the oncoming cage match. "Shanna, please, go help Marco." She moved her eyes in my direction. "With what?" "He cut his leg and may need stitches." I motioned to Hildy. "Go with her and get the first aid kit." Nico flashed Shanna a triumphant smile. I had zero intention of letting her put Shanna down or allowing her to believe she had the upper hand. "Nicolina, you were asked to leave." Other than a quick wince, Shanna had the grace not to smirk or comment or otherwise inflame the situation. Instead, she nodded and followed Hildy. Nico's mouth fell open. "But I was invited." "By whom?" I folded my arms. "Marco." Her voice quivered, but I wasn't buying it. I'd witnessed similar performances in the past. "Regardless, you're going to have to leave." I made a mental note to throttle my little brother. Her shoulders sagged. "Enzo, please. We need to talk." "You're right, we do, but it isn't going to happen tonight, and not here." I hated treating a woman so rudely, but Nico wasn't just any woman. She was the principessa of the family who seemed hell-bent on destroying Shanna's life, not to mention mine. "I have nowhere else to go." Tears spilled down her cheeks. "Nope, not going to work, sweetheart. You weren't in this house 10 seconds before you insulted Shanna." "She insulted me first." I didn't believe her. Should I call Hildy back and ask her? "No." Nico deflated. Her head down, shoulders curled in, arms wrapped around her waist. She leaned forward. "I'll apologize to her. Please, let me stay. I'm in trouble, Enzo. If my family finds out I'm here..." "What? They'll disown you?" Days of frustration poured out of me. "I'm not buying it. Since you showed up at the engagement party, it's been non-stop chaos." "I know, and I'm sorry. Between my father and your mother, I couldn't take it anymore. I acted like a complete psycho, so you'd throw me out. I thought if Evelyn saw how awful we were together..." "You're telling me you staged everything?" While in a twisted way it made sense, her explanation fell short. "Did it ever occur to you to tell me the truth?" "I couldn't risk you confronting your mother." She lowered her voice. "She's been conspiring with my father for months." My mother working with Pietro Lazio didn't surprise me. She'd always wanted me to marry Nico. However, I highly doubted Evelyn would order someone to shoot at me or commit arson. "What did you hope to gain by setting Shauna's apartment on fire? How about my restaurant? Did you think if it was gone I'd marry you?" "What are you talking about?" Nico took a step back. "What's happened?" "Leave, Nico." I pushed past her and opened the door. Shanna returned to the foyer. "Enzo, let her stay." I had no idea how much of the conversation she'd overheard or what would make her soften toward Nico. "Why would I do that?" "Because I asked you to. We need answers, and she clearly needs our help." Nico stared at Shanna as if she were the Madonna. "One night." I turned to retrieve the half-dozen suitcases Nicolina usually brought along. The porch was empty. Confused, I checked the drive for a cab but found none. "Where are your things?" Nico shook her head without meeting my gaze. The reality of the situation sucker punched me. I might not have liked the woman she'd turned into, but I'd grown up with the girl she used to be. Nico was in trouble, and I'd almost put her out on the street. "We're about to sit down for dinner. Are you hungry?" "Famished." She wiped her eyes and stood straighter. "I'm filthy. Would you mind if I cleaned up first?" "You can sleep in Gabe's old room." I suggested his room for 2 reasons. It had a private bath, and it was the farthest from mine. Shanna glanced between us and sighed. "I have some clothes here, if you'd like to borrow something." "Thank you," Nico whispered. Shanna wrapped her arm around the other woman's shoulders and guided her toward the stairs. I stared until they reached the top, shook my head, and went to find Marco. He had some explaining to do. Thankfully, Hildy had taken control of dinner, otherwise we'd be eating sandwiches. She frowned at me and placed tomato slices on top of mozzarella cheese medallions. "Your steaks are in the oven under the warmer." "Thanks." I took a step toward the patio. "You have a mess on your hands." She spoke without looking up from the bunch of basil she was murdering. I'm aware. Do you know how you're going to fix it? I scratched my jaw. I don't have all of the information I need to decide my next move. Hildy slammed the knife onto the counter and marched around the island. Hands on her hips, she stared up at me. Lorenzo Valente Marchionni, don't be a fool. She tapped my chest. Everything you need to know is in here. My brows climbed into my hairline. She hadn't used my middle name since I'd turned 10. Until that moment, I hadn't realized how much she and Shanna were alike. Tiny spitfires that took zero shit, but would give the shirts off their backs to help a person in need. You're right. I drew her into an embrace. But you've been with this family long enough to know what we want and our obligations don't always line up. She turned away. Then maybe it's time you start thinking about what you want instead of what's best for this family. Maybe. I left her in the kitchen and walked outside. Marco sat in the same chair he tripped over. He had his bandaged leg propped up on a pillow and his arm draped over his face. It would have been nice to have a little warning you invited Nico to stay here. I sank into a nearby chair and forced Hildy's advice to the back of my mind for the time being. I planned to, but we started talking about the security footage. Then Shanna showed up. And after she went to check on Hildy, he shrugged. I was stout. I could respect the fact he'd owned up to his cowardice instead of giving me some bullshit story. Do you need stitches? It wasn't that big a cut. Hildy patched me up with a couple of Steri-strips. He turned to me. Where are the women? Shanna took Nico upstairs to find some clean clothes. His eyes widened. She didn't have any with her? Not even a purse. Damn. I knew things were bad, but Nico without a wardrobe is apocalyptic level bad. She's desperate. He had a point, but I needed the full picture before I let him or Nico off the hook. Why is she here? I offered her a place to stay because she had nowhere else to go. Think about it. She's running from an arranged marriage. The last place anyone will look for her is with the person she's being forced to marry. I couldn't argue with his logic, but that didn't mean I had to like it. But her running doesn't add up. She all but proposed to me in Sicily, and that was well before her father made any demands. It sounds like a chicken and egg argument to me. He picked at his bandages. But our mother and the Lazios were putting pressure on her to make this happen more naturally. I huffed out a humorless laugh. There was nothing natural about the way she went about it. Exactly. When has Nico ever acted that desperate? She's not hurting for male attention. Why else would she stick around after you rejected her? You may be right. I needed to have a conversation with Nicolina, but first I had to find a way to tell Shanna the entire story. Like I said before, Nico's as much a victim in this thing between our families as you and Shanna. Do yourself a favor and don't say that in front of Shanna. She's lost her job, everything she owns, and her cat. I narrowed my eyes. Don't suppose you have any idea what could have changed her mind about Nico? Marco ran his hand over the back of his neck. I may have mentioned that Nico was on the run from her father. Part of me wanted to strangle him, and part wanted to hug him for not mentioning the Lazio's demand that Nico and I get married. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I checked the screen and frowned. It's Pops. We will finish the conversation. Looking forward to it. Marco deadpanned and draped his arm back across his face. I had a good idea why he'd called. To soften him up a bit, I answered the phone in the Italian tradition. Pronto. Walk into the office and close the door. We have matters to discuss. For a man reliant on oxygen to breathe, he did a great job of shouting. Over the years, I had excelled at two things, cooking and following orders. I waited until I closed the door behind me before I replied. I'm here. Your brother told you what the Lazios want? Money, time, and a wedding. I trust you will do what is expected of you. He wheezed and broke into a coughing fit. A million thoughts crossed my mind while my dying father gasped for air on the other end of the line. The rush I got while working in my kitchen. Years of feeling not good enough, of starving for attention, longing for a pat on the head, and an attaboy. My mother's disapproving stare. Watching my brothers laugh and play together. Hildy's advice. Shanna whispering she loved me. His coughing eased. Gabe won't ask this of you, but you and I both know the only way to end this standoff is to tie the families together. There's another way. If I had to sell my soul, I'd rather sell it to the mafia than the devil in stilettos. Besides, if things worked out the way I hoped, I wouldn't take over the Marchionni empire alone. I'd have a sexy, brilliant woman by my side to help break us free. Name me as your successor. I'll take care of the business and the people in Comiso. Gabe and the others can go legit. I want your word you'll marry Nico. He'd either ignored me or hadn't heard. I prayed for the latter. Pops, let me take Gabe's place. No one is taking anyone's place. Your role in this family is to marry Nicolina. If you refuse, then you are on your own. My father disconnected the call. I slammed the phone on the desk. God damn it. The phone rang again. I snatched it from the desk. What else could he possibly have to say to me? Yeah. Is that how you answer your mother? Evelyn's voice crackled through the line. Ma? We have a bad connection. I debated hanging up and blaming it on faulty cell service. I know you're with that Shanna girl. I saw the proof with my own eyes. She blew out an exasperated sigh. Isaac is a Jewish name. Did you bother to ask if she was Catholic? Her religion doesn't matter. It matters to your father and me. I won't have Jewish grandchildren. I love her. The fact the words rolled off my tongue as easily as stating the sky was blue or water was wet scared the hell out of me. Knowing something was true and facing the implications were two very different things. You don't know the meaning of the word. Love is sacrifice, not licking wine off a body. 1 week. You have 1 week to put an end to it and marry Nicolina in her family's church. I can't do that. First, my father had dismissed my idea without bothering to discuss it and had sold me off like a fucking brood mare. Now, this? Hildy's right. It's time I start thinking about me for a change. She isn't for you, Lorenzo. I know the two of you have been through a lot in the last week, but don't mistake it for more than it is. I'm a grown man. I know the difference between being in love with someone and sympathy. She sighed and went for the kinder, gentler approach. I know you. You have a big heart. You're taking care of that girl. This is like when you brought home that mongrel dog. Is she seriously comparing Shauna to a stray puppy? I'd heard enough. Ma, this is nothing like bringing home a stray puppy. Think about it. Think what a marriage to Nico would mean. What the hell is she talking about? Besides being roped into a relationship Nico and I don't want, you'd grow to love her over time. My mother lowered her voice to a conspirator's level. You could have everything you want. With the Lazios backing you, you could take over for your father here in Sicily. My grip on the phone tightened. Is she fucking serious? Gabe is getting us out. Gabe is letting his love for Maggie and the kids get in the way of common sense. You are smart. Smart enough to know it's impossible to walk away from this life. I'd heard enough. She'd all but admitted she was working against my brothers. Worse, she expected me to do the same. Are you listening to yourself? You're suggesting I stage a coup against my own brother? Don't you understand? She sighed. Once you're in charge, you will have the authority to allow Gabe to go free. This marriage is the only way everyone gets what they want without bloodshed. Everyone except me, Nico, and my father. Not 5 minutes ago, Pop shot me down when I asked him to name me his successor. Your father's dying. Her voice cracked. Would you see me bury your brothers too? Pinching the bridge of my nose, I sucked in a deep breath. No. She sniffled into the phone. I want you to be happy, but that Jewish girl is trouble. Goodbye, Ma. I disconnected the phone.
Chapter 25. Shauna. A week ago, if anyone would have told me Nicolina Lazio would be wearing my clothes while sobbing against my shoulder, I would have thought they were insane. To say she wasn't exactly the kind of person I normally befriended was like saying sharks and baby seals had minor differences in opinions. Thank you for interceding with Enzo. You're the last person I thought would help me. Nico blotted her eyes with a tissue. No kidding. I handed her the box of Kleenex. You being here is a strange twist of fate, I'll give you that. You have to understand. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. She bowed her head. But my father... No way could I let her completely off the hook. not with Mr. Bougere still missing or dead. But I could extend an olive branch for the sake of peace in the house. I can't forgive you or your family for everything you've done to me, but I'm willing to try to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Thank you.
Nico tilted her head as if confused.
I know it can't be easy to be with Enzo when he doesn't have control over his own future. But what was he talking about downstairs? What shooting and fire?
Is she serious? You know about the shooting in Ragusa. You were there when Gabe dragged everyone back to the villa.
My father said the Abruzzos were responsible for the warning shots.
Nico crumpled the mascara-stained tissue.
Was he dishonest with me about that, too?
Maybe, but we should discuss this with the guys. I moved to the chair beside the window so I could better gauge her reactions. Enzo had warned me not to jump to conclusions, but I wasn't exactly making the leap alone. We both believed the Lazios were responsible. What do you know about the armed man at Gabe's wedding?
My father said the Abruzzos were responsible for that as well. Enzo said there was a fire? My apartment was destroyed.
I hated how my voice quivered. My cat was killed or ran away.
Nico covered her mouth. That's horrific. I'm so sorry for your loss.
I couldn't trust her. Not yet. She seemed sincere, but it could have been an act. Without the benefit of makeup and designer clothes, she appeared younger, almost innocent. Your family had nothing to do with it?
No,
she shook her head.
You have no reason to believe me after the way I've treated you. But my father would never do such a thing to a woman just because she was sleeping with his enemy.
I squashed the instinct to defend my relationship with Enzo. It was none of her business, and I had more important things to focus on. Your father considers Enzo an enemy?
The situation is complicated.
Nico dipped her chin. Complicated enough that your father had his restaurant trashed?
I don't know.
Sensing I wouldn't get anything else out of her, I stood. Let's go downstairs. Enzo should be part of this conversation.
He won't believe anything I have to say. He hates me now.
She sighed and walked to the door. I didn't know how to respond to her, so I kept my mouth shut. Since getting involved with the Marchionnis, my life felt like putting together a jigsaw puzzle without any of the straight-edge pieces. I had no framework, no guide, no freaking clue if the picture was a sunset or a battle scene. All I knew for certain was that most of the pieces were shades of red. Following Nico down the back staircase to the kitchen, I struggled to keep my jealousy in check. Regardless of who'd invited her, she'd obviously spent a lot of time in the mansion. Sitting beside the pool, Marco grinned and nodded toward us. Enzo turned and winked at me before giving Nico a once-over. She must have caught him staring, because she folded her arms and hunched her shoulders.
I can't remember the last time I left my room without makeup on.
Don't worry about it. We're not going anywhere. I hadn't bothered with anything more than a swipe of mascara and lip gloss since the wedding. I couldn't wrap my head around someone as beautiful as her needing war paint to face the world. Is it an Italian thing? A rich person thing? Or is she that insecure? I stepped outside and breathed in the scent of grilled meat. The steaks smell amazing. Dinner's almost ready. We're waiting on the potatoes. Enzo stood and embraced me so hard I could barely breathe. I pulled back enough to meet his gaze and opened my mouth to ask what had happened. Before I formed the words, he frowned and shook his head a fraction of an inch. Marco waved to Nicolina. "Grab a beer and join me." She wrinkled her nose.
"I'll have wine."
"You know where to find it."
Enzo spoke without sparing a glance in her direction. In fact, he hadn't taken his eyes off me since I'd walked outside.
"Thank you."
"What for?" Still holding him, I rose to tiptoe and kissed his jaw. Nuzzling his stubbly cheek against mine, he whispered,
"For being kind when I couldn't be."
I doubted any poet who'd ever penned a stanza could have made me feel as warm and fuzzy as he had in that moment. Don't sell yourself short, Marchionni. Brushing his lips across mine, he whispered, "Come inside with me. I need you." Hearing him utter those words, in his bedroom voice, sent my already soaring heart into the stratosphere. I would have gone anywhere with him. But first, I have to check on the potatoes. He flashed me a naughty smile. And that, folks, is how poetry died. I laughed and followed him into the kitchen. Enzo opened the microwave. I can't believe a bona fide chef cooks potatoes in the microwave. Only when in a hurry. He chuckled. Would you carry the caprese salad and steaks to the patio table? Sure. I rested the platter in the crook of my elbow, the steaks in my left hand, and grabbed an olive plate with my right. Enzo met me outside with the rest of the food. I'm definitely putting you to work when the restaurant reopens. I have veteran waitresses who can't manage multiple items as well as you just did. I've waited tables before. I grinned and glanced over the spread. The food looked like it belonged on the cover of a magazine, not an impromptu cookout. So have I. I arched a brow. A Marchionni waiting tables? Are you serious? Pop's made all of us work in his supper club growing up. Everyone except Dante. He was too young. He called over to Marco. I hope you don't expect me to serve you because you have a little boo-boo. I'm coming. Marco stood, and the color drained from his face. The guy was in real pain. I shook my head at the brothers. Sit down, I'll bring you a plate. Marco smirked. At least someone in this house is nice to me. Nico whispered something to him. He replied with a wink. That's interesting. I glanced back at Enzo to get his take on their interaction, but he was busy filling 2 plates. I carried the food to Marco and Nicolina. Do you need anything else? Ma always kisses my cheek when she serves me dinner. He wiggled his brows. I'm not your mom. But what the hell? I puckered up and smooched his forehead. Keep your hands off my woman, Enzo said. No hands were involved. Besides, she kissed me. Marco stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth. Because you asked, Enzo deadpanned. I turned to go back to the table and caught Nico staring. In Sicily, she'd either glared or smirked every time she met my gaze. I would have preferred either. Her current expression reminded me of the veterinarian who'd put my dog to sleep. Sad, but resigned. Thank you, Shanna. She turned her attention to her food. You're welcome. Too hungry to let her bug me, I sat beside Enzo and dug in. He waited until I stopped to take a drink of wine before asking, How is it? It's incredible. Melts in my mouth. But nothing compares to your omelets. I might or might not have mentioned breakfast food to remind Nico he'd woken up with me. Petty, I know, but her sympathetic look had unnerved me more than I'd thought. Marco said, She's a keeper, Enzo. A real woman knows how to eat. I agree. Exactly how long he intended to keep me remained to be seen. But I would love every second of it until he let me go. After dinner, Enzo and I stood side by side in the kitchen, washing dishes and drinking wine. I couldn't stop thinking about Nico showing up on the doorstep like an abandoned baby. Marco said she was hiding from her family, but he'd dodged the question when I asked why. Enzo leaned close and nudged my shoulder. What's on your mind? I was talking to Nico earlier. She acted like she didn't know anything about the gunshots or the fires. He tossed the dishcloth on the counter and turned toward me. Her father denies any involvement. Do you believe him? I didn't at first, but the more the situation develops, the more I have my doubts. If not the Lazios, then who? The idea that another person or group of people wanted to hurt me made the food in my stomach threaten to make a repeat performance.
Do you have any enemies? What about work? Could someone you investigated want revenge?
Enemies? No. The people I investigate don't know who I am. Some find out the name of the agency and harass Alex, but I'm not listed on a website or anything. The Amazon I'd caught with Mayor Carter flashed through my mind. There was a woman at the engagement party who recognized me after I'd taken pictures of her with the mayor.
Carter is a dangerous man.
I know.
Do you know her name? Or is that confidential?
That he'd considered client privilege impressed me. Legally, private investigators aren't required to protect client confidentiality, but most who don't aren't in business long. Regardless, I don't know anything about her other than she's tall, brunette, and sleeps with married men.
Did your former boss ever return your call?
No. And that's another oddity in a growing list of Alex's strange behaviors.
Perhaps you should try again.
My stomach twisted. Actually, you might be onto something. I didn't think about it before because I was blindsided by the whole getting fired over voicemail thing. But he left 3 messages the day of the wedding.
What did he say?
I pulled my phone out and opened the first message. Listen.
Enzo's frown deepened.
He hit play on the next voicemail and shook his head. When he finished the third, he clenched his jaw.
They don't contradict each other, but they are odd. Call him.
It's late. I'll reach out to him tomorrow. Frowning, I nodded and looked away. He captured my chin between his thumb and index finger and tilted my face toward his.
I will make whoever destroyed your apartment pay, but you're safe here with me.
We can't stay here forever. Your parents know about us. I can't imagine they approve. He pressed his brow to mine.
Believe it or not, I am capable of making my own decisions.
I had my doubts any of the Marchionni boys strayed far from their parents' wishes. But I didn't want to argue. Instead, I went for a safer subject. I'm going to need to do some shopping. Everything I own in this world fits into a suitcase and a carry-on.
Starting over from the ground up will require more than a trip to Target.
I winced. I know, but it will take me years to replace everything.
I'll replace your things.
Thanks, but no thanks. You've done too much for me already. I don't like handouts. I pulled away and put the dinner plates away.
It's not a handout. I care about you. It's what friends do.
I'd really started to hate that word. It's too much. Friends don't buy each other furniture.
Stop getting hung up on the money. Would you buy Maggie groceries if she was hungry?
Yes, but
no buts.
He squared his shoulders as if preparing for a fight.
The cost of her food might be what? 5-10% of your weekly income?
Something like that?
Enzo shrugged. The cost of your furniture, clothing, and other items is roughly the same for me.
My mouth fell open.
How can I argue with that? There's nothing wrong with accepting help.
Fine, but I insist you save every receipt. I'm going to pay you back. He grinned and pulled me against his chest.
There are other ways to settle debts. Let's go upstairs.
Did you just call me a prostitute? I jammed my finger into his ribs. He jumped back like I'd zapped him with a live wire.
Hey, none of that.
None of what? I wiggled my fingers. Are you ticklish? Lorenzo Marchionni, did I find your weakness?
You are my weakness.
Enzo ducked low, set his shoulder in my belly, and tossed me over his shoulder.
Chapter 26. Enzo. Few things brought out my caveman instinct like a squirming woman hanging over my shoulder. I smacked Shauna's sweet little ass and strode to the stairs. Even fewer things could take my mind off my last conversation with my mother, but somehow
Shanna had done both. She yelped, laughed, and renewed her effort to wiggle free. "Put me down!" Not a chance. I opened the bedroom door, stepped inside, and kicked it shut. "Wait! Back up so I can lock it." She laughed. I took a step backward and waited until I heard a click. "All set?" "Yeah." She reached down and squeezed my butt. "This position does come with a nice view." "Better than me standing over you on the deck?" I tossed her onto my bed. She tapped her lips. "I don't think anything could beat that." Challenge accepted. I motioned to the full-length mirror beside the closet. "Undress and stand over there." Shauna rolled over and crawled across the bed. My brain stuttered. She stood, turned her back to me, and glanced over her shoulder. I folded my arms and pretended her flirty little smile hadn't hardened my cock. Taking her sweet time, she slid her shirt over her head. "I love that you go braless." I followed her lead and removed my t-shirt. Shauna bent at the waist and slid her shorts down her tan legs. "How about when I go full commando?" "Love that, too." Without turning from her, I fumbled to open the nightstand drawer. "I'm on the pill, and you're the only person I've slept with since my last doctor visit 5 months ago." She moved behind me, reached around and popped the buttons on my jeans. I froze. It had been over a year since I'd slept with anyone, but I'd never gone bare. "I'm squeaky clean, if you're sure." She dipped her hand beneath my boxer briefs and showed me exactly how sure she was. I sucked in a breath and watched her hand moving over me. "Babe, that feels incredible, but you have to stop." She pressed her breasts against my back. "Why?" "I've never been inside someone without a condom, and I don't intend to come in your hand now that you've offered." I turned and guided her to the mirror. Shauna stared at my reflection as I kicked off my shoes and the rest of my clothes. "Don't look away." Moving behind her, I kissed a line down her spine and eased her upper body forward. "I won't." Her breath hitched. Gripping her hips, I buried myself inside her in one quick thrust. She gasped and stepped forward, but I wrapped my arm around her middle to keep her where I wanted her. As a general rule, sex felt good. However, feeling her body without anything between us went so far beyond good, it didn't register in the same universe. Holding her gaze in the mirror, I leaned forward and nipped her earlobe. "How's the view? Do you like watching me fuck you?" She nodded. "Tell me." I slapped her perfect ass. "Enzo." Shauna sagged forward, but I urged her upright until her back pressed against my chest. "Tell me, Shauna. Tell me what you want." I cupped her mound and circled my middle finger over her sweet spot until she trembled in my arms. "More. Yes, keep doing that." I slowed our rhythm and held my hands still. "Doing what, babe?" Letting out the sexiest whimper I'd ever heard, she covered my hand with hers in an effort to get me moving. I grinned at her reflection. "Please, Enzo." "Please what?" "I'm so close. Please, harder. I need it harder." She rocked her hips. I obliged. Shauna tensed and closed her eyes. "Look at me." Meeting my gaze once again, she drew a breath and pressed her head back against my shoulder. It was too much. The added sensations, the sound she made, her writhing in my arms. The pressure built inside me until I couldn't hold back. Staring at her gorgeous reflection, I had no choice but to give in to the pleasure. Shauna moaned my name and followed me over the edge. I scooped her into my arms, laid her on the bed and stretched out beside her. Heart pounding, throat tight, I drew her back into my arms and whispered, "I adore you." She pulled away just enough to study my face. "It doesn't count if you say it after sex." Grumbling, I reached for my cell on the nightstand. "What are you doing?" "Setting an alarm so I can tell you how much you mean to me again in an hour, and every hour after that until it counts." Her smile lit the room. "I like the sound of that." Caressing her cheek, I whispered, "And I like making you smile. In fact, I love making you smile so much, I plan to keep doing it for a long time." "Everything is so complicated. How?" "No buts. No hows, no worries. Not tonight." Let's pretend there is nothing standing in our way for the next few hours. I wanted to promise her everything would work out, that we'd overcome the odds, that we'd get our happily ever after, but I couldn't. Not yet. A few hours locked away from our crazy lives sounds like heaven. Shauna's phone rang. Don't answer it. I held her tighter. I have to. It could be Mrs. Dixon calling about my cat. She gave me a quick peck and scrambled to retrieve her phone from her shorts. Hello? I didn't need to hear the other end of the conversation to know she'd received bad news. It showed in every shaky breath she took. She paled, and her hand flew to her mouth. Where is he? Is this about the cat? I sat upright, praying I'd misread the situation. Shauna stared at me for a heartbeat before turning away. Please, tell him I'm on my way. Did someone find Mr. Bouguer? That name. Only Shauna would saddle a poor feline with a moniker like that. It's Jack. He's hurt. She rushed around in search of her clothing. A bolt of jealousy pierced my armor. I'd come as close as I ever had to telling a woman I loved her. 5 minutes later, she's leaving me to go see another man? What happened? There was a break-in at his shop. He was attacked. She swayed and grabbed the edge of the dresser. That was his father. Jack is out of the hospital, but he's in bad shape. You're an asshole, Marchionni. A real asshole. Give me 5 minutes to have a car and security ready to go. I shoved my legs into my jeans and moved to her side. You're coming with me? That she wouldn't want me there hurt, but I'd follow her lead. If that's all right with you. Thank you. I don't know what I'm walking into. I'd rather not go alone. I'd spent enough time with her to know better than to embrace her when she was hurt or upset. Instead, I rested my hand on her arm. I'd hug you, but you'd fall apart. She fell into my arms. 10 minutes later, we were en route to the French Quarter. I held Shauna in the back seat while one bodyguard drove and the other rode shotgun. She hadn't said much since we'd left the house, but she hadn't stopped touching me. I'd take what I could get. The car came to a stop in front of the antique shop I'd found her in earlier that day. Plywood covered one of the plate glass windows, and bits of glass littered the sidewalk. Shauna and I were out of the car and halfway to the private entrance on the side of the building before the guard had time to unfasten his seatbelt. I called over my shoulder. Stay here. I'll call you if you're needed. He didn't look happy, but I didn't give a shit. Shauna stabbed the buzzer 6 times before I slid my hand into hers. Yes, a disembodied male voice crackled over the intercom. It's Shauna. By the time the door clicked open, I'd lost feeling in my fingers. She led me through a small courtyard, up a set of exterior stairs, and to another door. Without bothering to knock, she turned the knob and walked inside. Hello? I'd expected the place to resemble the shop below with too many pieces of heavy, dark furniture crammed inside. However, we were greeted with concrete floors, metal and glass banister, and minimalist black leather furniture. Jackson Landry's home had an industrial chic vibe. An older man with graying hair and an impressive, if not scraggly beard came into the room and hugged Shauna. He's not thrilled that I called you. Tough shit. She dropped her purse on the entryway table and headed for the stairs. Is he in his room? Yep. The guy extended his hand to me. Monty Landry. I gave him a quick but firm handshake. Lorenzo Marchionni. Monty's bushy eyebrows rose enough for me to see the color of his eyes. I thought I recognized you. I eat at your place a couple times a month. While I enjoyed meeting my patrons, I hated it when they gave me the expectant stare as if waiting for me to recognize them. Glad you enjoy it. He motioned to the room on the left. Might as well have a seat. Knowing those two, she'll be up there a while. I seated myself on the couch. She said he's like a brother to her. How bad are his injuries? A brother, huh? Monty snorted.
Chapter 27. Shauna. Standing outside Jack's bedroom door, I replayed our last conversation over and over like a looping gif. Jack cupping my face. Jack telling me he loved me. Jack looking so damned hurt when I didn't say it back.
I can hear you out there. You may as well come in,
Jack called from inside. Laughing through my fear, I peeked inside. My heart lurched. Had he not spoken, I wouldn't have recognized him through the swelling and bruises. Hi. He turned and limped into the bathroom.
I told Monty not to call you.
Pull up your big girl panties and deal. Following him, I said, I would never have forgiven either of you if he hadn't. Are you okay?
You should have seen the other guy.
He peeled back the bandage covering his nose and leaned closer to the mirror. Uh-huh.
Relax. It looks worse than it is.
It looks pretty bad.
I didn't want you to see me like this.
Jack drew a deep, rattling breath and faced me.
But I'm glad you came. I need to talk to you.
If this is about what you said before,
I meant what I said. But you made your feelings for me, or lack thereof, clear.
He tossed the bloody gauze and tape into the trash before shambling back into the bedroom. I reached out to help, but I didn't know where to touch him without hurting him more. What did the doctor say?
Broken nose, cracked ribs, and a shitload of soft tissue damage. Nothing major. I guess I was lucky.
Lucky?
The need to hunt down the people who'd attacked him and run them over with a bus became unbearable.
What did they take?
Nothing.
He sat on the edge of the bed.
That's what I need to talk to you about. They were looking for something specific.
I stiffened my spine and braced for impact. Go on.
Your video camera.
My hand flew to my throat as if it had a mind of its own. My camera? Why?
It's pretty obvious, Miss Private Investigator.
He gave me a lopsided grin that broke my already bruised heart.
There's something on it they want.
Mayor Carter. My mind reeled with the implications. All this time, I'd assumed the mob had burned down my apartment. I was filming him and his latest bimbo the night of the engagement party.
That would explain the henchmen. I wondered how many cheating spouses could afford to hire pros to do their dirty work.
His frown deepened.
You realize Carter is as dirty as Bourbon Street on Fat Tuesday, right?
Snap! Another piece fell into place. Only this piece scared the crap out of me. Taking pics of him cheating on his wife was one thing. Catching him on camera in the middle of a shady deal was another. I bet Carter's people threatened Alex. He left 3 messages the night he fired me. The first was asking for the footage. The second told me to destroy it. He canned me in the last one.
Jack sighed. Have you spoken to him since you've been back?
No, he hasn't answered my calls. This was my fault. I stopped wearing a rut in the floor and turned to him. I could have prevented this if I hadn't been too much of a coward to call him sooner.
That's bullshit, darling, and you know it.
He held his hand out to me.
You had no way of knowing they'd connect you to me.
I wrapped my fingers around his, and he pulled me closer until I sat beside him. How did they?
My guess is they saw me when I went to your apartment, but the fire department wouldn't let me in. I may have caused a scene.
Did you notice anyone watching the place?
Not in the daylight, but there were a few folks hanging around when I went back after dark and snuck in.
You what? A mental image of him dressed in black from ski mask to boot settled front and center in my brain. Despite the seriousness of the situation, or maybe because of it, I giggled.
Shoshana, this isn't funny. It's not like I was rummaging through your underwear drawer. I thought the cat might be hiding in the building.
He tried for serious, but laughed, winced, and laughed again. In that brief moment of levity, I knew our friendship could survive anything. I flopped back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. I don't think Mr. Bouguer survived the fire.
Miracles happen. Jack laid beside me. I need you to focus for a few minutes, okay? This is important.
I'm sorry. I'm listening now. But it felt really good to laugh.
What was on the recording?
The mayor going into a hotel room with a brunette Amazon woman, coming out an hour or so later, and sucking her face in the corner of the lobby. So much had happened since that night, it seemed like months had passed. The proverbial light bulb came on over my head. Holy shit! I remember now. They exchanged documents and possibly cash? Jack sucked air through his teeth. Where's the camera? I dipped my chin and glanced away. Remember the watch you said clashed with my cocktail dress? You're telling me the fucking watch is the camera? It was in my shop all along. I'm sorry, Jack, I didn't know. I thought I was working a typical cheating spouse case. A high-profile cheating spouse case? He shook his head. You didn't suspect anything when your apartment went up in flames? How about when Alex left 3 text messages and fired you? We'd known each other for years, but I'd never seen him so angry. I was in another country at a wedding reception when he called. I wasn't exactly thinking straight. And the apartment was a coincidence? Nope, I thought it was the mob. I pressed my lips together and sat upright. He had every right to be frustrated and pissed off, and looking for someone to blame. I'd take responsibility for whatever part I'd played, but not when he'd gone into full asshole mode. Any idea who the brunette is? He stood and loomed over me. No, but she was at Maggie and Gabe's party. A wave of nausea rolled over me. Could the Marchionnis be involved in this? Could Enzo? I should let you get some rest. He grabbed my wrist surprisingly hard for someone whose knuckles resembled hamburger. You remembered something else. No. I pulled my arm back, but he held tighter. You're hurting me. Shanna, these people trashed my place looking for your camera. I walked in while they were pouring gas on my antiques. Jack let go of my wrist. If you know something or suspect it, I've damn well earned the right to know. I know, and I'm really sorry you got mixed up in this mess. But I don't know any more than you do at this point. Holding my arm to my chest, I scrambled away from him. Shanna, everything okay in here? Enzo stood in the doorway, surveying the situation. Yep, just a little misunderstanding. I forced a smile. Jack glanced between me and Enzo and smirked. At least I thought he smirked. His ruined face made it difficult to tell. Remember what I said, Shoshana. I'll be here when you need someone to help you pick up the pieces. Jack, don't. Words failed me. I needed to get out of there before one, or both of us, said something we couldn't take back. He waved his hand as if dismissing me. Do me a favor before you go back to the mansion. Get your bag from the shop. It's behind the counter where you left it. Sure. I hope you feel better soon. I all but ran from the room. Enzo lingered for several heartbeats before he followed me downstairs. What the hell was that about? I'll tell you in the car. I snatched my purse from the floor and turned to Monty. I need something from inside the shop. He lifted a brow, glanced in the direction of Jack's room, and then to me. You know the code to the back door. Thanks. I turned on my heel and marched outside with Enzo following. Call it bad luck or screwy karma, but he grabbed the same wrist Jack had all but crushed upstairs. I cried out before I could stop myself. He released me. Did he hurt you? No. Not ready to discuss it, I hurried to the rear entrance of the shop. Where are the bodyguards? Out front. He folded his arms. Why? Text them. They need to keep their eyes open and have the car ready to go. I met his gaze and immediately wished I hadn't. While Jack had a raw and loud brand of anger, Enzo was the master of cold, detached, and deadly. I'm going to ask you one more time. What is going on? I lowered my voice. Whoever did this is looking for my camera. He nodded toward the shop. It's inside? In my old beat-up backpack behind the jewelry case. Enzo pushed past me. Stay here. Don't be ridiculous. I know the layout like the back of my hand. I ducked in front of him. Gasoline fumes assaulted me the second I opened the door. I lifted my hand to turn on the light,
but thought the better of it. With my luck, I'd blow myself and the antique store to smithereens. Enzo covered his nose and mouth. Leave it. It's not safe in here. Feeling more than a little hysterical, I ran through every possible horrific outcome of venturing farther into the shop. Do cell phones cause static? He looked at me as if I'd spoken in Swahili. I don't know. I need light. There are no phone signs around gas pumps. I shook my head. Never mind. Glass crunched beneath my feet as I eased behind the display counter. Thankfully, I didn't have to go far. The bag was exactly where I'd left it. Got it. Let's go. He waited for me to pass him before following me back into the courtyard. I knelt and emptied the contents on the cobblestone. What the hell, Shanna? Enzo glanced toward the gate and back to me. I pulled the spy watch from the side pocket and slid it onto my sore wrist. Okay, I'm ready. Enzo tensed his jaw hard enough to crack his molars, looped his arm with mine, and all but dragged me to the car. I slid into the back seat. I need to make one more stop. No. His tone might have worked with his staff, but I wasn't on his payroll. I need to talk to Alex. He could be in danger. It occurred to me I was probably too late, but I had to see him, to make sure he was okay, to find out what he knew. I'll take you first thing in the morning. Right now, we're going back to the house, reviewing that video, and you're going to tell me everything, starting with exactly what Jack Landry means to you. I couldn't handle one more thing. Not one more solitary thing. Least of all Enzo's jealousy. I tapped the driver's shoulder. Stop the car. Keep going. Enzo ran his hands through his hair. Shanna, I'm begging you. I said stop the car. Jiggling the handle, I gave them my best imitation of a woman ready to leap from a moving vehicle. The door locks clicked. I tried the handle, for real this time. He'd locked me in. Worst still, Enzo hadn't said a word. The driver stared in the rearview mirror for a heartbeat before turning his attention back to the road. This is kidnapping! Glaring at Enzo, I pulled my ringing phone from my pocket. He rested his head back, closed his eyes, and drew a deep breath. Who is it? Maggie. Am I allowed to answer? Enzo motioned for me to continue. I understood his concerns, and yes, I trusted his judgment on most things. However, I hated being treated like a child, even if I was acting like one. Hello? Maggie sighed.
Shanna, thank God. I've been worried sick. How are you?
We'd told each other everything since we were kids. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed her until I heard her voice. Choking out a sob, I said, Awful, Mags. Just awful. Everything is falling apart here.
Gabe told me what's going on. We don't want to see Enzo married to Nicolina any more than you do.
A shot of adrenaline heated my face for a half second before I broke out in a cold sweat. What? I didn't hear the last part. Her voice rose.
Gabe is furious. Papa Joe announced Enzo and Nicolina's wedding date. Evelyn and Pietro Lazio.
She went on about problems and working it out and knowing how I felt about Enzo, but I tuned her out. Are you okay? Has something happened? Enzo reached for my hand, but I jerked back. Forcing myself to look at him, I said, Congratulations. Will Nico wear white?
Chapter 28. Enzo. My world tilted on its axis. I'd had every intention of telling Shanna about the situation with the Lazios, but the timing always seemed off. That's bullshit. I had more than ample opportunity to come clean. I'd avoided it. I have no idea what color Nico will wear because I have no intention of marrying her. Knowing anger and defensiveness would get me nowhere, I forced myself to speak in a softer tone. Gabe is determined to break ties with the other families. As you can imagine, they aren't happy to lose a business partner. There's pushback.
The Lazios made a power grab by demanding I marry Nicolina. Shanna stared out the window. She could ignore me all she wanted, but I knew she'd heard me. I had less than 10 minutes to plead my case before we reached the house. You saw Nika when she arrived. Does she look like a woman who wants to be married? Her shoulders tensed, telling me she was in fact processing what I'd said. My father supports the marriage. He ordered me to make it happen before I left Comiso. But the real problem is my mother. She's... And you didn't think this was something I should know? Her voice cracked. Aren't you the one who said secrets hurt people? Guess what? I'm freaking devastated. I never meant for you to find out like this. I planned to tell you, but I didn't want to hurt you unnecessarily. Gabe swore he wouldn't auction me off like a prize stallion. I reached for her hand, but she pulled away. My mother is scheming to undermine Gabe's efforts to end our associations. A wedding would... Shanna whipped her head in my direction. Evelyn wants to stay in the... She glanced at the driver. To stay involved? Does Gabe know? I'm not sure. The fact it hadn't dawned on me to reach out to my brother concerned me. Had I subconsciously bought myself time to consider my mother's offer? What does that say about me? About my feelings for Shanna? You haven't called him? She stared. I turned from her and folded my arms. I'd no sooner ended the call with my mother before Nico showed up. By the time that situation was settled, we had to run to the quarter to check on your friend. No way. You're not blaming your lying by omission on anyone else. You've known about this for days. Plus, you had time enough to cook dinner and take me to bed between the time Nico arrived and Monty calling about Jack. I scrubbed my hands through my hair. You're right. I should have told you, but... Stop while you're ahead. No buts, no excuses. She narrowed her eyes, and I knew I was in trouble. From everything I've heard, Gabe is serious about getting out. What exactly does she think will change when you marry Nico? There is no when. I have no intention of marrying Nico. I don't know what she saw in my expression, but she held up her hands and shook her head. Evelyn's planning to put you in charge, isn't she? Shanna laughed a bitter laugh that pissed me off. Rather than answering her, I went on the defensive. My mother doesn't call the shots. She gave me a look that said she believed otherwise. I'm right, though, aren't I? Damn it, why can't I lie to this woman? Yes. Shanna pressed her lips together and nodded slowly. And you're considering it. That she could read me so easily shook me to my core. Compared to most couples, we hadn't spent that much time together, but what we'd lacked in quantity, we'd more than made up for in quality. Rather than sugarcoating or lying, I laid the truth out for her. If I were in charge, I would have the authority to let Gabe and the others walk away without bloodshed. Not to mention, I could take care of the people in Comiso. However, this conversation is a moot point. Neither Gabe nor my father will allow me to step up. Furrowing her brow, Shanna licked her lips and closed her eyes. When she opened them, her expression hardened. Are you keeping anything else from me? No. I wanted to hold her hand, to reassure her, to tell her I loved her and wouldn't allow anything to get in our way, but it felt as if she'd erected a wall of ice between us. Is there a computer I can use at the mansion? The abrupt change in subject confused me. Sure, she had other things on her mind than my family, but I would have bet my right hand she had more questions. Yes, several. If you're planning to review the video footage, the one in my father's office has the largest monitor. The driver stopped long enough to punch the code into the security pad. Shanna sat up straighter and gripped the door handle. We should continue our conversation. No need. She bolted from the car and from me. Following her inside, I struggled to make sense of her change in demeanor. The woman had a temper, and she could run hot and cold, but her reaction seemed off. Why is there no need? Unless you're still keeping secrets, there's nothing else to say. It all makes sense to me now. Shanna strode through the hall, glancing into different rooms. Where the hell is the office? I walked past her and opened the door to the office. I'm glad my situation makes sense to you. Perhaps you could explain it to me? Your mother is using you to protect her other children. She plopped down on my father's chair and held out her hand. The watch? The truth in what she had said knocked the wind out of me, but that couldn't be all of it. My mother had to believe in me to think I could handle the business. Too bad Shanna didn't have the same faith in my abilities. I dropped the gadget in her palm. You're wrong. It wouldn't be the first time. She unscrewed what looked like the knob to set the time and plugged a USB cable into the hole. My curiosity over the spy watch won out over my anger, or maybe the technology gave me an excuse to change the painful subject. I moved behind the desk and leaned in to get a better look at the gadget. I'd never know it had a hidden camera. It looks like a cheap, old man watch. Focusing on the computer, Shanna nodded. That's the point. A window popped up with a list of files. This should be the last one I shot. Shanna clicked on a video with the same date as the engagement party and maximized the viewing window. A rather crisp recording of Mayor Carter and a brunette appeared on the screen. You were in the elevator with them? How did you take this without them noticing? Despite the fact someone had set fire to her apartment and beaten the shit out of Jack, it hadn't occurred to me that her job was dangerous. Had the mayor or his acquaintance noticed the camera? Could they have harmed her? I wear it on my left wrist, the same hand I use to hold my cell and pretend to read emails or send texts. No one looks twice about a 20-something with their nose in a phone. I'm impressed. You're going to make a hell of a private investigator. Thanks, but I'm not sure I'll ever get my license. Before I could dig deeper, she turned her attention back to the computer. Shanna paused the video and zoomed in on the brunette. Does she look familiar? She was at the engagement party. No, but I was in the kitchen the majority of the night. Marco knocked on the office door. I thought I heard you two come in. Where did you go? Shanna glanced up and flashed him a smile. I have a new lead on the arsonist. Come take a look. If I had any doubt she was upset with me, it vanished when she interacted with Marco. Shanna went from stoic to sunshine bright in the blink of an eye, yet she claimed we had nothing more to discuss. Mind if I come in? Nico stood in the entrance barefaced and wearing a borrowed t-shirt and shorts. Without her war paint and tailored-to-be-sexy clothes, she looked more like the girl I'd grown up with and less like a spoiled mafia princess. Sure. Once again, Shanna smiled. It wasn't until she glanced at me that her frown returned. Marco nodded at the brunette on the computer monitor. Who was that? Why does she look familiar? She was at Gabe and Maggie's party. I was hoping one of you would recognize her. She zoomed in tighter, eliminating Mayor Carter from view. Smart woman. I moved aside to allow Nico room to step around me. That's Sofia Abruzzo. Nico looked between us. I was surprised to see her at the party. I wasn't aware the Marchionnis and Abruzzos were on friendly terms. We aren't, Marco and I said in unison. Shanna sat back, met my gaze and motioned in Nico's direction. The slight lift of her brow turned the gesture into a question. Not seeing any harm in including Nico in the conversation, I nodded. Shanna turned to the other woman. Do you know what business Sofia Abruzzo would have with the mayor of New Orleans? Nico shook her head. No, why? She drew a deep breath and typed something into the computer. Another media player window popped up. We watched the screen as footage played of Ms. Abruzzo and Mayor Carter exchanging envelopes. A payoff, if ever I'd seen one. Marco made a sour face. That dude is twice her age. Leave it to Marco to focus on the alleged sex between our enemy and the mayor. I pinched the bridge of my nose. That dude runs this city and has his fingers in the pie of any organized crime that happens in the parish. Shauna's shoulders slumped. Whatever she's doing here, it isn't good. Nico turned to me. Maybe now you'll believe I didn't have anything to do with sabotaging your soup or vandalizing your restaurant? Marco cursed under his breath. Thanks for your help. Shanna closed the windows and unplugged the watch. I'm sure you three have a lot to discuss. It's late. I'm going to bed. You should stay. This involves you too. I reached for her, but she sidestepped me. Call Gabe or your mother or the Pope. I don't care. All I want is for this to end. She walked out and closed the door behind her. Bro, I don't know what you did or what you said, but I'm not sure I'd want to sleep next to her tonight. Marco moved his middle and index fingers like a pair of scissors. Wincing on behalf of my balls, I turned to follow Shanna. I should go after her. Enzo, don't. Nico stepped in front of me. She doesn't strike me as the type of woman who enjoys being cornered. No one likes being cornered. I moved around her. Did you finally tell her about the engagement? Balling my hands at my sides, I mentally counted to 10. Maggie told her. Marco made a strangled sound. No wonder Shanna was shooting daggers at you. She's rightfully upset and needs some time alone. You'd be wise to give it to her. Nico seated herself in a leather wingback chair facing the desk. Besides, we have things to discuss. Marco motioned to the computer. Like why Sofia Abruzzo was cozying up to the mayor. Last I checked, Pops pays him a small fortune to keep the local cops off our backs.
Chapter 29. Shanna. Before I'd applied for the job as Alex's assistant, I'd spent hours watching YouTube videos on how to ace a job interview. The majority of them included appropriate answers to the question, "What is your greatest strength?" Until a week ago, I would have replied, "My ability to land on my feet." Then again, until a week ago, gravity had dictated the difference between up and down. Enzo had changed my personal laws of physics. He'd given me my highest highs and lowest lows. Often in such rapid succession, I felt as if I lived on a carnival ride. I called Alex from the house phone on the off chance he'd answer if he didn't recognize my number. "Hello?" Hearing his voice lifted a boulder of worry from my shoulders. Regardless of whatever else happened, he was alive. "Alex, it's me, Shanna. Don't hang up." "Why are you calling me?" he whisper-shouted into the phone. "It's not safe." "I know, and I'm sorry. When I couldn't reach you, I assumed the worst." "I'm fine. Selling the house and the business. Where are you?" He sounded desperate, and desperate men did desperate things. Until the BS with the Abruzzos and the mayor happened, I would have trusted him with my life. Now, I hesitated to tell him my location. "Still in Sicily. I won't call again." "Wait." He muttered something I couldn't understand, likely speaking to his wife. "Mail the video to the mayor's home address and forget you ever saw it. Stay the hell out of New Orleans. For good, if you can manage it." "You know what's on the video recording. Why else would you leave your entire life?" "Let it go, Shanna. Walk away and don't look back." He disconnected the call. I'd idolized the man for years. In my mind, he was a cross between Chuck Norris and MacGyver. The type of guy who could sweet-talk, fight, or finagle his way out of any situation. I'd never heard him so scared. It unnerved me. In desperate need of grounding, I called my best friend and perhaps the only person on the planet who could understand the situation. "Hi, Shanna." Maggie tried for chipper, but her sleep-slurred voice told me I'd woken her. "I'm sorry. I don't even know what time it is here, let alone there." "It's 8 in the morning. I should be getting up soon anyway. I'm glad you called me back. How are you?" "I've been better." I drew a breath and gathered my scattered thoughts. "I need some advice about the situation with Enzo." "One sec." A rustling sound came over the line, followed by a squeaking door. "I'm walking into another room, but I'm here." "He says he doesn't want to marry Nico." "You don't believe him?" I shook my head, realized she couldn't see me, and said, "I believe he doesn't want Nico, but it's not that simple, is it?" She hesitated. "No, it's not." "There's something you should know." I lowered my voice in case anyone came down the hall, but then it occurred to me the line could be tapped. Paranoid much? "Before I get into it, how certain are you no one can listen into our call?" Maggie sighed. "Honestly, I've never asked, but I'm sure Gabe would have said something if there was a concern." I chose my words carefully just in case. "Evelyn is working with Nico's father to undermine Gabe's project." "Are you sure?" Her voice thinned. "Enzo told me she wants him to step in for Papa Joe. Once he has control, he can let the others go free." I hated that his own mother would use him. "She's willing to sacrifice Enzo's happiness so the rest of them can get what they want." "That bitch! Please tell me Enzo isn't considering it." I didn't know how to answer her. "Shoshana, promise me he isn't considering it." "It's still funny to me that you sound like a mom." "I am a mom. And if I were really pissed at you, I would have called you Shoshana Ruth. Now, stop stalling and answer my question." I resisted the urge to point out she hadn't asked a question. I'm not entirely sure. He told me once he wanted to take over for Papa Joe, but his father wouldn't have it.
Gabe's told me the same thing.
I know Enzo is worried about the people the Marchionnis support in Comiso, and he doesn't want to see his brothers get caught in a war.
Gabe plans to keep up with their charities here,
she sighed.
But Enzo's right to worry. Things are super tense.
Are you safe? The thought of her and the kids stuck in Sicily with so many dangerous people made my chest hurt.
We are safe. I promise I'll get out of here if that changes.
She sounded so tired. I hated to bring up the next topic. Enzo's going to call Gabe. But you should know, something is going down here with the mayor and the Abruzzos. She gasped loud enough I heard it.
How do you know that?
In addition to some tonsil hockey, I inadvertently recorded a payoff between Sophia Abruzzo and Mayor Carter. Memories of my burned-down apartment and Jack's ruined face danced unwelcome through my head. I'm 99% sure Carter or the Abruzzos burned down my apartment.
Oh my God, Shanna.
There's more. Jack Landry walked in on a couple of paid muscle in his shop. They'd torn it apart looking for the video footage and were in the process of torching the place.
Is he?
He's pretty banged up, but no serious damage. I paused to catch my breath.
Why did they think he had the camera?
He thinks they spotted him going through my apartment and followed him.
You're still staying with Enzo, right?
Her voice rose. Yes. Besides the fact I'm homeless, I'm freaked the hell out.
You should be.
She went quiet.
Gabe is negotiating with the other 4 families. 2 are on the fence and seem to be waiting to see what happens. The Lazios want money and the wedding, but the Abruzzos are hardcore.
What does that mean? I had a feeling I knew, but I needed to hear her say it.
They don't believe in letting people walk away. They want blood.
I raised a trembling hand to my chest. Would a Marchionni-Lazio union prevent violence? She didn't reply. Holding my breath, I whispered, Mags, tell me the truth. Would things go easier for Gabe if Enzo married Nicolina?
It would be the show of strength that could sway the other 2 families to our side. But Gabe won't force him to marry Nico against his will, nor will he sign off on Enzo getting stuck in this bullshit for life.
What little hope I had dimmed like a candle starved of oxygen. What if it's not against his will? What if he wants the position and respect and everything that goes along with it more than he wants me? What if him marrying Nico saves the lives of the people I care about? She softened her tone.
You love him?
Yeah, I do. Admitting my feelings for him cost me a piece of my soul, because I knew they weren't enough.
Have you told him?
Once, but it didn't count. Maggie laughed. It slipped out after a mind-blowing orgasm. How did you know? I grinned at the memory and wiped the tears from my eyes. He didn't say it back. He played dead until I let him off the hook.
I'm sorry, Shanna.
He's a good man,
but he keeps to himself. I'd give him time to come around.
Don't be sorry. This was all leading up to the part where I ask your advice.
Okay, now I'm totally confused. You weren't asking me if you should dump Enzo before he dumps you?
That she knew me so well made the conversation so much harder. Yes and no.
I'm going to need more to go on than that.
I drew every ounce of courage I had left in me and prayed I could lie convincingly enough to pull off what needed to be done. Jack told me he was in love with me.
What?
She spoke loud enough to wake mainland Italy.
Jackson Landry? Your strictly platonic friend, big brother figure never crossed a line, Jack?
That's the one, and he laid a hell of a kiss on me.
I'm stunned.
She went quiet again.
Tell me about this kiss.
It rocked my world, Maggie. I forced myself to laugh. Butterflies with bullet wings, tingles in all the right places. I was as stunned as you are. He told me there were men in this world who would never hurt me like he meant it. But you just told me you were in love with Enzo. I think I love them both. Not a complete lie. With Jack, it's so easy. No family drama, no arranged marriages, no passion. Didn't I just tell her about the freaking kiss? There's passion. Is there? Really? Damn it. I needed her to back me up, not question me. No offense, but I don't think I can handle the Marchionni family long term. They're a lot to deal with. And Evelyn. I understand they're a handful. But why do I get the feeling your choosing Jack over Enzo has more to do with the circumstances than how you really feel about them? Because it does. I can see myself happy with Jack, but I can't with Enzo. He's allergic to commitment, moody, and comes with more baggage than a cruise ship. You know I like Jack. He's a good catch. But I'm worried about you. I'm worried about me, too. I know it's weird, but I haven't been able to stop thinking about him after that kiss. I'll support you no matter what, Maggie groaned. Actually, no, I won't. I have to say something, and I hope I'm right, because if I'm not, you're going to be angry. Heck, you'll probably be angry anyway. Just spit it out. I braced myself for an argument. I know you, Shoshana Ruth Isaac. You're feeding me a bunch of bull right now, and I'm not sure why. Are you trying to convince yourself you'll be happy with Jack? Or are you lying to me so I'll play my part in this scheme of yours? My mouth hung open. In Sicily, she and Dahlia told me I couldn't lie for shit. But I'd thought I could pull it off over the phone. So you'll play your part. Lead with that next time. She laughed. I about peed my pants when you said Jack kissed you. He did kiss me. It wasn't half bad, but my heart wasn't in it. Because Enzo owns it. Something like that, I grumbled. But I need to end things with him. I can't be the reason he makes the wrong decision. Isn't that his choice to make? Yes, but it's my choice to remove myself as a variable in the equation. She sighed. I'll support you no matter what, but I don't agree with you on this one. Thanks for having my back. I fake yawned. Don't make any rash decisions. Sleep on it. Good idea. I'm going to crash. Have a good night. Day. Have a good day. I tossed the phone to the side, curled up, and buried my face in the pillow. The damned thing smelled like Enzo. I pulled it closer, closed my eyes, and prayed for sleep. 10 minutes, and a good cry later, I called Jack. Despite what Maggie thought, this wasn't a rash decision. I'd made up my mind and would deal with the fallout. Shanna, everything okay? Surprisingly, he seemed wide awake. Rather than sugarcoating the situation, I decided to go with the brutal truth. I have a huge favor to ask. A huge, potentially very awkward favor. Lay it on me, baby. Not surprisingly, he seemed high on pain meds. I need to make Enzo believe we're involved. Jack laughed longer than necessary. Forget it. Hold your horses. He seemed to struggle to regain his composure. What's going on? It's complicated. I got that when you asked me to be your fake boyfriend. His voice thickened. I saw the way you reacted to him in the shop. Did he hurt you? I swear to God, I'll kill the son of a... No, it's nothing like that. I regretted not taking the time to think through this conversation before I called. I love him, and I think he might feel the same. But it isn't going to work between us. I need to do something that will convince him I'm not the woman for him. Jack sucked in a breath. You're sure about this? No. Absolutely. What's the plan? Shanna? Enzo knocked on my door. I called Gabe, but he wanted you on the line. Shit. Give me a minute. I'm on the phone. I scrambled for the bathroom for a bit more privacy. Is that him? Jack sounded entirely too happy. Panicking, I tried to imagine what I'd say to my boyfriend while my lover stood in the hall. Yes, I know, Jack, but it's hard. I haven't been completely honest with him.
Ah, it is him. Repeat after me. I love you, Jackson Landry. I've always loved you. I don't know what I was thinking when I told you I needed to take a break and fuck a Marchionni.
Not helping, I whispered.
Say it.
I spoke loud enough to be heard from the hall, but not too loud that it'd seem staged. I didn't mean to hurt you. Like I said before, I needed a few months to play the field. You know, to make sure. But I'm ready to marry you now.
Whoa there, Nellie. I have an entire grand proposal planned for us, and you're spoiling it.
Okay, that'd be great. I can't wait to see you. I swallowed past the lump in my throat. Thanks for being so understanding, Jack. I love you too. The door opened behind me. I turned and found Enzo staring. I'd expected anger, maybe some shouting, but nothing could have prepared me for his lost little boy expression. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I did make a rash decision.
Chapter 30. Enzo. Nothing that happened since the engagement party made sense, except Shanna. I hadn't realized how much I'd come to depend on her being in my corner until I'd overheard her conversation with Jack. In those few precious seconds, she gutted me. Gabe wants everyone present before we get into the details of the situation with the Abruzzos. The fact I could form a word, let alone complete sentences, surprised me. Now, it's 2:30 in the morning. She avoided my gaze. He's on Italy time. It dawned on me I should be angry with her. She'd lied to me about her relationship with Jack, strung me along and made me believe in something besides family and work and obligations. One look at her swollen eyes and red nose, and I couldn't find it in me to raise my voice. For whatever reason, she'd been crying, and that hurt almost as much as her deceit. Shauna went into the bathroom and splashed water on her face. Forget it. I'll tell him you're asleep. We'll schedule a call first thing in the morning. I turned to go. No, it's okay. I'll talk to him now. She gave me a curious look, likely wondering how much of her conversation I'd overheard. You should know he's not happy that I told you about the family business. Then he should be upset with Maggie, too. I talked to her before I called. I figured as much. She frowned. I finally got a hold of Alex. You've been busy. I clasped my hands behind my back so she wouldn't notice them trembling. He uprooted his family and left New Orleans. Says he's selling his house and business. She spoke without looking me in the eye. He told me to send the video to the mayor's home address and run away. Instead, you're making plans to marry a man who owns a business in the French Quarter? She pressed her lips together and looked away. Mayor Carter is desperate to get his hands on that recording, and to eliminate any witnesses. Shauna shook her head. Maybe, maybe not. Alex still has the same cell phone. The mayor has half the police force in his back pocket. They could find him if they wanted to. Plus, you can't sell a business or real estate without some sort of physical address. It's entirely possible Alex and your fiancé are still breathing because Carter's goons believed them when they said they hadn't seen the video. Maybe. But would you leave loose strings dangling if you were him? It's not easy to get away with murder. It ups the ante with law enforcement. Enough people die, and the state or feds get involved. Are you speaking from personal experience? She tilted her head and grinned. My chest tightened. How can she crack jokes as if nothing was wrong? You're in more danger now that you've seen the video. You're welcome to stay here until you can make other arrangements. Shauna flinched as if I jammed a needle into her arm. Thanks. I'll stay out of your way. Use the bodyguards when you go out. I will. She motioned toward the stairs. We should get down there. I couldn't face Marco and Nico, nor could I speak to Gabe until I had a minute to myself. Go ahead. I'll be right down. Shauna opened her mouth to say something, but I ducked into my room and closed the door. This changes everything. Without hope of a future with Shauna, I had nothing to lose by agreeing to marry Nico. I could finally have everything I wanted,
Respect, control, power. I could give my brothers their freedom and ensure the safety and quality of life of the people in Comiso. Hell, I'd probably move to Sicily and be treated like a fucking rock star. It seemed like a dream come true, but there was one huge problem, and it wasn't being chained to Nico for the rest of my life. I didn't want it. I don't want that life. I want the white picket fence with Shanna. Fuck Jackson Landry. I'm not giving up without a fight. Taking the stairs two at a time, I devised a battle strategy to win the girl. I'm not thrilled that Enzo shared as much as he did about the family business, but what's done is done. Gabe's disembodied voice filled the office as I walked in. That's rather hypocritical of you. I shut the door, strode across the room, and seated myself in my father's desk chair without making eye contact with anyone. I told Maggie the truth about us the night I proposed. My brother spoke in a calm, even voice, but I detected a hint of defensiveness. Perfect. He's going to play right into my hand. You shared our secrets with her because you loved her and planned to spend the rest of your life with her. Funny, I did much the same. Shauna stared, but I pretended not to notice. Marco and Nico exchanged glances. He grinned, she frowned. Gabe said, Right. Now will one of you tell me what's going on? We spent the next few minutes catching him up to speed on what we knew about the Abruzzos, Mayor Carter and Shauna's video footage. I knew the Abruzzos were going to be a problem, but I didn't see this coming. Gabe paused, likely still processing the information. My guess is they want to take our place in New Orleans. Can they do that? Marco turned to me, but I assumed the question was meant for our brother. Gabe said, Enzo, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. Since when does he care what I think? With the mayor in their pocket, the local authorities will turn a blind eye. I'm more concerned with the fact our homes and businesses are here. I can't imagine the Abruzzos will want us to remain in the city. Nico nodded. I agree. They aren't known to share. Do you honestly believe they will run you out of town? Shauna glanced between us. Once they have a solid foothold, yeah, I do. Gabe's voice hardened. Like it or not, this is Pop's bad karma coming back to bite us in the ass. Marco rested his elbows on his thighs and clasped his hands. Before we get too far down the sins of the father road, how can we stop this? Nico drew a deep breath. If Enzo and I get married, the other families will support the union. The Abruzzos are strong, but they can't stand against everyone. Shauna hung her head. She's right. It's the quickest way to avoid splitting the families in the two camps and having an all-out war. Since when does she know our politics? I replayed our previous conversations, but couldn't recall mentioning the possibility of a rift and what that would mean. She's been talking to Maggie. My goal is for us to go legit, not force people into a marriage they don't want, Gabe said. Meeting my gaze, Shauna verbally tied me to the tracks of an oncoming bullet train. Your mother has been working with Pietro Lazio. She plans to put Enzo in your place as head of the family once he and Nico are married. Marco cursed under his breath, and Nico nodded. I sat there frozen, unable to make sense of why Shauna had told him. Sure, I'd planned on coming clean with him, but in my own time. Gabe's voice rose. Enzo? I'd planned to tell you during this call. Seems Shauna beat me to the punch. Rather than glancing up and risk seeing their disappointed expressions, I stared at the phone. Ma thought if I took over, I could cut the rest of you loose without any bloodshed. Gabe cleared his throat. Is this what you want? Does it matter? I'd had enough double talk and manipulation to last me a lifetime. I'd answer him, but I wanted to hear him say he'd never hand me the keys to the kingdom one more time. Now isn't the time for another change in leadership. So why ask the question as if my opinion matters? If you'll let me finish, Gabe exhaled a deep breath. I'm willing to work with you for now and step aside once things are settled. He'd knocked me for 6. So much so, I didn't know how to respond. I've been thinking about what you said to me before the wedding. You were right. I've been so busy working to get us out, I didn't stop to think about the ramifications. He lowered his voice. Had I listened to you sooner, we may have avoided some of this drama. Thanks. I couldn't remember Gabe ever admitting he'd made a mistake. Perhaps Maggie's influence had done him some good. So, what will it be? Do you want this or not? I had zero doubt at my answer, but I hesitated. Shanna had handed me to Nico on a silver fucking platter. Not only that, she seemed resigned. Too resigned. What's her angle? Is she trying to ease her guilty conscience, or playing the martyr? Nico filled the silence. Before you answer that, know that my father will side with the Abruzzos if there is no wedding. I figured as much, but that doesn't change my mind about sentencing the two of you to a life of unhappiness, Gabe said. Enzo, do you want to take over? No. Shanna turned her head in my direction fast enough to have a whiplash. You said you did. At one point, I thought so, but I've changed my mind. What the fuck is she up to? Since the drive home? She smirked and leaned closer to the speakerphone. Gabe, give him some time to think it over. It's been a rough night. I don't need time. I know what I want. I nodded to Nico. You don't want to be married to me, do you? No. She glanced at Marco and sighed. But I'm willing to go through with it to prevent anyone I care about from getting hurt. She's right. Think about what this could mean for your family and the people in Call Me So. Shauna's voice rose in volume and pitch. And there it is. She's pushing me away. But why? I said no. If you're holding out because of me, don't. I'm with Jack. I plan to marry him as soon as I can leave the house long enough to get a marriage license. Seeming to realize everyone in the room was staring at her with varying degrees of shock, Shanna folded her arms and turned her head. Gabe said, Why don't the two of you work this out and call me back? No. Staring at Shanna, I leaned closer to the phone. I don't want it. She closed her eyes and shook her head. Great. Now that's settled. How do we bring the Abruzzos and Mayor Carter down? A rustling noise filled the line, followed by Gabe's muffled voice. I'm going to need to wrap this up soon. The doctor is here to examine Pops. How is he? Marco asked. The same as before. He has good days and bad days. I thought back to the video of Mayor Carter and Sophia Abruzzo exchanging envelopes. Is Pops well enough to answer a few questions? Gabe said, If not now, he will be later. Why? You're aware he's made many sizable contributions to Carter's election campaign? I glanced at Marco. My younger brother perked up. And even larger donations to Carter's offshore accounts. Gabe laughed, the first real laugh I'd heard from him since the wedding reception. The mayor can't take us down without drowning with us. We'll need proof. I could all but feel Shauna's confusion or frustration or guilt. I didn't know for certain, but it seemed she'd realized the error of her ways. Marco rubbed his hands together. Give me a few hours at Marchionni Corp, and I'll have your proof. Nico sighed. What if the mayor hands the information over to the Abruzzos? What's to stop them from handing it over to the police? The Marchionnis could be implicated too. Or if Carter is already in too deep with the Abruzzos, he may not be able to break ties. Shanna met my gaze. He'll find a way. I sat back with my hands behind my head. If there's one thing career politicians like Carter care about, it's their reputations. You're absolutely correct, Gabe said. Marco turned to me. Now that we found a way to take care of Carter, what do we do about the Abruzzos? Gabe cleared his throat. I wasn't going to tell you two until I had more definitive information, but the informant who came forward about Joe's murder claims the Abruzzo family ordered the hit. The news hit me like a bullet to the chest. This was what he was keeping from us? We had a right to know. You're right, you did, but nothing has been proven. He exhaled a long, slow breath. One way or the other, we'll make them pay. But it may take longer than we'd like. No more secrets. We know what you know. I told Shanna that secrets got people hurt, and I'd meant it. I'd spent the previous few days focused on the wrong people. Had I known about the hit on my brother, we might have solved the mystery sooner. You got it. Gabe lowered his voice. Enzo, I'm going to need to confront Ma. I can't allow what she's done to stand. While I agreed, I hated the idea of him laying into her. She had a lot on her plate dealing with my father's illness. Then again, she hadn't seemed that upset when she said Pops wouldn't be around long enough to challenge my position. Do what you need to do. After we'd said our goodbyes and ended the call, Nico and Marco all but ran from the room. Shanna stood as if to follow. Remaining seated with the desk between us, I asked, "Why'd you do it?" Her back to me, she hung her head. "He needed to know about your mother." "And I planned on telling Gabe, but that's not what I'm referring to." "I thought things were over with Jack, but when I saw him injured..." I'd had enough of her charade. "Why don't you climb down from that cross you nailed yourself to and tell me the fucking truth?"
Chapter 31. Shanna. The anger I'd expected to see in Enzo upstairs finally made an appearance. Unfortunately for me, I deserved it. I'd royally screwed up. But how was I supposed to know he'd refuse the offer to take over for Gabe? Frustrated, and more than a little ashamed, I decided to play dumb. "I don't get your reference. What do you mean, my cross?" Enzo stood and walked around the desk. "I'm accusing you of pretending to be in love with another man to force my hand." "Guilty as charged." "I didn't want to force your hand. I wanted you to make your decision based on what was best for you." "You admit it, then." He stopped inches in front of me, but kept his arms at his sides. "You're only pretending to be in love with Landry?" I took a step back. "Why didn't you agree to take Gabe's position? He would have given it to you with or without you marrying Nico." "I don't want it." He pushed into my personal space again. "Don't you get it? None of this means anything to me without you." "But..." My brain skipped like a broken record. "No buts." He cupped my cheek. "I've never said these words to a woman, besides my mother and Hildy." Oh my God, he's freaking serious. Staring into my eyes, Enzo whispered, "I love you." My entire body turned to warm goo. He loves me. A split second later, the reality of the situation barreled into me with the force of a cannonball. He loves me. A ghost of a smile crossed his lips. "I'm no expert on the matter, but this is the part where you either break my heart or say it back." "I'm sorry." He lowered his hand and turned away. Resting my hand on his arm, I waited until he met my gaze. "I'm sorry I lied to you about Jack. I thought I was making things easier for you." "By ripping my heart out through my balls?" The mental image made me grin. "When you put it like that, I see your point. But Enzo, this will never work between us." His forehead wrinkled and smoothed and wrinkled again, as if he struggled to hold back his emotions. "Your family will never accept me. I'm poor and short and Jewish. Not that I give a damn what anyone thinks, but my brothers love you, and so does Hildy." He cupped my cheek again. Rubbing his thumb over my lips, he whispered, "And so do I." "I love you too." He tugged me to his chest and kissed me like he meant it. Wrapped in his arms, his lips on mine, I didn't know if I should laugh or cry, so I did both. Enzo pulled back enough to whisper, "Let's get some sleep." "Let me get this straight. You tell me you love me, kiss me like it's your job, and now you want to get me in bed so we can sleep? I can think of a few hundred other things I'd like to do to you first." He scooped me up into his arms. Before I could reply, my phone rang. Enzo frowned. "It's past 3. Ignore it." "No one calls at this time of night unless it's important." "You're right." He set me on my feet, but remained close enough to listen in. Praying it wasn't Jack, I glanced at the screen. "It's a local number, but I don't recognize it." Enzo motioned for me to move things along. "Hello?" A female voice, far too perky for the middle of the night, boomed through the connection.
"Hi! Sorry to call so late. I called the number on the flyer, and the nice lady who answered said to call you. I found your cat."
"You found Mr. Bouguer? This night couldn't get any better." I did a happy dance that would have made Charlie Brown proud. Where was he? When can I come get him?
I found him nosing around the dumpster at work. Poor thing is covered in soot and half-starved.
Her voice lost some of its pep.
I'm in the quarter. Are you nearby?
The Garden District. I can be there in 10 to 15 minutes. Frowning, Enzo whispered, "Don't give her the address." The woman said,
I take the St. Charles streetcar home. We could meet at the Washington Ave stop long enough for me to hand him over.
Warning flares shot off in the back of my mind. I didn't want to wait outside, in the dark. Besides, I was pretty sure they didn't allow pets on board. Can you send me his picture? Just to be sure it's him?
Okay, but I'm in a huge hurry. The streetcar only runs once every hour this time of night. I'm taking it now. Don't hang up.
I bit the inside of my cheek and waited for my phone to ding. Enzo pulled the phone from my hand and disconnected the call. What the hell? Why did you do that? I don't like this. She was trying to keep you on the line. They could be tracing the call. He handed it back to me. I rolled my eyes. That's a myth. The police can trace a call as soon as it connects. But you're right. Something about this seems fishy. The alert sounded. I opened the photo and gasped. Mr. Bouguer in his orange and white fluffy goodness stared back at me. It's him, but she said he was dirty. Enzo jerked the phone from my hand and zoomed in on the photo. The woman called back before I got to the bottom of his bizarre reaction. I snatched the cell from him. Don't answer it. He scowled. I recognized the woman holding the cat. How? She didn't show her face. I wanted to scream. I needed to answer the phone and get my cat back, but Enzo freaked me out. The tattoos. He sighed. Play along with her. Try to convince her it's better if you meet her tomorrow. I slid my finger across the phone to answer the call. Hi, sorry about that. I was getting dressed to meet you and accidentally hung up.
Did you get the pic?
She sounded skeptical. Yes, thank you. That's definitely him. I drew a breath. I'd rather come to you. That way I can give you the reward. He narrowed his eyes and shook his head.
I don't want the reward.
She laughed a little too high and too loud.
I'll be happy when he's back in your arms.
Enzo mouthed, tomorrow. It killed me to say the words. Does tomorrow work better for you?
What am I supposed to do with your cat until then?
The woman was definitely losing her patience.
Hang on a second. Let me see if I can get a ride home so you can come here tonight. Don't hang up.
Okay. My heart beat so fast I feared it'd escape and run off to save Mr. Bouguer without me. Frowning, Enzo whispered, I have access to her home address. Have her take him home with her. The woman came back on the line.
I'm sorry, I can't get a ride. Either you meet me at the streetcar stop, or I'm putting him back in the dumpster.
My sleep and cat-deprived mind went into hyperdrive. I'll order a rideshare for you here, and another to get you home. She hesitated for so long I thought she'd hang up. Are you there? I reached for Enzo to remain upright. I need your name for the driver.
I'm here,
she sighed.
My name is Tara Cole. I'm at the Daiquiri Shack on Bourbon.
I met Enzo's disapproving gaze. Great. I'm ordering the car now. I'll meet you at 1405 Delaronde Street in Algiers Point. Enzo shot into action before I finished giving her Maggie and Gabe's address.
I thought you said you were in the Garden District.
She sounded irritated again. I am. I was hanging out with some friends, but I was on my way out. My apartment burned down, so I'm house-sitting for a friend until I find another apartment.
Great. See you there. Thanks for the rideshare.
See you there. I disconnected and went to find Enzo. In here, he called to me from the man cave. 3 armed bodyguards glanced at me when I walked into the room. Enzo said, Good thinking sending her to the empty house. Do you have a key? Yes, and thanks. I was afraid she'd call it off and hurt my cat. I pressed my hand to my stomach to stave off a wave of nausea. If anything went wrong, mine and Mr. Bougaire's lives were on the line. Enzo motioned between the security team. One of you need to pose as a rideshare driver. One shadows Shanna, and the other two stay out of sight near the house.
No, she'll know their security. I have a better idea.
I pulled my phone from my pocket and dialed Jack.
Miss me already?
His sleep-graveled voice told me I'd waken him. Hey, does your dad still have that light-up rideshare sign?
Sure does. Why?
How'd you like to get a shot at catching the guys who kicked your ass? Enzo shook his head and stared at the ceiling.
Bad idea.
I'd love it. Jack sounded more awake by the second. Good. Call your poker buddies at the station and have them on standby near Maggie's place. Make sure they stay out of sight. Enzo narrowed his eyes. We need to question Tara. We can't do that if she's in jail. I ignored him and filled Jack in on the situation. 5 minutes later, Enzo and I walked outside. He put the keys to his car in my hand and folded my fingers over them. I don't like you going alone. I should come with you. You have to stay here. Tara will take one look at you and run. I rose to tiptoe and kissed his neck. Besides, I'm hardly going alone. There will be one of your men following me and 2 more in or near the house. Plus, Jack will have his cop friends close enough to make an arrest if the same men who hurt him show up.
Shanna, you don't need to get up close and personal with someone to be shot.
He had a point, but it was too late to chicken out now. Enzo pulled me into an embrace.
Be careful.
I will, I promise. He's acting like he's never going to see me again. I realized I was taking a risk, but I'd done scarier things without backup. His concern made me more nervous than the thought of meeting up with the bad guys. I slipped into the driver's seat of his swanky Sportster and started the car. Enzo stood in the drive until the gate closed behind me. My phone rang, scaring the crap out of me. I checked the screen and hit answer. Hi, Jack.
We have a problem.
Already? I swallowed my nerves and forced myself to keep driving. What's wrong?
I've been waiting for her for 5 minutes. She's not here.
Shit. While not surprising, Tara had alternative transportation. I'd hoped Enzo's guys would arrive before she did. Take the sign off the dash and head over there. You still need to ID the men who broke into your shop.
Will do, but there's no reason for you to be at Maggie's when things go down. I'll bring Mr. Bougaire to you when it's done.
I'm already on the road. I hit the gas and flew down Chapatulas Street. By the way, Enzo didn't buy the lie. The fake engagement is off.
I didn't think he would. Does this mean I get my ring back?
He laughed and disconnected the call.
Chapter 32. Enzo. I was completely in love with Shanna, but that didn't mean I was whipped enough to blindly follow her lead. I'd spent too many years doing what my parents told me to do. I was done taking orders. As soon as the gate closed behind her, I fired up Dante's motorcycle and hit the road. I hadn't been on a 2-wheeled death trap since I graduated college. I had to hand it to my little brother. He had great taste. The bike was sleek, swift, and sexy as hell. I blew past Shanna on Chapatula Street and crossed the Mississippi River Bridge in a blur. After parking a block from Gabe and Maggie's place, I slipped between 2 houses and made my way to the gate on the back of Maggie and Gabe's property. A single light shone from the first floor, but the second story was dark. A car door slammed out front, but I had no way of knowing if Shanna or Tara had arrived. I eased to the window and peered inside. A man, large enough to run defensive tackle for the Saints, sat on the kitchen floor playing Chase the Laser Pointer light with an orange and white cat. I ducked low, pulled my phone out, and texted Shanna and the head of my security team. Abruzzos are in the house. Do not enter. A few seconds later, my guy replied, 10-4. I held my breath, waiting for her to reply. When she didn't, I fired off another message. I see the cat. Go back home. Nearby, 2 females were engaged in a heated discussion. I couldn't make out their words, nor did I recognize their voices. It has to be Shanna and Tara. Who else can it be this time of night? A split second later, someone turned on the lamp in the front room. I risked another look inside and swore under my breath. Shanna and Tara stood inside the living room arguing. I have to get in there. However, I suspected the bad guys weren't kind enough to leave the back doors unlocked. I needed to get around front, fast. Thankfully, I'd spent enough time at backyard barbecues to know the location of the motion-activated floodlights on the side of the house. Unfortunately, the other people in the yard had never enjoyed Gabe's famous grilled chicken. Lights spilled over the area, illuminating me and 2 rather stunned intruders. The guy closest to me drew his weapon before I remembered I'd come armed. I dove for cover, but lifted my head when the unmistakable sound of a taser filled the night air. The guy with the gun flopped on the ground like a fish, if said fish were hooked up to 50,000 volts of electricity. Before I could sort out which, if either of the men were on my side, a woman screamed inside the house. Raising my hands, I called out, "Are you here with Jack?" "I'm NOLA PD. Go. I'll be right in." The man with the taser knelt over his victim with a pair of handcuffs. Between the floodlights and the commotion, I'd lost the element of surprise. Instead, I went for shock and awe by attempting to shatter the glass door with a flagstone paver. The impact left spiderweb-shaped cracks, but the glass otherwise remained intact. The door slid open, and I'm man enough to admit I nearly shit myself. Jack smirked. "Marchionni, nice of you to join the party." I'm also man enough to admit I debated slamming the flagstone into his smug face. I peered past him and blew out a sigh of relief. The guy in the kitchen was tased, cuffed, and laying in a puddle of piss. Tara was also cuffed, but other than what promised to be a hell of a black eye, she appeared unharmed. Shauna glanced up from nuzzling the now infamous Mr. Bouguer and smiled. In that moment, my entire world righted itself. Sure, we had a shit ton of problems to handle, but we'd found the cat. That has to count for something, right? "Mr. Marchionni," the head of my security team approached me. "What do you want us to do with the female?" Tara's eyes widened, as if she hadn't recognized me until he said my name. "Take her back to the house." I handed him the motorcycle key. "I left a black Ducati on the next block. Can you have someone ride it home?" "Sure thing." Judging by his expression, he'd be the one taking the bike out for a spin. "What about the others?" The officer who'd saved my ass in the backyard said, "They're under arrest for the assault on Jackson Landry." Shauna moved to my side. Why do I have the feeling this was too easy? Because your PI instincts were spot on. This isn't over. These 2 were the hired muscle, and not very good ones. I draped my arm around her shoulders. The damned fluffball pulled a feline ninja move that left the top of my hand bloody. "Bad kitty." Shauna might have tried to scold the cat, but her laughter ruined the effect. If anything, the beast took her good mood as permission to plot my demise. Shauna lowered her voice. "Taking Tara to the house is kidnapping. Only if she presses charges. Is it wrong I like the way you think?" She moved closer but stopped when Mr. Bouguer hissed and gave me the evil eye. "After everything you've been through, not at all." I reached for her arm but thought the better of it when the cat growled. "We should go before more cops show up. I'll drive. You keep that thing away from me." Shauna nuzzled the top of the cat's head.
"Who's a good kitty? Who's going to get treats and sleep on Mommy's pillow tonight?"
Like hell. Sirens blare in the distance as I hurried her to my BMW. Shauna cast one last look at the house before sliding into the passenger seat.
"Gabe's going to have a fit when he sees the broken glass."
"Not if I have it fixed before I tell him." Walking to the driver's side, I nodded to my team as they stuffed Tara into the back of an SUV. I sank into the leather seats, started the engine, and pulled away.
"Are you absolutely sure we should take her back to your parents' house?"
Shauna chewed her lower lip. "She's worked for me for years. I need to know who she's working for now and for how long." I had no idea what I'd do with her if she refused to talk. My father would have no such qualms. He'd ordered people executed for far less, but I couldn't do it. Shauna rested her hand on my thigh.
"Are you okay? You seem far away."
I realized I made the right decision when I turned down Gabe's offer.
"How so?"
Keeping my eyes trained straight ahead, I said, "Because I don't have it in me to kill her." Shauna tensed to the point the cat let out several loud meows.
"That's a good thing, right?"
Yes, a very good thing. I couldn't help but think back to my father criticizing me for being too soft. At the time it hurt, but now
I took it as a compliment. I didn't want to be the kind of man people feared. I'd earn their respect the right way. What happened back there? I thought you were going to wait at the mansion. She gave me side-eye, but her constant smile belied her effort to look stern. Sweetheart, I love you, but I'm through following orders. I squeezed her hand. Even in bed? As long as we take turns, I'll gladly follow your lead in the sack. Laughing, I downshifted and hit the gas. To answer your other question, I spotted one of the mayor's men in the house playing with the cat, but before I could do anything, the second guy pulled a gun on me. Oh my God! Shauna's hand flew to her mouth. It pains me to admit it, but one of Jack's poker buddies saved my ass. Any chance one of them is in the mayor's pocket? She stilled as if considering the possibility and shook her head. There's always a chance, but I highly doubt it. Jack's known most of them since high school. Good. I turned my head and rolled my eyes. Jack's never going to let me live that down, is he? Probably not. She frowned. Especially since I dropped Tara with a right hook and used her limp body as a human shield while another of Jack's poker buddies tasered the man in the kitchen. So much for my man card. I shook my head. You're 5 foot of nothing. How in the hell did you manage to hold her up? She's nearly 6 feet tall. I run a lot, spend hours in the gym, and I'm working on my blue belt in Krav Maga. Colored me impressed, somewhat frightened, and slightly turned on. Israeli Defense Force training. Remind me to never piss you off. We beat the security team back to the house, which gave Shauna time to settle the cat in an upstairs bedroom while I filled a shallow plastic basin with sand from Maggie's son, Ryan's sandbox. Marco met me in the hall. Where the hell have you been? What's with the dirt? It's a litter box. You found Mr. Bouguer? His eyes lit up. Where is it? I love cats. Of course you do. I lowered my voice. Before you get distracted by yet another pussy, I need you to focus. We took down 2 of Carter's guys and brought back... You what? The color drained from his face. I'll explain on the way. Follow me. I turned and headed for Shauna's room. One of my employees was either working for the mayor or the Abruzzos. I intend to find out which and what exactly she was doing for them. Marco swallowed hard. And then what? Then I either have her arrested or scare her into hiding. He sighed. Thank Christ. I didn't need to read minds to know he'd assume the worst. Pops was right. I'm soft. Marco clamped a hand on my shoulder. No, bro. You're a decent human being. Where is the turncoat? Security is bringing her here any minute. Apart from family dinners and the holidays, I'd never bothered to spend much time with Marco after I'd left home. I'd certainly never gone out of my way to hang out with him. Now that I'd gotten to know him as a person, I regretted my decision to avoid my brothers. As long as we're still breathing, it's never too late to make amends. He took the makeshift litter box from me. Go downstairs and meet them. I'll help Shauna with her pussy. Cat. I shook my head. Thanks. I met the head of security in the hall outside the laundry room. I wished I could say my knowing exactly where he'd taken her was a coincidence, but I couldn't. In Sicily, my father used the basement on the rare occasions he brought an enemy to our home. Here, he used the laundry. Want me to stay? The large man folded his arms. No. I stiffened my spine. Keep an eye on the exterior cameras, in case there's any blowback. He nodded and marched away. One day, very soon, Shauna and I will live a life without the need of bodyguards, security cameras, and guns. I pushed the door open. Tara sat in a metal chair with her wrist cuffed to a metal ring in the wall. She took one look at me and burst into tears. Careful to stay out of kicking range, I crouched to her eye level. I'm not going to hurt you, but I need some answers. They'll kill me, she said between sobs. I won't let that happen. You don't get it, Enzo. Not even your family can protect me. She wiped her nose on her sleeve. I stood and took a step toward the door. Very well. If you don't talk to me, maybe the big guy can get some answers out of you. You said you wouldn't hurt me. I worked to keep my expression neutral, but inside I cringed. If I didn't calm her down, she'd wake Hildy, and I had zero desire to explain the situation to the woman who'd raised me. That was when I thought you'd cooperate. Tara hung her head. I'm dead either way. Not if you tell me what I need to know. I hitched a shoulder. It's your choice. Start talking and I'll set you up in a new life. Test my patience, and I'll drop you off at Sofia Abruzzo's with a note pinned to your shirt telling her you spilled every one of her dirty secrets. She mumbled, "You'd help me start over? After everything I've done?" "Yes." I folded my arms. "Now start talking." "Sophia, she threatened my kids if I didn't do what she asked." So much for honor among thieves. I recalled Tara showing me photos of 2 young children. The oldest couldn't have been more than 4. Where are they now? Shauna stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. Tara's eyes widened. "With their father, but Sophia knows where he lives. If she thinks I've turned on her, she'll kill them all." "Give me the address. I'll have one of my men take them someplace safe until you can join them." Tara glanced between us. "There is nowhere safe." "I have access to a fishing cabin down in Terrebonne Parish. It's not much, but you'd be safe there temporarily." Shauna knelt beside Tara. Her proximity was too close for my liking, but I'd learned she could take care of herself. "I guess that could work." She relayed her ex-husband's address and slumped in the chair. "Let me make some calls." Shauna walked to the door. Taking her arm, I leaned close enough to whisper, "Tell Marco what's going on and ask him to get some men over there ASAP." She nodded and stepped out. "How long have you been working for the Abruzzos?" Tara winced. "Almost 2 years." Her answer stunned me. I'd suspected her association had started when Gabe had stepped up, but 2 years. My oldest brother and his wife had been murdered around the same time. "What exactly did you do for them?" Keeping her gaze low, she said, "At first, I called them when any of your family were in the restaurant." "Like Joe and Rebecca, for instance?" Fresh tears streamed down her face. "I'm sorry. I didn't know what they had planned, or I never would have told them." I turned my back to her so she couldn't see my expression. Joe and Rebecca had their last meal in my restaurant. Joe had winked and elbowed my side when he joked about taking his wife on a date. "After they murdered my brother and his wife, what did they ask you to do?"
Chapter 33. Shauna. I stood in the hall, eavesdropping and trying to work up the courage to open the door. Enzo needed my strength, but Maggie's family had all but adopted me when I moved to New Orleans. Rebecca was like a big sister to me. I reminded myself I had a job to do, a job that didn't include allowing my personal feelings to turn me into a coward. Some private investigator I'm turning out to be.
I reported your schedule, told them when your father came in and who he met with. The same for your mother."
Tara could barely speak through her sobbing.
"Recently, they had me keeping tabs on Gabe. I didn't tell them when he brought Maggie Guthrie in on a date."
The mention of my best friend made my blood boil. I walked into the room and glared. "Thanks for that, at least."
"Maggie was raising Joe's kids. I couldn't risk them losing their aunt, too."
Tara stared as if she thought I was the good cop to Enzo's bad cop routine. Boy, did she have that wrong. Too bad you didn't think about the kids before you told the Abruzzos where to find their parents. I couldn't bring myself to feel sorry for her. She might not have cut the brake lines, but she'd played a part in ending their lives. Enzo turned to face Tara. "You weren't flirting with me the night of the engagement party. You were scared." She looked away. "You jumped at the chance to take Hazel to the hospital because you needed to get out of there." His voice rose. Tara shrank lower in the chair.
"I planned to tell you what was going on at the hospital. I thought I'd be safe there."
"Safe?" He laughed a humorless laugh that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. "You poisoned the soup." I reached for the dryer to remain standing. The kids, Maggie, Gabe, Enzo, me. We all could have died. Tara dipped her chin.
"I didn't."
"No? You expect me to believe that?" He clenched and unclenched his hands as if struggling not to strike her.
"I was supposed to, but I couldn't do it. There were kids at the party."
She wiped her face.
"I had a bottle of nail polish remover in my bag. I used it instead. It stank so bad I didn't think anyone would eat it."
The incident with the crowd at the wedding had unnerved me. But this This terrified me. So many innocent people could have been hurt, or worse. Do you know what kind of poison they gave you?
No, but Abruzzo's men warned me not to inhale the soup after I poured it in.
How big was the container? I wasn't an expert on poison, not by a long shot, but I'd researched common types for a case. Some substances worked through ingestion, others by inhalation, and a few worked both ways. Tara shrugged.
The size of a lipstick tube.
Precious few poisons were strong enough that such a small amount would contaminate a commercial-sized stock pot full of minestrone. I rested my hand on Enzo's shoulder. If I had to guess, I'd say botulinum toxins. They occur naturally in improperly prepared foods. It would have looked like an accident. How so? You hear about cases of mass food poisoning on the news from time to time. It would be unusual, but not impossible, for a large crowd of people to become very ill or even die from eating the same meal. He gave me a curt nod and stared at Tara. Where is this poison now?
It's buried in my backyard. I hid it in a tampon holder in my purse to get it out of the restaurant.
She raised her chin as if proud of herself. Enzo, this is serious. We need to find the poison and go to the police. If it was botulinum, even seemingly small amounts could be fatal. We're talking about attempted murder of over 200 people. 250, plus any of the staff who happened to breathe it in. He turned for the door. No police. We don't know which ones we can trust.
Where are you going?
Tara tugged on the handcuff securing her wrist to the wall.
You can't leave me here. What about my kids?
I need some air. You'd do well to keep your voice down. If you wake the housekeeper, I'll kill you with my bare hands. His ice-cold expression sent a chill down my spine. I stepped aside to make room for him to leave. When he closed the door, I turned to Tara. I don't particularly like you, but I understand you were caught in a bad situation. She nodded.
I didn't know they were planning to hurt Joe and Rebecca. When I found out, I tried to stop them from hurting anyone else.
You should have gone to Enzo. I don't know what I would have done in her situation, but I couldn't let her off the hook. We needed her help, and I planned to get it by any means necessary. Are you willing to tell the authorities what you told us? The color drained from her face. I pointed in the direction Enzo had gone. That man has promised to set you up in a new life far from here. You've worked for him for years. Do you believe he'd go back on his word?
No, but...
Her voice cracked. I leaned close enough to feel her breath on my face. If you don't do something to stop them from murdering other innocent people, you'll be just as guilty as they are. Can you live with that kind of blood on your hands?
I'll do it. I swear. Just please, make sure my kids are okay.
She broke down. You have my word. I handed her a clean towel. Stay quiet while I talk to Enzo. Tara nodded and slowed the waterworks. Exhausted from lack of sleep and an abundance of drama, I shuffled into the kitchen in hopes of finding a full coffee pot. Instead, I found Hildy. The housekeeper glanced from me to the hall. Tell me he isn't planning to hurt anyone. He's not. I rested my hip against the counter. We're keeping her here for her own safety. Enzo sent a couple of bodyguards to pick up her kids, and then we're sending them into hiding. Hildy sighed, as if the weight of the world had lifted from her shoulders. Thank God. I heard crying and thought... She waved her hand. It doesn't matter what I thought. It amazed me she didn't ask questions. Had I woken to a woman cuffed to the wall of my laundry room, I would have freaked out. Then again, Hildy had spent decades with the Marchionnis. Working in this house for so many years must have been hard. At times, yes. She busied herself preparing a pot of coffee. Enzo and the others are in Joe's office. He said to tell you to join them when you're ready. Are you okay? I rested my hand on her arm. I wanted to hug her, but I didn't know if it would help or make things worse. Tilting her head, Hildy met my gaze. I'll be fine. And you? How are you holding up? I had a feeling she wasn't asking about my lack of sleep or the situation with Tara. I love him. None of this changes that. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. And he told me he loves me too. Saying the words aloud woke the butterflies in my stomach. I never thought I'd see the day. She threw her arms around me. He's a lucky man. Thanks, but I'm the lucky one. Pulling away, I said, I should get in there. I'll start some breakfast. It'll be ready when you're finished with the call. Despite the hour and the drama, Hildy hummed while she worked. I made my way to Papa Joe's office and opened the door enough to poke my head inside. Enzo held his arm out to me while continuing his conversation on speakerphone. Gabe, I understand your concerns, but this isn't your decision to make. My heart sped to a gallop. Decision? Are we back to arguing who's in charge? Gabe said, It's not yours either. This affects all of us. I moved to Enzo's side, and he pulled me into his lap. Marco muttered under his breath, and Nico whispered something into his ear. When she glanced away, he stared at her as if she were the freaking Mona Lisa. Before I could sort out what had happened between the two of them, another male voice came over the line. An older, gravelly voice. Papa Joe? Marco, are you still there? Yeah, Pops, I'm here. I'm sending you my password and the instructions. I want it done. A series of deep, wet coughs filled the line, and then it went quiet. Someone had likely hit the mute button. You're too sick to go to prison, Pops. Marco turned to Enzo and widened his eyes. Agreed, Gabe said. We have the illegal campaign contributions. We don't need to expose the bribes to hang Carter. The man is as crooked as a... Papa Joe's voice rose. Gabriel, pull your head out of your ass and listen to me. I'm a dying man. I won't be around long enough for the authorities to extradite me. Holy crap. They're talking about throwing Papa Joe under the bus to bring down the mayor? You don't know that. The color drained from Marco's face. The U.S. and Italy have a fairly lenient policy. You don't have to be convicted. They can start the extradition process once they bring charges against you. Unless he's awaiting trial in Italy. The words fell out of my mouth before I thought the better of it. I'd managed to piece together enough of the conversation to get the gist, but nowhere near enough to add anything to it. Not to mention, I doubted the elder Marchionnis would appreciate my input. Papa Joe cleared his throat. Shanna, I presume? Enzo opened his mouth to speak, but I beat him to it. Yes, sir. The line went quiet again. Only this time I doubted anyone hit the mute button. She's right, Papa Joe said. I'll have my driver take me to visit Sal down at the docks. I don't like the way he looks at your mother. Pops, Sal is almost 100 years old, Enzo chuckled. Save the violence until we know if and when the charges are filed. Gabe said, Before we get ahead of ourselves, know that this will ruin our reputations. People have suspected we're in the mafia since we moved here. It's part of our charm, Enzo smirked. If anything, news coverage and rumors will be good for business. If I may, I chewed my lip. Papa Joe said, Young lady, we are beyond formalities. Speak your mind. Stunned and more than a little nervous, I leaned closer to the speakerphone. I missed the beginning of the conversation. Did the contributions and bribe money come from the company or your personal accounts? Marco narrowed his eyes. Personal. Cash and sizable checks. Some went directly to Carter, and some went to his campaign. How do you feel about Maggie writing a press release? Dying man comes clean, exposes decades of political corruption. Enzo stilled beside me. Gabe's voice rose. Now we're bringing my wife into this? I fucking love it. Papa Joe laughed, coughed, and laughed again. Maggie did a fine job on the first article she wrote about the family. This would be a short press release. Nothing fancy. Marco nodded. This could be a follow-up. She can write it as if we're the victims. No, Papa Joe's voice rose. I'm no victim. She writes the truth. The truth? Enzo went wide-eyed. Part of it, anyway. Papa Joe chuckled. I paid for political favors. Paperwork to get pushed through without red tape. Laws passed that benefited the company. Gabe and Joe Jr.'s shoplifting charge to go away. I was 8, and Joe only got popped because he took the toy from me. Gabe chuckled. I still don't like it, but this could work. Never in a million years would I have thought I'd find myself liking Enzo's father. Yet I could see why people were so enamored with him. Like his sons, the man oozed charm. Send the financials, emails, and Maggie's press release. I'll leak everything to the media as soon as I get them. Marco stood and stretched. Are we done here? Enzo frowned. Losing Carter will hurt the Abruzzos, but it won't stop them. They got to Terra. We have to assume they have other spies in our businesses. Papa Joe said, This woman, the waitress, will she make a statement? That he'd suggest bringing the authorities into the situation surprised me. Enzo had seemed reluctant to do so the night of the party. She's scared. They threatened her kids, Enzo said. I spoke to her. She's agreed to give a statement to the police in exchange for you helping her start over. One look at Enzo and Marco's faces, and I knew I'd screwed up. Enzo took my hand. Testify in Sicily, to the heads of the other families. Oh, shit. Maybe, my brain stuttered. How would I? Who do I tell her she's speaking to? Nico covered her mouth to hide her grin. Gabe said, The Italian authorities. And tell her she's getting a week vacation for her entire family in the beautiful city of Palermo. Enzo frowned at the phone. We'll get the poison and the waitress on a plane as soon as the meeting is scheduled. Marco exaggerated a yawn. If there's nothing else, I smell Hildy's sausage and mushroom quiche. I'm going to catch a couple hours of sleep. Enzo rubbed his eyes. Papa Joe had other ideas. The Lazio's demands still stand. My heart fell into my shoes. After everything we'd been through, Enzo could still end up married to someone else. Charming or not, Papa Joe rose to the top of my shit list. Nicolina glanced between Enzo, Marco, and me. Gabe, did my father specifically name Enzo as the Marchionni I was to marry? Yeah, he did. Gabe sounded as tired as I felt. Her face fell. I see. Marco shoved his hands in his pockets and stared at the floor. I will have a talk with him. Nico stood and smoothed her pajama pants over her hips. His demands are impossible. I am married to someone else. Enzo narrowed his eyes at his younger brother. Marco, for his part, gave him a Gallic shrug. Palms up, goofy face. I didn't believe the two were married, not for a second. Besides the 72-hour waiting period after they'd obtained a marriage license, Nico would need a passport and birth certificate. I highly doubted she'd had the documents in her back pocket when she'd arrived. However, I kept my mouth shut. That complicates things, Papa Joe chuckled. I'll leave it to you to share the joyous news with your father. Thank you. She sighed and headed for the door. Enzo gave himself a visible shake and winked at me. Good night, Pops. Marco lunged for the desk and hit the disconnect button before his father could reply.
You married her? Enzo waffled between grinning and attempting to look stern.
Not yet, but I will.
He flashed us a too bright, almost maniacal smile and bolted for the door.
Chapter 34. Enzo. The clock to my right told me Shanna and I had slept through most of the day. The cat ass on the pillow to my left reminded me the view only changes if you're the lead dog. I lived my life in the middle of the pack. It was high time I moved up. Starting with claiming my woman. I scooted the orange and white fluff ball from the pillow, but the beast arched his back, hissed, and swiped razor-sharp claws across my chest. Son of a... Smiling, Shanna rolled to face me.
He doesn't like you.
The feeling is mutual. I attempted to kiss her, but Mr. Bougere made a bizarre, half-growling and half-meowing sound. To think I was willing to pay 10 grand for the hairball's safe return.
Give him time to get used to you.
She picked the cat up and deposited him on the ground. Ignoring the phone vibrating on the nightstand, the mewling cat, and the footsteps in the hallway, I pulled her body against mine.
Come here. Is there something you want?
Shanna wiggled closer still until we rested skin to skin from our chests to our thighs. You, this, us. Tucking her beneath me, I slanted my mouth over hers and kissed her. I couldn't pinpoint the exact moment it happened, but somewhere along the line, she made herself a home inside my heart. Sliding her hand down the length of my back, Shanna whispered,
I want this too. So much.
Move in with me. I have a place in the corner. There's plenty of room for you and the hell beast. I'd never asked a woman for more than a date or the occasional one-nighter. Even then, I'd had nothing to lose. If they turned me down, life went on. With Shanna, everything was different. The woman had the power to crush me with a single word.
Are you sure?
She asked the question on an exhale. Completely sure. I moved to my side and stared into her dark eyes. And before you say it, the offer isn't for a couple months while your apartment is being fixed. I want you in my bed, in my house, in my life.
You mean live together, live together?
Her eyes widened. An all too familiar pain formed beneath my sternum. Did I push too hard, too fast?
But your family.
I rested my index finger on her lips. My family doesn't get a vote. Shanna nodded. Is that a yes?
Yes. I'll live in sin with you.
She laughed. There will be sinning, but I was thinking of something more permanent. I cupped her precious face in my palms. Not today or tomorrow, but soon. I want to marry you. Shanna swallowed hard and pulled back.
Enzo, I don't need a piece of paper.
Neither do I, but I want you to know where my head is. Her lower lip quivered.
We've only known each other a short time.
I agree, which is why I'm not suggesting we run to the courthouse today.
Hildy says it takes only a moment to fall in love.
She met my gaze. Emotions clogged my throat. I knew the second I heard you laugh at the gala, but it took me a while to admit it. Her eyes darted back and forth over my face as if she couldn't decide where to look.
For me, it was the late-night calls. Once you fell asleep on the phone and I listened to you breathing for a half-hour before I disconnected.
I'd waited my entire life for someone to look at me the way she did. She lifted my mask and peered at the man beneath, and by some miracle she didn't turn away. Ah, so I'm not the only one who enjoys watching the other sleep.
Listening isn't the same as staring at someone.
Laughing, she pushed me to my back and climbed on top. Enzo? Shanna? Marco pounded on the door. You guys decent? No, we shouted in unison. You might want to turn on the television. Shanna moved to my side and snatched my t-shirt from the nightstand, where it had landed earlier in the day. Once covered, she pointed the remote at the TV. The screen filled with what appeared to be a press conference. Grumbling, I stood and pulled on my jeans.
Oh, you're going commando.
She licked her lips as if debating where to bite. I don't intend to be dressed long. I opened the door without so much as a glance in my brother's direction. What's going on? Grinning like an idiot, Marco folded his arms and rocked back on his heels.
I sent the press release about Pops and Mayor Carter to every media outlet I could think of. Oh, shit. I sank onto the edge of the bed. It's going exactly as planned. Better, actually. Since the news broke, people are coming out of the woodwork to accuse Carter of everything from blackmail and extortion to murder. We watched the coverage, including footage of officers shoving Carter in the back of a police cruiser. While most of the news anchors focused on the mayor, a few mentioned the Marchionnis. Surprisingly, no one speculated on her illegal activities. Shanna whistled. Maggie must have done an incredible job spinning the story. Don't sell yourself short. If it wasn't for your sleuthing, we wouldn't have connected the Abruzzos to the Carter in the first place. Despite the inherent danger of her job, I loved watching her in action. More importantly, solving the puzzles seemed to make her come alive. You should get your PI license as soon as possible. Maybe. Shauna's face flushed as she waved her hand. Seriously, though, I thought the reporters would eat Papa Joe alive, but they're acting like he's a hero. Marco's grin widened. That's because he's either golfed, played poker, or vacationed with most of the media conglomerate owners. She glanced between us. Is there anything the Marchionnis don't have their fingers in? There's a dirty joke in there somewhere, Marco smirked. Thank you for your restraint. I turned to Shanna. To answer your question, if it can benefit Pops, he's involved. I'll let you two lovebirds get back to whatever it is you were doing. Marco turned for the door. Standing, I clamped a hand on his shoulder hard enough to make him wince. Not so fast. Did Tara and her kids get settled? He wiggled out of my grasp. Yeah, I got a call around noon. She seemed happy with the place. Shauna furrowed her brow. Happy in the fishing cabin? It's a dump and not great for young kids. Marco chuckled. My father took matters into his own hands. He had her put in our vacation villa in Gulfport. It's 4 bedrooms, oceanfront, and behind a wall. Plus, he's ordered around-the-clock security for her family. She'll be safe there. Safe and pampered. Let's hope she doesn't expect me to set her up in that kind of luxury permanently. I would do right by her after she testified, but I was thinking about a starter home in the middle of Kansas. Willing participant or not, the woman had played a role in my brother's murder. I intended to keep close tabs on her until the Abruzzos paid for his death. That sounds a heck of a lot better than Jack's place. Shauna shook her head. Marco rolled his lips in and turned to her. About that, would your friend mind if someone else used the cabin? I don't think so, but I should ask. She tilted her head. Why? Nico and I might need to get out of town for a while. I wasn't going to ask, but he'd brought it up in conjunction with going into hiding. What the hell is going on with you and Nico? For the first time since he'd come in, the grin left his face. I don't know. After the performance Nico had put on for my father, I had no idea what they'd cooked up. Hell, I wasn't sure I wanted to find out. What do you mean you don't know? Are you planning to marry her or not? We applied for a license. I ran both hands over my head. Why? Why do you think? He sighed. Don't do this for us. We'll figure something out that doesn't involve you marrying her. Shauna crossed the room and stood in front of him. I don't know what she saw in his expression, but it made her smile. Unless you want to. Want to? He barely knows her. He doesn't. Marco glared at me. I can speak for myself. I'm not doing anything against my will. He likes her. Shauna mouthed behind his back. When did that happen? More than a little confused, I said, if this is what you want, I'm happy for you, but I don't have to tell you, her father may not feel the same. And you think Ma's going to throw you to a party? He glanced at Shauna. No offense. None taken? She dipped her chin. I folded my arms. Our relationship won't be a problem. If necessary, I'm prepared to walk away from the business and the family. Her eyes widened. Enzo, you can't mean that. What about your restaurant? Your family is... I'm a Michelin star chef. I can work anywhere. As for my family, my brothers love you. I hitched a shoulder. Pops didn't say anything negative about you on the phone this morning. I believe you impressed him. Would he have called me out with everyone on the call? Marco and I nodded. As for my mother, she has enough to worry about besides meddling into our personal lives. I had no doubt Gabe had given her an earful about her involvement with the Lazios. Marco said, Speaking of Gabe, I don't think he's going to be thrilled with you walking away. He's the one who suggested it. Bullshit. Marco gave me a dubious look. When did he do that? While I didn't appreciate being called a liar, I let it go for Shanna's sake. Before I left Sicily. Shauna's cheeks flushed. Did everyone in Sicily know about us? Afraid so, I winked. I'm stunned, but I guess I shouldn't be. Gabe's a stand-up kind of guy, and the two of you are good together. He sucked in a breath. About that cabin, why isn't it suitable for kids? She frowned at me before turning to him. It's deep in the bayou in Terrebonne Parish. And it's only accessible by boat? The place sits up on stilts, which is probably a good thing considering all the gators and snakes down there. Marco went pale. But they can't get inside, right? She had no way of knowing he was terrified of most reptiles and all spiders, but her eyes lit with mischief. I haven't been there in years, but I don't remember anything other than spiders coming inside. The gators and snakes won't mess with you, if you don't mess with them. He swallowed hard. Oh. I doubt anyone will find you. It sounds very secluded. I couldn't help myself. Teasing him as an adult was payback for all the nonsense he'd pulled on me when we were kids. That'd work, I guess. He nodded as if to convince himself. I'll call Jack. I'm sure he won't have a problem with you and Nico staying there. Marco turned and walked to the door without another word. Giggling, Shauna pressed her hand to her mouth. I think I scared him. He's always been afraid of snakes and insects, especially spiders. I pulled her into my arms. Promise me something. Swear you won't blame yourself for this rift between me and my mother. She did that when she started plotting with Pietro Lazio. I'll try, on one condition. She turned her face up toward mine and smiled the sort of smile men would go into battle to defend. Anything. Promise me you'll make friends with Mr. Bougere. He's going to be your stepcat one day. It's best if you two learn to love each other. He's pure, unadulterated evil, but I'll try. I leaned in to kiss her, but my brain skidded to a halt. Stepcat? Does that mean you'll consider making an honest man out of me? One day, in the not-so-distant future, I'll happily stand under a chuppah with you. I rested my brow against hers. I'll agree to a Jewish ceremony, as long as we agree to raise Mr. Bougere in the Catholic tradition.
Chapter 35. Shauna. 3 months later. Hildy was right. It had only taken a moment to fall in love with Enzo. However, she didn't tell me until a few weeks later that it took much longer to build a life together. I'd moved in with Enzo days after Tara testified against the Abruzzos. While the other families demanded Sophia and her henchmen return to Sicily, they'd yet to make a decision regarding a punishment for Joe and Rebecca's murder. 3 months had passed, and the place finally felt like home. However, it would take much longer for either of us to stop looking over our shoulders for the bad guys. Until the heads of the mob families doled out justice, the Abruzzos remained a threat. The bells at St. Louis Cathedral chimed 7 times, and I felt every one of them in my bones. I had minutes before guests would arrive to celebrate Enzo's birthday. Thankfully, I had a team to help me pull off the party. Maggie rounded the corner, carrying a tray of bacon-wrapped scallops. Where do you want these? Beside the gumbo. And for Pete's sake, don't carry anything else, or you'll go into labor. I took a final look at the decorations on the courtyard. I'd worried over every choice, from the balloons to the color of the tablecloths. I wanted everything to be perfect. I'm not due for another month. Besides, even if I did go into labor, it'd take hours before I needed to go to the hospital. She rested her hand on her watermelon-sized belly. Hildy stepped outside. Everything looks wonderful. You've outdone yourself. Thank you. Now all we need is the guests to arrive before the birthday boy. The doorbell rang. I smoothed my black sheath dress over my hips, drew a deep breath, and opened the door. Chloe and Ryan ran inside, followed by Zach and a girl I hadn't met. Shauna, this is Sam, my girlfriend. The teen's ears turned red. Nice to meet you, Sam. That's new. I glanced back at Maggie. They grow up so fast. She stared after the young couple and sighed. Where's Gabe? I'm here. He held Ella, his 9-month-old daughter, out in front of him with both hands. Unlike her father, the baby cooed and smiled. Could I borrow one of Enzo's shirts? She puked on mine. I tilted my head and studied his black button-down. Where? He turned. A long line of wet, white goo stretched from his shoulder to his waistband. Yuck! Yeah, go ahead. I might have bent my views on marriage when Enzo had crashed into my life, but kids were another matter altogether. Maggie hurried to him as fast as a woman carrying a nearly fully formed human being inside her could. I'll take her. Go. Enzo will be here soon, and we have to hide. Gabe handed the baby to her, kissed her cheek, and started unbuttoning his shirt on the way to the bedroom. Dante, the youngest of the Marchionnis, arrived next. Rather than knocking, he opened the door and strode inside with his arms wide. Shanna, good to see you. Thanks. I drew him into an embrace and froze. Evelyn walked in behind her son. She raised her chin, glanced around the room, and frowned. I'd had no idea she'd left Sicily. Her presence filled me with dread and a million questions, none of which she'd likely answer. Thankfully, Marco came in behind her. He and Nico had been staying at Jack's place in the bayou for 2 months, but he'd returned to the quarter once a week to handle Marchionni court business. Marco draped his arm over his mother's shoulder. Lighten up, Ma. It's a party. There are no decorations, no food, nothing. Ma, go look outside. Marco glanced at me and rolled his eyes. Evelyn walked to the courtyard doors, forced a smile, and marched to me like a woman in need of a stiff drink and a long chat. It's wonderful you're doing this for Enzo, but he doesn't care for people to make a fuss over him, nor does he like surprises. Thank you for your advice, but I disagree. I spotted Ann Dixon in the doorway. If you'll excuse me. Ms. Dixon and I had become neighbors once again. She'd moved into Gabe's townhouse while my mother's construction team repaired the building. Thanks for coming. Hugging her, I whispered, and for saving me from Enzo's mother. Anne gave me a knowing look. Don't let her bother you. I'll try. Marco rested his hand on my shoulder. Sorry to interrupt, but I need to talk to you. Anne took one look at him and shooed me away. Go. I'll catch up with you later. Go. His concerned expression made my stomach hurt. I took his arm and pulled him to a quiet corner. What's up? He ran his hand over the back of his neck. I have it on good authority. Nico's father is sending her brothers to bring her back to Sicily. For her safety and mine, I won't be coming into the city again until things settle. That Pietro Lazio hadn't demanded she return before now surprised Enzo and me. We'd expected the situation to come to a head weeks ago. If Marco's sources were correct, he and Nico were in danger. Serious danger. I lowered my voice. You should have a security team with you. No one will find us in Terrebonne Parish unless they follow me to the cabin. Even then, it's easy to get lost. He brushed his hair from his brow, and a shiny gold band caught my eye. As far as I knew, the couple hadn't tied the knot, but I'd obviously missed something. Drawing him into an embrace, I whispered, Congratulations! But you might want to take off your wedding ring before your mother has a coronary. Oh, shit. I forgot all about it. Thanks. Marco slid the band into his pocket. Are you too happy? He hitched a shoulder as if his and Nico's relationship was no big deal. But his goofy, love-sick expression told a different tale. It's complicated. Laughing, I motioned around the living room. Enzo and I are living proof that complicated doesn't mean hopeless. When are you leaving? I'll stay until Enzo arrives, but I need to get out of town today. I hugged him tighter. Be safe and call me if you need anything. I'll need a map, but I'd be happy to bring you supplies.
Thanks. Don't tell Enzo until after the party. I don't want to spoil his birthday.
He released me and headed for the courtyard. I turned in time to see my mother and stepdad in the hall. Mom, glad you guys could make it. She hugged me tighter than necessary.
How could I say no? I wouldn't miss your big day for anything.
My day? I pulled back. The party is for Enzo. Her eyes bugged and she covered her mouth.
Right. Mrs. Isaac.
Maggie saved me from the awkward moment by dragging my mom to the courtyard.
Come meet my husband and children.
Mom glanced over her shoulder before walking outside. It's Mrs. Goldman now. Leo and Dahlia slipped in during the strange exchange. Both gave me a quick wave on their way to greet Hildy in the kitchen. Hazel, Enzo's assistant manager, and a few other employees from his restaurant arrived, along with Jessie and other family members I vaguely remembered from the wedding. I walked outside to check on the food situation and to welcome the guests I'd missed. My cell phone chirped and my heart leaped into my throat. The text I'd been waiting for blinked on the screen. Jack and Enzo were a block away. Everyone, he's almost here. Time to hide on the patio. Waving my arms like a lunatic, I said, "Stay out of sight until I bring him outside." I turned for the door and caught Ryan and Chloe taking turns swiping their fingers through the cupcakes. Thank God they didn't get into the birthday cake. You're supposed to wait for Uncle Enzo. Both children gave me doe eyes. You can each have one cupcake, but you have to hurry and hide. How in the heck does Maggie keep track of them all? The kids ran to their grandmother with a cupcake in each hand. I slid the door closed and drew a calming breath in and blew it out. You got this. Male voices outside the front door sent my already frazzled nerves into hyperdrive. You don't have this. What if Evelyn's right? What if he hates parties? I vaulted over the back of the couch, situated myself, and tried to look normal. Tried and failed. Enzo came in first. He took one look at me and chuckled. "What's on your dress?" Glancing down, I groaned. How in the hell did the kids manage to slime me with icing? Nothing, just a little something I whipped up. Jack lifted a brow. Please tell me you aren't cooking. Enzo gave him a grin that told me he agreed with Jack's assessment of my culinary skills. When he turned back to me, he folded his arms. Go change. I'm taking you out. Out? I couldn't breathe. It is my birthday, after all. Sure. We can go out. Think, Shanna. Think. I started the grill. Could you turn it off while I put on another dress? You only own one dress. He arched a brow. Fine, I'll change into jeans. Go turn off the grill. I stood on shaking legs. Jack can turn off the grill. I'll help you change. He moved closer, but I sidestepped him. Enzo Marchionni. He's a guest. Go turn off the freaking grill. Jack knew I had people hiding in the courtyard, but did nothing to help. He's here so often, I should charge him rent. Enzo lunged for me. It's my birthday, and I want to see you naked. Wrapped in his arms, I widened my eyes at my so-called best guy friend. Jack made a show of looking at his watch. Maybe I should leave you two alone. Good idea, Enzo said between kissing and biting my neck. This can't be happening. His freaking mother is probably watching us. Please, just go outside. Please. So my entire family can yell, surprise. The devil himself couldn't have smiled as wickedly as Enzo. You knew? I batted his shoulder. Who told you? I swore never to divulge the identity of my informant. He wiggled his brows and took my hand. It was my mother, wasn't it? I never should have called her. The woman can't keep a secret. Don't tell her I told you. He pulled me toward the door. I made a mental note to avoid sharing secrets with my mother in the future. Although, her gift of gab could be useful if I needed to leak information. Enzo walked outside. Surprise! Our friends and family clapped and cheered. He pretended to startle before laughing and shaking his head. I had to hand it to him. He deserved an Academy Award for his performance. Happy birthday! I forced a smile. Enzo grabbed my waist, yanked me against his chest, and laid a not-safe-for-little-kids kiss on me. When he released me, I made the mistake of glancing at his siblings. Dante narrowed his eyes and nudged Marco. The brothers folded their arms and shook their heads. Dante called out, "He's faking it!" Gabe and Leo nodded their agreement. The kids booed. Enzo took a bow. All right. I knew about the party, but I have a surprise or two of my own." I didn't know if I wanted to laugh or cry. I'd worked my tail off to pull this together. While he didn't seem disappointed, I damned sure was. I turned to go inside to change, but Enzo caught my hand in his. He dropped to one knee and stared with the same expression he'd worn the first time he'd told me he loved me. Several people gasped, but I couldn't take my eyes off him to figure out who. "Shanna, you've turned this place into a home. Because of you, I see the world differently. I'm closer to my brothers, have made some great friends, and discovered I can, in fact, love a cat." Every nerve ending in my body sparked to life and demanded I answer him. I pressed my hand to my mouth to keep from answering before he finished his speech. He alternated between wrinkling his brow and smoothing it, as if struggling to hold back his emotions. "I've loved you since the first time I heard you laugh. You're the kindest, bravest woman I know. I don't know what I did to deserve you, but I thank God for every morning I have the pleasure of waking up next to you." He cleared his throat. "Will you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" I couldn't get the word out fast enough. Yes! Cheers and applause erupted around us. Enzo shot to his feet, lifted me from the ground, and spun me in a circle. "You've made me the happiest man in the world." Gabe's voice rose over the rush of blood behind my ears. "Did you forget something?" Enzo stopped mid-spin and muttered a few Italian curse words under his breath. Ears burning as red as Zach's had earlier in the evening, he set me on my feet and dug in his pocket. The Marchionni brothers in the crowd laughed and elbowed each other, but I'd come to understand their razzing was as much a sign of affection as their bear hugs and slaps on the back. Enzo opened a pale blue box to reveal an antique ring I'd spotted in Jack's shop. The diamond was hand-cut, so the shape wasn't quite a circle or an oval. Small stones surrounded the larger one and continued around the thin platinum band. I reached for it, but hesitated. "It's beautiful." "It reminded me of you. Stunning, unique, and delicate but strong." Enzo took the ring from the box and slipped it onto my finger. He gave me a half a second to admire it before kissing me silly. Once again, our friends and family cheered. Much to my surprise, Evelyn joined in, but stopped when she caught me watching her. I'd given up trying to figure her out. Despite the fact we both loved Enzo, she'd likely never accept me as a daughter-in-law. As far as I was concerned, it was her loss. We'd make a wonderful life for ourselves, with or without her approval. "Everyone please enjoy the food and drinks. I need a moment alone with my fiancé." Enzo pulled me into the house. I'd expected him to kiss me again or take me into the bedroom. Instead, he motioned to the couch. His serious expression seemed so incredibly out of place, it sent a chill down my spine. "Sit, please. There's something else I need to share with you." "Okay." I perched on the edge of the cushion. Enzo pulled an envelope from his breast pocket. "What is that?" I wasn't sure I wanted to know. "It's from the Louisiana State Board of Private Investigators. Because you have documented proof of your dyslexia, they've agreed to allow you special accommodations while taking your test." A wave of exhaustion crashed over me. I wanted to forget the party and our guests and curl into a ball under the blankets. I loved him for trying to help, but he didn't understand. "I went through this in school. They'll give me extra time, or put fewer questions on the page, or read the questions to me. But none of that will help. When I'm nervous, writing the answers trips me up." "They've agreed to have a proctor read you the questions and allow you to respond verbally." He set the envelope beside me. I thought about everything he must have gone through to get the board to allow it. "You called my mom to get my records, didn't you?" Enzo nodded. How could I refuse him when he'd done so much? "I'll try, but promise me you won't be disappointed if I fail." "I bought you an insurance policy." He grinned, and I frowned. "If you somehow bribed the proctor, nothing like that." Taking my hands in his, he said, "Alex has agreed to rehire you." Last I'd heard from my former boss, he didn't plan to return to New Orleans, regardless of what happened with the Abruzzos. "He's coming back?" "No. He'll bring on a licensed PI if you aren't able to pass the exam." He dipped his chin and tilted his head. "But if you do, he's agreed to sign the agency over to you." I sat back and let the information sink in. 3 short months ago, I had been unemployed, homeless, and hopelessly single. My life had changed in huge ways. I had a fancy house in the quarter, the possibility of my own agency, and a man I loved dearly. But it was the small things that I treasured the most. The way he brushed his thumb over my cheek before he kissed me. Nights on the sofa watching movies with Mr. Bougere snuggled between us. Cooking together, joking around with his brothers. My heart is full. "Thank you." I draped my arms around his neck. "For this and everything you do. You've given me the one thing I've always wanted, but never had. A big family." He whispered against my cheek. "It's me who should be thanking you. I've always had them, but I was too afraid to let them in." "You're still grumpy and hard-headed when you want to be." "Yes, but at least I'm no longer the ghoster." My mouth fell open. "Who told you about that?" "Being a part of a big family means nothing is secret for long." He pressed his lips to mine. Outside, the party went on without us. But when he kissed me, nothing else mattered. Enzo's soft lips, stubbly jaw, strong hands, and his wicked tongue were all I needed. The sliding glass door opened and 4 Marchionni brothers marched in. "Enough sucking face. We're starving, and Ma won't let us eat the main course without you," Marco laughed. "What was that you said to me before my wedding?" Gabe tapped his temple. "I remember now. You called me a sap and asked if I was sure I was ready to be tied down the rest of my life. Funny how the tables have turned." "You are a sap," Enzo grinned. "Did you see tears on my face out there? Wait until she's walking towards you wearing a wedding dress," Gabe said as he and Leo pulled Enzo away from me. Dante and Marco each offered a hand and hoisted me to my feet. Enzo grinned over his shoulder. "Big families also mean there's no such thing as privacy." "Bring it on." Laughing, I followed my brothers to the patio. Thank you for listening to Highball and Chain. I hope you enjoyed Shanna and Enzo's story. Curious to know what the heck was up with Nicolina? Will Marco ever stop goofing around and find love? Will the Marchionni brothers break free from the mafia? Get your copy of Single Malt Drama now to find out. Here's a hint. It all goes south after a fake marriage and real honeymoon in the bayou.
This has been Highball and Chain, a mafia romantic comedy, Bourbon Street Bad Boys Club, Book 2. Written by Kathryn M. Hearst. Narrated by Virginia Rose and Aaron Shedlock. Produced by Bookworm Audio. Post-production services provided by Eric Senestvedt. Text copyright 2020 by Kathryn M. Hearst. Production copyright 2021 by Kathryn M. Hearst. All rights reserved. Be sure and check out Single Malt Drama, Book 3 in the Bourbon Street Bad Boys Club. Thanks for listening.
If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to Kathryn's channel where you can listen to Marco and Nicolina's story in Single Malt Drama. While you're there, be sure to check out Kathryn's other novels.